election day. I cannot believe it. It's election day. Okay. So I've been gone for like almost 3 weeks. A couple of days shy of 3 weeks. I'll let you know. Usually this is part of the broadcast where I like tell you like what's been going on. It's like the time between like before people, you know, tune in. It takes them a minute. So but give me a second. I hope everyone's doing well, especially if they see this as a VOD. I am late. Okay, so there's a reason why I started late today. Not because I'm chronically late. But it's just usually I start. Why is my Discord not working? Hey Pro, what's up? I'm trying to get my Discord to work so I can post that I'm live, but there's something going on. Why is my Discord not working? Of course, on election day, it doesn't work. What the fuck? Oh wait, here we go. How are you doing, Pra? Okay, so I am back, baby. I still feel a little bit insecure. Like there's a reason why the camera thing is so small. The image is so small. I will give you my health updates soon. I'm nervous. I don't know what's going on with those elections. Yo, I'm fucking nervous too. Okay, so honestly, this is an election where it's like, hold up, let me just post some shit, okay? Hold on. Discord finally decided to work. So we're gonna take advantage of that before it stops working. Okay, cool. So so this is one of the elections where I'm like, anything could happen, and no matter what happens, I will not be surprised. And that's like a really weird thing to say, because usually with like presidential elections, people are like, I'll lean one way or the other, and like if X happens, I would be so surprised. But this, like, anything could happen. I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. The only thing that would surprise me, and that actually would kind of be a good thing because it would destroy the Electoral College forever, would be if Kamala, a Democrat, lost the popular vote but won the Electoral College. That's basically how all the recent Republican presidents have won their presidency. They've lost the popular vote, but they win the Electoral College, which I think is so antiquated and archaic. So I think if that happens with this whole MAGA shit happening, it will spell the end of the Electoral College, I think, or at least propel it towards it. Who do you think's gonna win, Pra? Like, what's your money on? And like your theory? Boom. I hope to God Trump doesn't win. I concur. My theory is that if Trump loses, he's gonna craft on chat GPT new excuse. Yo, yeah, I mean, that's the... He's hedging. He's already hedging, you know? So, like, everything's set. No matter what happens, like, if Trump wins or if he, like, loses, either way, he's, like, hedged. Yeah, literally. Literally, like, Project 2025. Like, my prediction is that she's gonna lose Georgia. But, and that is reflected with the polls, in that, Georgia, amongst all the swing states, is the state that she's losing by the most, I believe. Last time I checked, anyway. So, vibe check too, and I'm in Fulton County, which is where Atlanta is, where the majority of the blue vote is going to be, and the most blue as well of the state. Vibe check, I don't think she's going to win. When I vibe checked when the Senate race was going on with Warnock and Ossoff, I vibe checked and I was like, yeah, they're probably gonna win. Anyway, vibe check, not gonna win. Except the weather. I've heard some grumblings that's like, okay, some people who usually don't vote came out to vote. And so I was like, okay, maybe if high turnout, then she might either tie or eke out a recount in Georgia or something. The weather is very important. I woke up this morning, and it was like foggy and like 90% humidity. I was like, shit, it's gonna rain. This is gonna suck. She's gonna lose Georgia for sure. And one of my friends texted me, and she's in a different county, and she's like, it's raining where I am when I voted this morning. I was like, yo, shit. But then it got really sunny. And now, I don't know if the sun's behind a cloud or something, but it's, like, not sunny anymore. So, I don't know. Like, we're going to have to see. This is, if he legit wins, this is the worst. Worse than Game of Thrones finale. Okay, yeah, of course, for sure. Okay, the Game of Thrones finale was shit. The last half of the last season was so shit. And, like, they rushed it. It was so frustrating. But, I mean, this is IRL, so it's definitely going to be worse than, the Game of Thrones finale. But how are you doing, Pra? Like, I haven't talked to you, like, 3 weeks. And I'm a woman, so it's like, and in the South currently. So I'm going to be very affected. The first polls closed by 7, and that's why I started late today. Because I was not going to start at like 1:30 as per usual and stream until like 10:30. Like, I'm not... 9 hours of streaming, I do not get paid enough to do that. Okay? Like, I am not like Hassan or Destiny or Vosh. Like, I do not get paid enough to do this for 9 hours. Like, I have people coming over for like a watch party, election party. We may or may not go out after, depending on the results, the younger ones. Some of the older relatives are bringing their family members, so if you hear anything, that's what's happening. Nothing much, just working, studying, same old pretty much, and waiting for the election. Of course, that's a lot of streaming time. Energy burns like butter at that point. Yo, yeah, like after like 5-6 hours, you're like, fuck, I'm tired. So I was like, nah, like even like 2 hours until the first polls close. Like, everyone is already talking about the election. So we're going to be so talked out of the election by the time, like, 10 o'clock hits. 10:30. Like, it's going to be wild. And most people are going to either go to sleep and wait until tomorrow, or most people are going to move over to the big streamers, which is totally fine. I get it. If I wasn't streaming, I would be watching the big streamers. But, like, my voice would be complete. Even if I typed anything in chat, I would never in a million years be noticed, ever. It would just be, like, flying by. Because there's so many people watching them. This is, like, the big day. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if there's, like, 100K people, 90K people watching Hasan on Twitch. But this is his job. He gets paid a lot. So, and he's used to streaming for like every single day for like 8 hours plus. What do you think's gonna happen? Let me take some painkillers first. Destiny's at 40K. Hasan's at 151. No shot, really? Yo, 153. He's higher than Kai right now. Kai's got 111. Yo, this is what I'm saying though. Like, I don't know how long Hasan's gonna be streaming for, but if I'm not too tired when I like finish stream, and if we're not going out yet, if people aren't rushing me to go out, then I'm gonna be turning his stream on. You know what I mean? Like, and by then it'll be less people watching him. But 153K, yo, that's fucking crazy. Yo, people, like, mainstream media folks aren't pulling those numbers. Like, this is his Christmas. If I had 151K subs, I'd be like Mark Cuban, hold my beer. I think it's just viewers. I don't think subs. I don't know how many active subs, and I don't care enough to like go look for it because I'm sure it's online somewhere. But he did stop running ads because his contract ended, and he's like, I'm not running ads, which is totally in line with his brand. But yeah, maybe we'll like check and drop in on his stream, see what he's doing. So there was this thing I saw yesterday. The New York Times tech people are on strike. I don't know if I can find the video. I don't know if they've resolved that strike, but New York Times is like the premier English newspaper in America, like liberal wise. And they've got this thing called The Needle, for example. Tracks the election, moves around live, and it's like there's a lot of things at the election that like the normal journalists that aren't tech related are like, yo, what are we gonna do? There's gonna be tech issues that pop up, of course, on election day, and we're not gonna have tech people to fix it on the fly. Like, you guys have to come to like a conclusion, but no one's budging last time I checked, but we can check again. Hi, good boy. American politics is all of our Australian news hub. Dude, American presidential election day, just year, but day, is on every single country's news channel. Hong Kong included. Like, it's the biggest deal. It's the world superpower. So it's like all eyes, you know? Even though it's like 5 a.m. there. Who do you think is going to win? I haven't been following it. You haven't? Well, you're probably less stressed than I am. I think, I was just telling Pra that, like, this is an election where, like, anything could happen, and I would not be surprised. I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. You know, like, at this point, I want Kamala to win. I think it's gonna be fucking tight. But it could be not tight. Or it could be like, what I think might, I don't know, that's kind of like a long shot where she like, when it's tied, but she wins the Nebraska little area, she wins by like 1 electoral college vote. That's like really far-fetched, I think, but I could see that happening. I could see her winning outright too, because of like the polling issues that's been happening in America. The polls have been like skewed towards Trump. They've been heavily weighted towards Trump because pollsters in America, good boy Seb, have gotten the last two times election predictions very wrong. Like, they've underestimated Trump and Republicans. So they don't want to be that again this time. So they've heavily, heavily, heavily weighted it towards Trump to make up for it, so they don't seem like they're wrong all the time. They can't do their one job. So, like, one theory is that they're missing, like, the shy Kamala voters. They're overweighting it to Trump. So that could be a thing. Or the polls could be correct and it's fucking tight as shit. I don't know which swing states she's going to win or lose. Hi, certified. What's up? I am back. I am back. It's been like almost 3 weeks. I am late, as I'll explain to Prod, because polls close. First polls close Eastern time at 7. I ain't gonna stream from 1:30 to like 10. Okay? That's not happening. I've been thinking that Trump will win, but now I think Harris will win. What made you change your mind, and when did you change your mind? Please excuse me. I know, girl eating on fucking camera on Twitch. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. I gotta eat, man. Did I do any of the convincing, certified? My roomie made pork roast, and it's awesome. Now, I just have to eat a little bit because I'm super hungry, and then we'll get into, like, politics. I wonder if we can do that now. Okay, so there's 2 polling places in Georgia, allegedly. According to Sky News Australia, good boy sub, they reported that 2 polling places in Georgia temporarily closed due to bomb threats. That is wild. We need to know where this is.
2 polling places were temporarily closed in Georgia after authorities received non-credible bomb threats.
Then why are they closed?
The voting locations were closed in response to the threats for around 90 minutes.
I'm in Atlanta. This is me. Well, I didn't go to this specific polling place, but it says Atlanta. Look, Atlanta. Okay. Yeah. Australia's Sky News don't give a fuck. They were the first ones reporting the Trump assassination attempt. Well, which one? The first and second, or maybe the third? It's freaking wild. It's so wild. Like, this election year has been so wild. Yeah, it's crazy. But Sky News Australia is, like, good, you know? Certified. Not sure. My psychic brain, lol. Maybe watching media and whatever about Harris. Kidding? Low-key kidding or not really kidding? Okay, so the whole Iowa poll came out like a couple days ago or a day and a half ago. And, dude, the fucking libs. My roommate is one. Oh, thanks for the sub. Good boy. Appreciate it. So my roommate's a lib. And that one Iowa poll came out, and he was like, it could be a landslide. Mary, it could be a landslide. I'm like, bro. Chill. It's one poll. Though he could be right. Like I said, this is the election where I'm like, anything could happen. But, like, come on. Like, this is... Like, dude, like, Twitter was, like, wild. Mainstream media was, like, wild over this poll. And I was just like, God, like, the liberals are just, like, not in a bad way. But, like, the more moderate liberals who typically favor the established candidates and establishment are just looking for a reason to be like, yes, Kamala's gonna win. Like, this, like, hope. And just being like, and closing their eyes to Gaza and closing their eyes to the Middle East and Lebanon. Don't even want to see pictures of the children burning and shit on fire, being blown up. They don't even want to see that shit because it's too, like, stressful. I'm like, this is war. War is shit and stressful, okay? So, like, just, like, because it's not on our streets, not in front of us, like, we can just close our eyes and just, like, move on. You know, they try to push that away, but it's reality. You're gonna feel like shit, but, like, you gotta be realistic. So that's why Trump could win, because he's positioning himself as the anti-war candidate, which is very smart. But he's also Trump. And the whole rally about the Puerto Rico thing, it's just a whole thing. I think Joe Rogan endorsed Trump this morning. There's a video on that we're going to watch. But like I said, I've been saying to people around me that Kamala should have went on Joe Rogan. I still maintain that. Is it 50-50 right now, polls? Honestly, yeah, pretty much. Certified, pretty much. It's like, everything's like +1 or Trump or Harris, depending on which swing state, basically, is what everyone's tracking, only the swing states. But everything's like within the margin of error. And all the pollsters, the different pollsters, have basically implicitly agreed with each other in America that, like, they're all gonna be, like, really tight. So, like, if everyone's, like, saying it's tight and everyone's wrong in that there's a landslide one way or the other, then they can all be like, oh, there was something wrong, but not like us. And what I mean, for example, is that if one pollster, whatever company, NGO, it goes out on a limb and says, oh, hey, Kamala looks like she's going to win the presidency, and then they are wrong, they're going to lose all their credibility. And everyone else, they're just going to, no one's going to pay attention to them the next time around. So they're all kind of sort of implicitly colluding with each other, not price fixing, but like election prediction fixing, if that's a thing. Let's keep watching, sorry.
Minutes. Georgia's Secretary of State is yet to elaborate on how exactly state officials determined the bomb threats came from Russia.
They're up to
World War III, Harris.
They don't want us to have a smooth, fair, and accurate election, and everything they can get us to fight among ourselves, they can count that as a victory. So that tells you a little bit about the Russians. They're not our friends.
It's the Russians? Holy shit. It's the Russians. I thought it'd be like Republicans. Like, they've been like setting ballot boxes on fire. So there's non-credible bomb threats that made 2 polling places close in Georgia temporarily, but they found that it was the Russians. I mean, we do this shit, you know? We're fucking America. We, like, go in and, like, do coups and shit. Like, worse. Russia doing Russia shit. Yeah, Russia doing Russia shit. China's probably doing some shit. America. You know what I mean? Like, all the big countries, they're all doing some shit, you know? I'm not the type who's like, oh, America always bad. But in this situation, we are not innocent. We, like, fucking do some shit. We're too interventionist for this day and age in 2024. I am not an isolationist, so I don't believe that. But I do think we intervene too much in areas of the world that we do not need to be in anymore. I need to check the weather. Why is it so dark? Dude, if it's raining when the polls close in Georgia, that's going to be really bad for Democrats. That means we're going to lose Georgia for sure. Let me check the weather. Let's see. It says 24 degrees Celsius, mostly sunny. That's not bad. But this is Atlanta. I don't know. Oh, one of my friends says that she is in Bartow County. I'm gonna look this up. Last election. Presidential election results. Georgia by county. Let's see. By county. She's in Bartow. The reason why I want to see this, yo, why is it like this? Yo, CNN is being like, this is the CNN, CNN's going through something right now. I think their website's being like, okay, so we are gonna look for Bartow. Okay, but we're not looking. Okay, this is for this year's. Okay, we don't want this, but it is an interesting one. 2020. I looked at my other friends. She's not in Fulton, but she's like a little bit south of Fulton. Because I was curious. I was like, you know, did her county like go like red or blue? We need the most red if we need, you know, we need more reds. I mean, we need more blues, not reds. God forbid. All right, so let's see. My friend is in Henry, I think. The other friend is in Bartow. Oh, shit. That's good that she went out to vote because Bartow went to Trump. Interesting. 74%. That's fucking wild. And then you go down to Cobb. And it's like huge change. 56 is, you know. But she needs to win Cobb, Gwinnett, Fulton. She'll definitely and DeKalb. She'll win Fulton for sure. DeKalb. Maybe Cobb is gonna be Tyler. Gwinnett. She'll win Gwinnett. Where is the other county? She just needs to win all. She needs to do better than Biden. I mean, this was a 0.2 margin. 0.2 margin. So, it's wild. What is this? Oh, it's a new trailer. So this is one of the things that we're gonna watch to kill time as the election until freaking the polls close. Certified garbage. China has 100,000 agents. CIA has 20,000 agents. That's wild. Their intel. Okay, so one thing about China, the same with their like army, which is the largest in the world. They're really good with mass production, copying. They have a lot of people. But that doesn't mean they're battle tested, battle ready. You know, there doesn't mean they're like well organized, you know. So, you know, today, like back in the day, man, if you had a bigger army, that pretty much guaranteed your win. You know, in like Game of Thrones or whatever. But like today, you have air superiority. You have fucking bombs and shit, you know? Arcane? No, I haven't. I've been wanting to watch Arcane, good boy. Yeah. I've been watching House of the Dragon. Fucking season 2 is so shit. Season 1 was so good, but season 2 was shit as fuck. Fucking Damon has been hallucinating for the vast majority of the season. A complete waste of his character, by the way. Season 1 is good. Season 2 is like anticlimactic. They're just setting up for season 3. I can't. If you're gonna watch it, good boy, I'm not gonna give you spoilers. But there's like one episode and one like big plot point that happens in season 2 that is good. Like interesting. Okay. Okay, I just got distracted. Oh my fuck. So apparently somebody, one of my friends sister's friend lives in Orlando, Florida. And Orlando is like blue, but Florida's going to go red it's going to go red. But she waited 4 hours in line today to vote. 4 hours. Thanks, certified. I curled it. It took a minute. I mean, okay, I'm going to pause that group chat. I've been away, right? Yeah, 4 hours. That's why I voted early. That is why I voted early. Because I ain't trying to stand in line for 4 hours. And in Georgia, they passed a law where you can't... People, like... I'm not an elderly person. Like, you can't give them food or water or offer them a chair to sit. They made that illegal in Georgia. Don't even get me fucking started on that. Yeah, I was like, 4 hours, no thanks. This is why I voted early. And every state has its own rules and like how to vote and stuff like that. It should be uniform, but every state should run their own election. But the rules should be uniform because we would bypass all of these issues. We voted last week so fast. Good job, certified. Yeah, so I'm back from medical leave. PTO, pay time off. Not really pay time off.
במהלך החודשים האחרונים, האמון הזה נסדק. ביני לבין שר הביטחון גלנט התגלו פערים משמעותיים בניהול המערכה, והפערים הללו נולדו בהצהרות בפעולות שמנוגדות להחלטות הממשלה ולהחלטות הקבינט. משבר האמון שהלך ונפער ביני לבין שר הביטחון הפך לנחלת הכלל, והמשבר הזה אינו מאפשר המשך תקין של ניהול המערכה. לא רק אני אומר את זה. מרבית חברי הממשלה ומרבית חברי הקבינט, כמעט כולם, שותפים לתחושה הזאת שכך אי אפשר להמשיך. לאור זאת, החלטתי היום על סיום כהונתו של שר הביטחון. במקומו החלטתי למנות לתפקיד את השר ישראל כץ.
That's fucking wild. I'm wondering if this is a tactic to announce it on today because no one's paying attention. No one's talking about that. But if it was any other day, they'd be like, yo, what the fuck? Anyway, I'm back from paid time off. Medical leave. It's been just shy of 3 weeks. There's a reason why the camera of me is so small. Because I'm still like swollen and I'm insecure about that. And I technically have not been given the green light from my doctor. I'm not supposed to like move my jaw very much or make big facial expressions, which is like half the content of mine is like me reacting. So if my face seems like kind of tight, it's because it kind of hurts to move it, and I'm not supposed to because I could fuck something up. I could dislodge something, pull a stitch or whatever. But I did take 2 Tylenol, extra strength, so I should be good. But I'm being very careful. What is my stream schedule, good boy? Usually when I'm back, like full time, I stream Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. 1:30 p.m. Eastern to like 5:30 p.m. Eastern. If there are like special situations and events going on, I will do those. I'll stream on those days and time. But those are like not announced ahead of time really. They're announced like in the moment. So like I'd say like follow my Twitter or like my Discord because that's usually where I will do these updates. I have an Instagram, public Instagram, but I'm so bad at updating it. So I would not suggest following that because there's no point. I would just say Twitter or Discord. That is like where you'll find the most info. Certified. Hey, my mouth is fucked up too. I'm going to the dentist tomorrow. A lot of pain. Shit, that's the worst. Like, teeth pain is like the worst. It's so bad. Like, I don't know, like, what makes it so bad. Like, I remember the first night after, I could not sleep. They gave me, like, the strong opioid shit. I hate opioids. Like, the side effects, I hate the way it makes me feel, which is a good thing, I guess, because then I won't get addicted to it. But, yo, I had to take that shit. It was so, because it hurt so much. I couldn't sleep the first night. It was really bad. And my throat hurt so much for like 2.5 days. It was bad. But after 2.5 days, my throat stopped hurting and my jaw started hurting less. But I'm still in a lot of pain and it was very swollen and bruised up. So I still have to take, I basically took 99% of the opioids they gave me. I didn't want to, but I had to. I have like half a pill left and I just like threw it out. I didn't need it anymore. Cavity and something mystery pain. Ugh. Hope not. Hope it's not a root canal. My little sister got a root canal and she was like, she had to like be given like gas or something.
My official prediction
for
this race.
There's a okay, this is the most progressive network. So I don't know what he's going to predict. There is a Breaking Points video for that we should watch since we have so much time. Each of the hosts make their own prediction. So we're just watching people's predictions. Like these are people that it's their job. So, and they've been doing this for a while. So it'll be interesting to see their reasoning. Certified. I used benzocaine, an ice pad, and ibuprofen. Ugh. Bro. If you're still in a lot of pain, you might need something stronger, but I don't know if they'll give that to you in America. I don't know. Dentists are pretty good with it. I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh,
and
fuck.
I'm going to stick with I don't know. It's something that I never, ever...
No one knows. No one knows, Jake. But you gotta predict. Okay? This is your job. Okay?
Say, because I just think that we don't have enough information. It's going to come down to unlikely voters. Trump has had an incredible surge in unlikely voters in 2016 and 2020. A, can he replicate it? B, are they still unlikely? Probably not, because they go into the polling at that point, right? But still, he surprised us way too many times to count them out and to count those voters out. And they're very animated. They get out to vote, and they do it religiously.
What's a lore tab certified?
No, I get it.
That's what changes them.
At the same time, last time around in 2020, Biden had an 8-point lead in Michigan and Wisconsin. He won by 0.6 in those states. So did they get it?
See, this is what I mean. Good boy. Last time they predicted like super wrong. So the pollsters don't want to get it wrong again. So there's a theory that they're like overly weighting it towards Trump. So there is a scenario that there is a landslide Kamala victory. I do not think that's going to happen.
By the way, did they adjust too much? And if they did, is she going to landslide him? Anything is possible, because now unlikely voters are going towards Democrats in 2022 and 2023. So with this giant question mark hanging out there, he's the more populist candidate. The populist candidate usually wins. But
I think I got either the same thing, certified, or I either got basically in America that's Vicodin. I either got Vicodin or Oxy. I don't know which one. I hated it. I hate it. But they're the only ones that work.
He's the change candidate, according to the polling, by a little bit. It fluctuates, but
I think it'll be close.
On the other hand, only 28% of the country thinks we're going in the right direction, which is almost a death knell for the incumbent party.
Yep.
So,
but it's also
it's
Trump.
Just too unclear. I'm saying
Trump
I
could
do
win
not
because
know
of
him,
that.
And it's among the reasons why I'm so intensely curious about what's going to happen today. And we're going to cover it all for you guys here. But since I have to enter into the sweepstakes on TYT.com try to become the election champion of the world.
Can you first say, I don't know again, so I can hear you say it again?
You can rewind the tape all you want, Michael, at home. Okay, so, and by the way, predictions, guys, are based on information. They're not magic. All right, let's start out with the ones that, first of all, I'm confident about none of these. I'll make that clear. But I'll start with the ones that I think are more.
So all the olive green colored states are the swing ones.
Likely to be true, okay? Arizona, I've got as red, so keep it red, okay? So that one,
I agree with that.
Of all the ones, that's probably the most certain I am, but I'm not certain about that one
Nevada?
either. Okay, so then I go to Michigan and Wisconsin, and I say she holds that part of the blue wall.
Agreed, but she'll lose Pennsylvania, in my opinion.
Lately from there look pretty good. She's got that surge of female voters that everybody's talking about.
I think she's going to lose
states
PA.
That were already leaning blue, and Biden had already won, and that historically...
It's so important to win PA for Democrats, and you'll hear a lot about it today, because no Democratic president has become president without winning Pennsylvania. However, this is a post-Trump world, post-Trump politics. If she does lose Pennsylvania, she has to win some Sun Belt states, some like combo. So there is a path to victory, the presidency, without Pennsylvania. It's just harder. And I know people in Pennsylvania that are like Democrats, and even they're not voting. So like, I don't know. I don't have a good feeling. It's anecdotal, but like the polls reflect it too. I don't know. Hi Shark, what's up? It's been a minute, Mr. Certified. When's the actual final new elect president? Late tonight. So, okay, so this is how it works. The reason why I started late is because the first polls close at 7. So in America, we have so many time zones. And each state, we don't have national laws on when polls close. There are different times. Each state makes their own rule on what time their polls close. Like, for example, I think Georgia closes at 7. So a bunch of states close first at like 7. And then a bunch of states close at like 7:38. And then a bunch close at like 9:30. So it's just like, and then a bunch close at like 10:30. But by then, that's like California. By then, it's like, you pretty much already know who's going to win. And they don't do it by time zones either. Like each state just picks it. Like it doesn't make sense. They don't really do it by time zones. It's really fucked. They really should have like a federal like rules on like how to vote, all that kind of stuff. But to do the federal and the state thingy that America does with the government, America is founded upon, okay, oh my God, am I going to do a history lesson right now? Okay, there's like the federal level and then the state level. We should not have elections overseen and run by the federal level, because that would be akin to like Trump running the election for presidency while he's the president. So that's why I should stay with the states. Each state should like run their own election. But I think there should be federal regulation in regards to like how the procedure, if that makes sense. Yeah, it depends on how it goes. That's like, I could end up like, this is the least likely scenario, that there's like landslide either way, then I wouldn't have to stream until 10:30, which is what I'm expecting, 10:30. I would be able to like stop streaming much earlier once somebody clears 270 in the Electoral College. That's what they need to win. But I don't think that's gonna happen. I think it's gonna be close. I think I'm gonna have to stream until at least 10:30. And we might not even know by then. You know. I'm 2-1, haha. I won 2 and I lost 1 in my whole life. What? What are you talking about? Certified. Wait, you won't stream celebrations? Shark. Yeah, no, I have people coming over today for like a election party, and then like depending on the if tonight we do in fact find out the winner, the young people might go out. Who knows? Depending on the results and depending on if we find out who wins tonight. We might not. We might have an idea, and like there might be like weird recounts, thingamajiggies, kind of like with Joe Biden. We didn't know on the night. We had to wait. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'm fucking nervous. I voted 3 elections in my life. Oh, you're 2-1. Okay. May I ask like who you voted for?
Clear blue, she will then keep, right? Now, I'm on Georgia. I've not seen her winning any of the polls, so I'm going to keep Georgia red.
That's what I'm
saying. I understand Michael's logic on it, that's the one that's flipped blue recently, but that's not what the numbers seem to indicate right now. And they do an excellent job of purging Democratic voters in Georgia, unfortunately. So that's Kemp's specialty, and he's been at it again. So I'm going to keep that one red. Now,
allegedly, according to one of my friends, Trump has tried calling Kemp or Brad Raffensperger or whoever like 6 times, and they have not picked up. So
left with the 3 that I went from uncertain to I have no freaking idea. But I'm going to go with what my gut says. I'm going to say Pennsylvania.
Gotcha certified.
No, I'm going to leave it. Hold on. Nevada.
I think Nevada might go blue.
Red. It's tied, but he's been winning it throughout. His pickup of extra Latino voters could prove critical in Nevada. That little gimmick he had that he doesn't intend to do at all of not taxing tips could help him in Nevada.
North Carolina.
He's very popular there. I think he squeaks out the victory.
It'll depend on what, like, good, right? The impact of the hurricane.
Comes down to Pennsylvania and North Carolina. And on Pennsylvania, the one I'm most unsure about, I went blue. And this is based on the latest polling, the latest information. If you'd asked me 5 days ago, I almost certainly would have said red, but I'm saying blue today. So let's hope that latest information is correct. And based on the same recent information,
that's bold.
I've got North Carolina going blue.
What?
So if she picks up those unlikely women voters, she'll win.
I mean, I can see that happening, but that's wild. North Carolina now, going blue?
You could say, hey, then why wouldn't she win Nevada? Why wouldn't she win Georgia? I don't know. Good points.
Like I said, if I check Georgia,
and so
I don't think she's going to win. But I could be wrong.
Maybe she sweeps them all. And so, is that a landslide? Not really. We only have 7 swing states. I mean, even if you pick up one you didn't expect, Iowa, Florida, or for Trump, New Hampshire, it's still not a landslide. Nothing's a landslide.
No, nothing's a landslide. And we were talking last night, Cenk, with one of the things I was telling Cenk.
Right, certified? I'm like, North Carolina blue?
Campaigns in the waning days. And so Cenk just mentioned
that's why it's so key for her to win Pennsylvania. Because she'd probably have to win, like, Nevada and North Carolina to make up for it. Let me look up the exact electoral count. Each state has different electoral votes. I hate the Electoral College. Fuck that.
J.D. Vance was in New Hampshire. Donald Trump went to New Mexico. Now you could say, okay, well, hey, they're just campaigning for president, trying to win as many votes as they can. He was at Madison Square Garden, and he was in Coachella, and he was in Denver. Those aren't places where he's going to win. He's getting the popular vote. But
oh my God, did you guys see him? His MSG fucking, his MSG fucking like rally. crazy, psychotic. All the New Yorkers were like, fuck you. Not just because of the content, but because of like all the traffic and like basically shutting down next to like the busiest train station in the country. Like chaos.
Thought that means that they're worried about other things. They're worried in the waning days of this campaign. Their internals are saying we gotta fish in another pond because we're not catching fish in whatever pond this is, and that could be North Carolina because
Interesting.
There are good arguments to be made for it. And I'm just being conservative on North Carolina because I really need to see that change before I can say that it's even possible. And it could be Georgia, it could be Pennsylvania, it could be Wisconsin,
Georgia
we
maybe.
don't know. But the fact that they're worried tells me that things are not good and a lot of those in some of those states, and so I'm encouraged by that as well.
Yeah, so look, I'm going to do member shout outs, especially on tyt.com where you're getting 20% off today in a little bit. But to build on that, on the other hand, the Trump team seems so confident, or they did until 5 days ago. They were over the moon
Before the Iowa
poll.
poll.
It reminded me a little bit of Hillary Clinton in 2016. I was like, whoa there, big guy. Even if, my intuition was leaning Trump 5 days ago, it was only leaning that way by a little bit, by a shred. And these guys were like high stepping at the 20. I'm like, you got 20 more yards to go. You're crazy, right? And so there's a lot of Don Beebes out there who are ready to knock the ball away. So then Trump today, the maniac that he is, or yesterday, refers to Nancy Pelosi as the B word. Your number one problem is unlikely women voters getting mad enough at you to show up to vote. And you're going and calling the most successful female legislator, whether we like it or not, in the country.
But she's not very
the
well
B
liked.
word. And then he started fantasizing about putting Kamala Harris in the ring with Mike Tyson.
That's so weird.
Nuts.
That's so weird. I did not see this. Did any of you guys see this? I did not see that comparison. That's wild. What? I heard the part where he was like, she should be in front of like a firing squad. I did not hear the Mike Tyson one. Shark background image is funny. Yeah, that's TYT. I'm certified. I wish count all votes in the whole country. Don't use states, whatever, easy. Yeah, so basically what I think that would destroy the Electoral College is if Kamala loses the popular vote but wins the Electoral College. And moving forward, it'll be the end of that. And hopefully it'll be a direct democracy. But that is only one reality of the multiverse that could happen. Who knows what timeline we're on? Who the fuck knows? Yeah, the Electoral College is fucking dumb. It doesn't work anymore. It worked in theory when it first got established, but not anymore.
And the answer is yes, of course he's nuts. Of course.
But I believe in a
guys,
living
the
constitution.
Democrats should be
Not a lot.
eternally embarrassed that
Republicans do
they're not
not.
blowing this guy out. And we'll talk more about that as the day goes
That's
on.
absurd, but okay.
It's not at all absurd.
Yeah,
this guy's a lunatic.
He is, but it's
they
not a
should
question
have
of party.
landslided him every single time.
Okay, well, we'll talk about
He's
it.
a syphilitic clown. If you can't,
I love how they
he's a
disagree.
clown.
But right, but there's also the political reality of how the country. Well, let's talk about that later. But how the makeup of the country, the tribalism of the country, and how certain things are identified with each party erroneously in many cases, and sadly in some cases. So it's not always about the person in this country as we've seen.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk about it more because I think that's only half the story. Okay, so my official prediction that I am forced into by my own network is 286 to 252 Kamala Harris with tons of fingers crossed.
Wait, what the fuck?
Number one reason.
It's because of PA. It's because of PA. Man, this is wild.
And why I'm crossing those fingers is because 4 years with Donald Trump will be utter chaos, anarchy, pilfering, oligarchy.
Is it lagging a lot? Because it's like lagging on my end. Yo, fool, what's up? Fool, you can't fool me. You're Canadian. You can't vote, and you're British. You're whatever. Same difference. Not really, but you know what I mean. There's a lot of audio delay. Oh, fuck. Sorry. I don't know. I think just I try. We have the fastest internet that we can get, but my roommate also works remotely, so maybe because like we're both like doing live shit, there's like, you know, lag, but I apologize for that. I'm doing my best here. What about you Aussies? Yeah, you know, Commonwealth countries. I came from a former, so I can say that. Fool. I'm not that dumb either. Yes, I would vote for a woman. Yes, of course, fool. Great to see you live. Aw, thanks. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why the screen is so small. Usually I have it larger, as you know. I'm still in pain. It's just under 3 weeks out. I'm still in pain. My jaw hurts, and I'm not supposed to be making a lot of facial expressions until I get the okay from my doctor, which is kind of crazy because this is part of streaming. I gotta react. So if I, you know, seem kind of like tight, it's because of that. Yeah, it's weird. It makes me look weird. Like, you know your own face, especially as a woman. Like when you're doing your makeup, or just like as a human being, when you walk past a mirror or you're looking into a mirror, you're used to what you're seeing. If you're not seeing that and you can't really move your face properly, it's weird. It's weird. And then the camera like freaking amplifies shit. You know how like they say like the camera adds 10 pounds. Camera angles are weird. So I wouldn't say self-conscious. I would just say like it's weird. Whatever, fool, you look great. Okay, no making Mary make funny faces. Yes, you can't make me laugh too much because I'm gonna like fucking pop my jaw or pull a stitch or something. Okay, so no funny jokes.
Amplified on steroids, putting his donors completely in charge of the government. Elon Musk will be in charge of domestic policy. Miriam Adelson will be in charge of foreign policy. This is not how it's supposed to work.
RFK Jr. will be in charge of medical and health policy.
I mean, this is madness, guys. He went from drain the swamp to I'm just going to hand the government to my donors. Yeah. That is a hell of a turnaround, and one of the reasons that I'm picking Kamala Harris over him today, because I think he lost the thread. If he stayed on corruption,
set in Georgia,
he stayed on populism, wasn't a lunatic, I think he would have won this election. But we don't know yet. Maybe he still wins it.
Okay, so Jenks says that basically he doesn't know, but if he had to pick, it would be Kamala victory. Let's see what breaking points. Okay. Here's crystals and saugers. Let's watch saugers first.
All right, everybody, it is my time for the prediction of the electoral map. I want to start very at the top and just say this. I have much less confidence in this one than I did the last one where I correctly called every state in the Electoral College. So with the caveats out there, let's put it up there on the screen. So this is going to be a little bit of a contrarian map, and I'm going to walk you through all of my thinking. So in terms of the swing states, and let's keep it up there so I can just read from it, I've got at the top line Donald Trump winning the election with 271 electoral votes, literally just one over what he needs to win, 267 there for Kamala Harris. In terms of the swings, I've got Wisconsin, Wisconsin and Michigan going blue for Kamala. I've got Pennsylvania going red. I've got North Carolina going blue. And then I've got Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada all going red, which gives them exactly 271 electoral votes. So let's get to some of my thinking and why. First, the Iowa Seltzer poll had a big impact on my thinking, but not necessarily in a Kamala landslide way. It made me check my assumptions in terms of the blue wall. Can we put the next tear sheet up, please, on the screen? Here's a key line from Nate Silver and how you should think about the Iowa poll for the rest of the states. Quote, Iowa is far redder than the other blue wall states. In our 40,000 simulations, in cases where Harris won Iowa, her average margin of victory or defeat in Wisconsin was 6.7, in Michigan was 5.9, and in Pennsylvania was 3.
Wait, what? Good boy, sub. I'm off to work. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for the sub, good boy. I'll see you next time I'm streaming, since I'm back now. Fool, I wonder how many will leave if Trump gets in. You mean like leave the country? That'd be so bad.
3.8. If the Stelter poll is right, she'd be heavily favored in all of them, in other words. But Pennsylvania is the least safe of the trio, in part because about 2/3 of its population is what we consider the Northeast, not the Midwest, like Iowa. So the reason why I used the Stelter poll to push those two states of Michigan and Wisconsin blue was because the Stelter poll showed what I think will show somewhat movement towards Kamala Harris amongst that critical senior women demographic.
Close the border.
And amongst women who are worried about abortion. But because Pennsylvania is so distinct in its population, it's got more people of color and other places in the northeastern population that have different concerns and are culturally pretty distinct from those other two states. I thought that was enough considering where things lie right now. Let's go to the next element, please, and this will explain a little bit more. The other thing is that in Nate Cohn, in the New York Times Siena poll analysis, they talked specifically about non-response polling bias, as in Democratic response rates ticked up in their survey. White Democratic responses outpaced Republicans by some 15%. That was more than 2020. So what that means is that the response rate amongst Democrats, and this was a whole theory in 2020 as to why the polls were wrong for the Democrats in their direction, was because of polling response bias, and there was overperformance amongst Dems. So if Nate Cohn is flagging that in a poll of Pennsylvania, which they have tied, that they have a non-response bias there for Democrats, I think that underestimates Donald Trump's strength, and that means he could win that state. Now, we'll continue in the map. Let's put the next one, please, up on the screen. That shows you exactly what I was talking about, where they have, if you factor in non-response bias, you have basically Harris and Trump tied in Pennsylvania and in Michigan. I'm giving Harris Michigan just because of that Iowa poll. But in Pennsylvania, I think with a distinct enough population, Trump can pull it out either thin or, frankly, he could even win a little bit bigger than the rest. And if we continue down, let's go to the next element, please. What we'll find is Arizona has had a pretty significant response in terms of early ballot returns for Republicans, significantly more than they had last time around. From everything I've seen, both in terms of the polling and in terms of the early vote, there has been enough of a Republican surge that I feel pretty confident calling Arizona for Donald Trump. Another reason is that there was recently a migration analysis that showed that a lot of the inflow that's coming into Arizona are Republican Californians who are fed up with governance from there, and the state has become a little bit more red from last time around. If I'm wrong here, the main reason will be because of the Arizona abortion ballot referendum, and that will be one that was just simply not caught at all. So let me get that caveat for right there. Let's move to the next one, please. This also shows some of my calls, is that Trump is with his rally, is going every single day in North Carolina. Now, the reason why that I'm paying attention to this and where the candidates are spending their time is that spending all this time in North Carolina, a state that you won twice, is not good. And it tells us that that's time that you should be spending theoretically in the blue wall, that they are seeing internally that they have a problem. I think that problem is called Mark Robinson, and he is a major reason why I think Kamala is going to win. Let's go to the next one. Next slide, please, for the Real Clear Politics. If you take a look at this, even New York Times Siena, all the quote-unquote garbage Republican polls, every single poll out of the state of North Carolina in their gubernatorial race has Mark Robinson down by a minimum of 9. The average, the spread, is Mark Robinson down by 14.3 points. Some of them have Mark Robinson losing by 20 points. So the reason that I think Kamala's going to win in North Carolina is I just simply don't believe in an electorate that has some between 19 to 10 point split ticket swing that is going to vote for the gubernatorial candidate as a Democrat and then split their ticket for Donald Trump. I think Trump had a good chance of winning North Carolina, and I think Mark Robinson...
Yeah, but governor races are always weird. They're always different. Case in point, Georgia. Senators. 2 senators blue, but went blue last election for president. But we have a Republican governor, and he's very popular. Governor races are always weird. So I take this with a grain of salt.
Absolutely sunk it for him. The amount of time that he's spending there in the state, I think that's what it is. Let's go to the next part, and I can continue. Here, this is from John Ralston from his early voting blog. This one, I'm a little bit less confident about, I'll be honest, but there has been significant overperformance for Republicans in Clark County, in Nevada. Unless there's a major movement in Clark County in Nevada, which does not see huge Democratic performance on Election Day tomorrow specifically, John Ralston and other watchers of Nevada are pretty confident that there's a major GOP upset happening there. The only way that I'm wrong here is, again, because of abortion and also because of the independent vote specifically, which is categorized as other, disproportionately skews younger. And if that all goes disproportionately Democrat, then the Republicans are going to have a problem. But right now, they're up by, I think it's like 40,000 votes or so in terms of the last time that I looked at it. And people in Nevada, Republicans and others, pretty confident that they're going to win that state. It would make sense too in terms of the Latino realignment and others. So that's. Do I have any other elements? Let's see here. One more. Let's put that last one up there on the. I'm freestyling. This is Georgia. That's right. I forgot. So this is from my friend Ed Asante. He says, quote, "I honestly don't see how you can get to Harris +2 in Georgia based on the early vote. It feels mathematically impossible. Currently at 55% turnout of registered voters. It was 66% turnout in 2020, and it was 60% turnout in 2016. So because you have lower turnout and you've seen blowout turnout for the rural counties for Donald Trump, you have Republicans there that are pretty confident. Biden only won it by some 10,000 votes or so last time around, which was a major upset. Even with the demographic turn, you see major Republican enthusiasm. You don't have the same beef that they had last time with Brian Kemp. Kemp is out there stumping for Donald Trump. They seem relatively confident of victory, and the math looks like it could be correct. The only way, again, I'm wrong here is if you see major white female overperformance, just like you said in Iowa, abortion-style upset, and if you see black turnout that skyrockets on Election Day. So I have lower confidence in this map, but in this scenario, Donald Trump wins. It'll be narrow, 271, 267, but that's what I've got, Crystal.
Very interesting. I mean, I don't find any of that implausible.
Like I said, very plausible. And like everyone who's like, every professional, political commentator, analysis people online, they're all predicting like narrow win or loss for either party, if you notice that. Because nobody knows what's going to fucking happen. Like, this is wild. Because there's so many extraneous variables and like weighted shit. Like, this term is just
I think it's all perfectly plausible. Yeah. What I find almost the most interesting is in this scenario, you basically accept where the polls are. That it really is like this very narrow. Yeah. Every state is going to be within a point or two. Some of them going in different directions than the others, et cetera.
Correct. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm betting on. So I'm not bet. So the way I could have thought about it. So if I thought about this as a Trump complete 2020 style phenomenon, then I'm going Trump landslide blowout, right? I just can't accept that Roe did not fundamentally change the election. And I mean, that's where a lot of your map is going to get into as well, just a little tease. But I cannot accept that it will have no impact after what happened in 2022. I'm only betting on very specific types of demographics. So like I said, in Pennsylvania, Trump, he's got a huge white working class performance there. I've been to Pennsylvania, spent time there. I saw a ton of Trump energy. John Fetterman himself says it's astonishing the amount of support he has. It is fundamentally distinct as a state from Michigan and Wisconsin. He's got the...
Wait, why did fucking Washington Post say that the first polls have closed? The first polls closed at 7 p.m., which includes Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont. Why are there asterisks? Hold on. I'm going to investigate for you guys. a shit website. PBS, what are you doing? When you have asterisks, you have a fucking key. Okay, I can't. 7:30 is North Carolina, Ohio, West Virginia. So we want to watch that. 7:30, important. And then 8 p.m., a bunch of states close. Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Tennessee, D.C. So rapid fire, 7:30, 8 p.m. Big block. And a lot of the swing states. And then there's Arkansas's 8:30, the only state that closes at 8:30. 9 p.m. is the next big. It's Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, Wyoming. So this is also another big, a lot of swing states are at 9 p.m. 10 p.m., Montana, Nevada, Utah. Nevada, that's important. But it may or may not matter at 10 p.m., depending on how the other states go. Like, we might already know by, 9:30 who the president's going to be, depending on how the swing states go. 11 p.m., California, Idaho, Washington, Oregon. 12 a.m., Hawaii. 1 a.m., Alaska. Yeah, nobody stays up until Alaska. Okay. Let's keep watching.
Black and Latino vote there that if he needs to, if that realignment is real, he can edge out like a 1-point victory. I think he's going to lose in North Carolina, but like I said, in the Sun Belt, I'm accepting the demographics and the economy there. The economy there is really good. That is one where you've had net in-migration of a lot of Republicans. You've got people there who are a little bit more business-minded, which generally tends towards the Republican side. But the only way I'm wrong is with the abortion stuff that would just blow it out with the women-to-men ratio. So, and yeah, I guess what I'm betting on is I think the Latino realignment is real. I think that each one of these states has to be considered very carefully as to what it will look like. And another way that I'm wrong, which I hadn't laid out, for a Trump landslide is just all the polls are total bullshit. Like, total bullshit, complete. Polling is dead.
Happen.
They have no idea how to. They have no idea how to even look at Republicans, and that just means Trump blowout victory. Which that would be shocking, honestly. So I would put it in buckets. Like for my confidence, I would say 15% Kamala landslide in terms of my theories of how it's gonna work out. 15% Kamala landslide. I'd say 20, maybe 30% or so of Kamala narrow victory. Then I have 35% of narrow Trump victory. And narrow Trump could also still mean, blue wall. You can actually have a narrow victory and win all the swing states just by a small margin. And then I have a 15% Trump landslide. Just because the weighting though has been so pro-Trump this time around, I'm discounting Trump landslide at less than I am the Kamala landslide, just because that's where a big polling miss, I think, would come from. That's what we've been talking about here on the show. But I still think Trump ekes it out, and that would be a crazy map. But last time around was crazy too. When I said Georgia was going to be blue, people thought I was nuts. When I said Florida was going to be red, I remember people always like, "What are you talking about? Trump is up by 4," and I was like, "Nah." At the same time, I was betting on that Latino realignment here, so I have some relative confidence in this one.
So if your map is correct at the end of the day, what do you think the meta narrative of the election should be? Not what it will be, but what should it be, in your opinion?
It will be Latino realignment. That's
Latino realignment, which is why you give Arizona and Nevada.
Bingo. That's why I give Arizona and Nevada to Trump, and I think Arizona. I think Trump is going to win it big. And so if he pulls that out there, same in Pennsylvania. The only reason he'll be able to win in Pennsylvania is to offset the white female suburban vote, which can only come from Black and Latino overperformance on top of exciting the white working class base. I think he will win. We didn't talk about the margins either. I think he's going to win Florida big. I think he's going to win Florida.
Yes, he's going to win Florida big.
If your map is wrong, in the direction prediction of Kamala ends up winning, what do you think the meta narrative should be?
Abortion. I think that should be it. It's such an obvious conclusion. I have a lot. If she does win and she wins big, I have a lot of things to say about the pro-life movement and about how the Republican Party should treat them and about what those people have doomed us to. But I will save that for Wednesday or Thursday, whenever that comes. But a jihad is coming, if that is correct, at least on my end. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below.
A wild ending from Saagar. Okay, now let's see his co-host. what her
Well, that's probably
prediction
good.
is.
Crystal, what do you got?
Good place to queue up mine. Let's go ahead and put my map up on the screen. Mine is a little simpler to explain because I do have the Kamala landslide scenario. And by landslide, I mean that she wins some level of victory in all 7 of the swing states. I'm not giving her Iowa, no, Ann Selzer says, but potentially that is in play because I'm just not that bold. But my meta-narrative, my theory of the world that would lead to this map is effectively that the combination of January 6th and in particular, the overturning of Roe versus Wade has represented a political earthquake in American politics, that pollsters have consistently failed to capture this newly shifted electorate and have openly rigged their results. I mean, they admit to this, to effectively closely match the outcome of 2020, just out of terror that they will once again underestimate Donald Trump. And in doing so, they have fundamentally missed a significant shift among women. On top of that, Kamala Harris is a fairly ideal candidate to champion this new pro-choice, anti-chaos majority. She has built her campaign around appealing to this heavily female coalition. And Donald Trump, on the other side, has leaned into some of his most toxic traits here down the home stretch. And is in some ways an ideal foil to motivate this coalition, especially since he is the individual who is responsible for putting the justices on the court to overturn Roe versus Wade. Okay, so now let me give you the data that backs up, this theory of the world that would result in this map where every battleground state ultimately goes to Kamala Harris. Could put this first up on the screen. So this is all under the category of pollsters are missing the post-Roe electorate. So even before the Selzer poll, you had, when Biden was still the top of the ticket, Democrats in almost every instance outperforming their polls during special elections. So not only that, you also had, if we could put the next one up on the screen, polls consistently overestimating Trump, actually, after Roe versus Wade and after January 6th. So when he was running in the Republican primary, surveys overestimated Trump's actual vote share in 8 of the 10 states where there was enough polling for 538 to produce an average. What's more, if we put the next one up on the screen, Nikki Haley, his, most significant adversary, even after she dropped out of the race, she continued to rack up significant vote totals, and in particular, in some of those key suburban counties. So this is from a Politico article. They write, in late April, staffers at Joe Biden's headquarters fixated on votes for Nikki Haley rolling in during the Pennsylvania primary as she pulled 20 to 25% support in the largely upscale suburban collar counties around Philadelphia. Most remarkable, Haley had dropped out more than 6 weeks earlier. And this was not the only time when this occurred. She continued to perform and rack up significant vote totals in states like Florida. I think she got 17% of the vote, even though she'd been out of the race for some significant amount of time. And again, those votes came largely from women in suburban counties. In addition, Trump has done basically nothing to reach out to those voters who were at least disaffected with him enough to give their vote to his primary opponent, even after she had exited the race. Now, Nikki Haley herself has endorsed Trump, but he hasn't used her on the campaign trail. He has done very little to attempt to reach out to, disaffected suburban women who may have been part of his coalition and may have voted for him in the past, leaving them open to what has been, an overwhelming effort. This has been a key focus from the Kamala Harris campaign to try to persuade some percentage of those voters and try to pull them into the Kamala Harris coalition. The next piece of evidence here that the pollsters are missing a new post-Roe electorate is the Ann Selzer poll. I mean, this has to be
this
the
is what I
most
was talking about, the
piece
Iowa
of data
poll.
She finds in a shocking upset Kamala Harris beating Trump among likely...
I mean, okay, so this poll, she could get super famous for being the one poll that's like, okay, Kamala is gonna win. Or she could be like, totally lose all her rep for predicting this. So that's why all the polls have been so tight, because nobody wants to go out on a limb.
The Iowa voters, 47 to 44. If you dig into these numbers, put the next one up on the screen, she finds independent women
every 4 years. You have
going
one job
to Kamala Harris by 28 points. she finds senior women going to Kamala Harris by 35 points. Now, on the one hand, you can say Selzer may be missing a lot of what's going on. And clearly, this is a very different portrait than you're seeing from effectively any other pollster, although I'll tell you some other ones that somewhat line up with her in the same region. Unlike other pollsters, she does a lot less weighting, meaning she does a lot less going in and applying her own judgment about, I think the electorate's going to be this, I think the electorate is going to be that. Instead, she calls up registered voters and talks to them and asks them how likely they are to vote and, of course, who they're going to vote for.
Yes, fool.
And so there's a lot less
Project
of her own
2025.
judgment and her own terror overestimating her.
And it'll be abortion, right? Like, apparently they're going to have, like, a national, like, not a registry, like a monitoring thing where, like, they'll monitor how many miscarriages women have, how many, like, abortions women have. Like, they will literally monitor that. And there are people who will, like, falsely accuse somebody of being pregnant, having a miscarriage, but then, like, they say they're having an abortion because they just don't like them. And there are, like, laws in, like, Texas that encourage neighbors to report, like, by using money or something. Like, that is so Handmaid's Tale kind of vibe. It's so fucked. Whatever, fool. Oh, and Elon will put a clip in everyone's head. Oh, a chip, sorry. Not wearing my contacts. Yeah, he's trying to do that, but, like, I don't know if he's gonna be successful. Like, he talks a big fucking game.
Or underestimating this candidate or that candidate. It's more directly what the voters say. Now, that comes with huge risks because in the past, of course, there has been a non-response bias in terms of Trump supporters, and that could be playing into the results that she is seeing here if they end up being wildly off. But my bet, based on the fact that Ann Selzer has a better track record than basically literally any other pollster is in the, in the state of Iowa or anywhere else, my bet is that she is directionally correct. That she is picking up on this post-Roe shift that other pollsters, out of terror and out of the fact that they are basically pegging their results to match the 2020 election because they don't want to be on over their skis and they don't want to get it too wrong, have completely missed. I mean, for me, logically, it makes sense that if you are just trying to peg the results to 2020, you are going to be missing something because the world is so different from how it was in 2020. As I mentioned before, we had January 6th. We're out of COVID. We had Roe being overturned. We had some of the significant population shifts that Sagar talked about across the country. And so if you are just trying to kludge your result to match the way things were back in 2020, it is undeniable to me that you're going to be missing some significant shifts. And to me, Ann Selzer gives a window into what some of those shifts may have been. This is backed up by some other data. We could put the next piece up on the screen here from Politico. The issues she finds with seniors, we should have a Politico tear sheet, but the issues she finds with seniors also appears to be showing up in other early voting data where Republicans are really worried that seniors are not turning up for them. And if we leave this one up on the screen, we also find that there are some other polls that look a little bit like what the Ann Selzer poll looks like. So a Kansas pollster that has a good reputation just last week found Trump up only by 5 in the state of Kansas.
That's wild.
Now, that would be an earthquake.
That's wild.
Only 5 in the state of Kansas. We've seen multiple polls of that Nebraska 2nd Congressional District, which is a swing district, meaning it should be close, that has found Kamala Harris with a double-digit lead. That would represent a significant improvement over Biden's performance there. I believe Biden won that congressional district by somewhere around 5 points. We also saw a poll of Ohio that had Trump up by only 3 points. Again, that would be a significant shift away from Trump vis-a-vis 2020. So this person opines, and I think this is true, taken together, Iowa looks like less of an outlier and more like something real is happening here.
Cool. Okay, the first part kind of wrong, but I like the second part. Okay. Hers is what I want from Christmas. Kamala wins and USA goes full legal on weed. Yo, she's not gonna go full legal on weed, man. She's too, like, that'd be too much for her. That's too bold.
So when you piece it
together,
hope I'm wrong, but with all these polls and the Seltzer poll, which has so much credibility and such a track record behind it, I have to feel like the pollsters are missing something that is truly happening with women here. In addition, we've seen a number of polls. I'll just highlight the New York Times one here, guys. Put this up on the screen. So the New York Times Siena poll, for example, found that Kamala Harris was winning these late-breaking voters by a margin of 58 to 42. That's not the only poll that has found similar results, where those who are deciding late in the game are going for Kamala Harris. Is kind of the reverse of what we found in 2016, when after Comey and all of that happened, the late breakers significantly broke for Donald Trump and end up handing him victory. We also found that early voters have been going for Kamala. And this is noteworthy as well. Let's go ahead and put this up on the screen in terms of the numbers with early voters. So recent national ABC News, Ipsos, New York Times, Siena College, and CNN polls show Harris with an advantage of 19 to 29 points among voters who say they've already cast ballots. Those margins range from a 59 to 40 edge in the Times Siena poll to a 62 to 33 edge in the ABC Ipsos one. This cuts against the grain of some of the early vote analysis that you've seen on the Republican side, where they look at the partisan breakdown and they say, okay, well, Republicans are holding up pretty well in the early vote, and in some places even have a lead in the early vote. What this could reflect is the fact that the Harris campaign may be eating into a few percentage points of the Republican electorate, where some of those Republicans who are turning up are actually...
What fool? How did I miss this? How did I miss this? November 3rd? Yo, they really are trying to win, man. I will legalize recreational marijuana, break down unjust legal barriers, and create opportunities for all Americans to succeed in this industry. So she doesn't really say nationally. So she could kind of wiggle her way out of it. I thought, like, because she used to be for, like, Medicare for all. So it's like, but then, like, the first time she ran for president. So, and she's flipped on that. So I don't know. We'll see.
Voting for Kamala Harris.
I hope you're right.
But
I
more
hope I'm
significantly, that they are winning a
it.
significant number of the independent votes who are not registered with any particular political party. This in particular is important in the state of Nevada, where Republicans have felt the best about their early vote, and understandably so. You've got John Ralston out there crunching the numbers, saying, hey, Republicans are doing something really different here. But if you look at this Times Siena polling, they find, okay, yeah, among those people in Nevada who have already voted, yes, the Republicans have a 2-point edge by party registration. However, they still found, even among that 2 points, edge Republican party registration electorate, they still found Kamala Harris up by 5 points, because she has a wide lead among unaffiliated voters who cast early ballots.
I just think this is too
New York
optimistic.
Times Siena backing up here some of the analysis of what could be going on underneath the surface of even in that Nevada early vote, which, as I said before, is the area where Republicans have had the best numbers and have felt the best about their early vote game. Finally, and this may end up being, one of the key things that we look back on as we, if my map comes to fruition, this may be one of the key early indicators that we look at in addition to the Seltzer poll. Put this up on the screen. There's a massive gender gap in terms of the early vote. You've got 17.2 million people who voted early in the 7 swing states. You have...
Bro, Hassan has almost 200K people watching him. Like, this is his Christmas. Like I said earlier, it's Christmas. This is his job, obviously. And if I wasn't streaming, I'd be watching Hassan too. But I am streaming. And, like, there's no point in, like, even typing in chat if you're watching his stream, because you're one of 200,000 people. You're not gonna get your comment read. Like, that's, it's just... But he's got, he's good. He's good at his job. That's what he gets paid for. I mean, But dang, 200,000 almost. Sorry, we got New York Times, Washington Post, HuffPost updates. We got just over 30 minutes until the first polls close, and I think we will get Georgia pretty soon after it closes. So I'm very excited I am personally in Georgia, and I would like to know if it goes red or blue, because that will also give me an insight into the other swing states and how accurate the polls have been so far.
Have 1.6 million more women who have voted than men. The gender turnout gap is plus 13 for women in Pennsylvania, plus 12 in Georgia, plus 11 in North Carolina, plus 10 in Michigan, plus 8 in Wisconsin, plus 5 in Arizona. And the best result for Republicans is in Nevada, where it is only plus 1. The whole Republican theory of the case is that the bros are going to turn out. They have really bet the farm on the group of voters that, frankly, are the least likely to turn out, which is young men. And
women vote
these
more.
early vote numbers with this large of a gender gap indicate that it is not the men that are turning out for this election that are excited to vote in this election. It is women. And, you know, the one thing that has really been consistent throughout this election, no matter what poll you look at, is the massive gender gap, with women disproportionately going to Kamala Harris and men disproportionately going to Donald Trump. So when you look at which gender is showing up at this point, I think that has to be a positive indicator for Kamala Harris. And so, you know, obviously, if I'm right, Sagar, very clear what happened here. Pollsters missed the post-Roe electorate. If I'm wrong, I also think the reason is pretty simple, which is just Biden's really unpopular. The economy is, people aren't happy with the economy. Right track, wrong track is a disaster. Kamala Harris, you know, really obsessed over winning these Nikki Haley voters who potentially were, you know, a fantasy, and, you know, didn't show up, didn't end up moving towards her whatsoever. They were locked in for Donald Trump. They're just partisans at this point, and that's that. And you know, I think that is also a very possible scenario.
Yeah, I don't even like disagree. For example, betting markets wise, everything you just laid out is very underpriced. So if I had money, that's what I would bet. I'm serious, because it's like, I think there's a 25% chance of it happening. 15% chance of it happening. I think the betting markets have it at like 2%. So I mean, for people who bet out there, that's good action.
Let me check it.
I guess. The point, you know, really comes down to, is it the Roe year vote election or not? And that's the bet you're making. I think it's a very good bet. It's not one I would necessarily disagree with. The only way that I think that you're wrong, quote unquote, is, like you just said, Biden is freaking unpopular. I also come back to it. I don't know if any individual choice that Harris will make, except maybe the vice president, that's if she loses purely on the state of Pennsylvania, will come down to basically anything determinative. I think if Harris does lose, almost all of it will go back to Joe Biden, his presidency, and 2021.
I think that's right. Yeah. I mean, and that's not to say that there aren't obviously decisions from Kamala Harris to be criticized. Like, for example,
the Harris strategy.
If she loses,
the Cheney strategy.
If she loses, the Cheney strategy, and if she loses Michigan, you're going to look at that and be like, you spit in the face of a key part of your voting base, especially in this swing state. You could not bring yourself to distance yourself from, destructive and immoral Joe Biden policy with regard to Israel and Palestine, and you paid the price. That's a possible world that we could be living in. I'll flip the Shapiro vice presidential pick thing on its head and say, hey, maybe part of why she's doing so well in states like Iowa is because she picked Tim Walz, nearby state governor.
Yeah, sure.
Who, maybe has special appeal and attraction in that region as part of what's reflected in the Iowa vote. But, I think Roe is a big part of it. I do think that there's something for a lot of women about Trump's, the way he presents, that is just like uniquely off-putting. Like, something about Trump really rubs women the wrong way in terms of his affect, which has been on particular display here down the stretch. We had this debate earlier in the show, but he has put forth like the worst, most off-putting version of himself, especially with regards to women here in the final days with Madison Square Garden and other, comments that he's made as well. And, I think for some women too, it is meaningful, even though Kamala Harris hasn't leaned into this, and I'm glad she hasn't leaned into this. But the idea of having the first female president and the first black female president, I think, is also meaningful to some women and shouldn't be underestimated.
Guys, can you imagine the first female president of the United States of America, the most powerful country on earth? Like, this is like playing into like identity politics, which is one of the reasons why Hillary Clinton lost. But like, just imagine if tonight the first female president Like, that would be fucking amazing. I know England already did it. But, like, this is America we're talking about. Currently, we are the superpower of the world. So it's a big fucking deal, you know? Like, people don't like to watch women talk about politics a lot because subconsciously a lot of the times, and internalized misogyny as well, but with both men and women. Because it's always just seen as like a male-dominated sphere. Women used to not even be allowed to vote, right? Even though now we vote more. I forgot my train of thought. But yeah, people just don't like to listen to females like talk about politics, and especially minority females. I mean, there's a reason why Hassan is the largest streamer. You know, he's white passing even though he's a minority, and he's a dude, a good-looking dude. There's a reason why it's not female, and it would be great just to have a female president if we're going not for policy, but for like
somewhat
not
of
for policy,
a turnout
but for like
motivator
just
as well.
identity-wise.
No, look, I don't disagree
It'd be great
necessarily. I could easily see it happening. It's in the realm of possibility. This is probably the most fun election I think I've come into, just because I genuinely will not be surprised by any of these. Like narrow Trump, narrow Harris, Harris landslide, Trump landslide. Every single one is on the table. We'll find out a lot.
But it's
fun
also
too
like,
for those who are going to watch our coverage. By around 8:30, we're going to know a ton. North Carolina, Florida, like if Florida comes blow out Trump, Latino realignment there at least, very real, right? North Carolina, if we start to see some shaky things happening for Republicans, we've got a signal. Pennsylvania, same thing. And then by like 9 or 10,
all right, we got a Brit in the chat.
Theoretically, like you can call the entire election if it's a landslide in either direction.
Could be.
Yeah, so that'll be fun. It'll be fun to cover.
And we've also had instances like in 2022 where the Florida numbers started to come in, and it was like, oh shit, the red wave definitely did show up.
Yes,
and then every other state, except there were a few exceptions: New York, Florida, California, and everywhere else, it was the red wave didn't emerge. So you could have that world too, where parts of the country go one direction, other parts of the country go another direction, depending on the demographics. I mean, I do think that there is a real possibility that the Sun Belt states go one way and the Blue Wall states go another way. So yeah,
keeps
anything
dying
is
on the
really
hill
on
with
the
Israel.
table, and some people are, and could be me, gonna have egg on their face, but the day after.
Look, it's a tough thing to do, all right? Like
put our cards on the table.
Yeah, that's another thing too. For everybody out there, it's like, oh, you guys, like, yeah, you do it then, all right? Let's see your track record.
The ones though that really, the people who are out there just confident, like,
oh, landslide,
100%, Trump's gonna win, blah blah blah. The ones who are just totally.
Those are the ones that are totally out of touch.
Yeah, and look,
you gotta have a little bit of humility. Come on.
Both of these segments include lengthy discussions of why you're wrong. As long as your thinking is good, I don't fault anybody.
Well, that's good,
right?
fool.
As long as you're you have a well-reasoned thought process and you think about all the different ways.
I don't know what's taught in America.
Then that's
I
good.
did not grow up here.
That's how you should be.
I didn't
as
go
a
to
commentator.
school here.
But there's a lot of people out there spouting a whole lot
of
bullshit about
lower education and go to school
and
here.
What it's going to look
Higher
like.
education.
And, I would urge the people who watch the show, take notes, and if those people don't have mea culpas and don't fully explain all the different ways in which they got it incorrect, why should you listen to them? Because I've seen a lot of this.
I went to a British school when I was younger. I don't remember them teaching about the
Red wave
suffragette
predictors
movement
in 2022, and they never said a goddamn word.
But I also
about
didn't
why
like
they were
history
totally
class.
wrong, right? I mean, I think I did a whole segment here about like, wow,
Didn't
abortion,
really pay
this, and
attention.
this, and all the different dynamics that feed into this. So that is my mea culpa to all of you. All right, so tomorrow we're gonna have a morning show, guys. We're gonna have a morning show. It's gonna drop for everybody in the morning, and then we will also be live 6:30 p.m. Eastern time.
They literally
here on
just
the channel.
started.
All four of us.
This
will
is
be
why
here
I
at the
started
desk.
streaming
We've got
late
Logan,
today.
We've got the software, and we will start making calls. We'll have live calls and all that. We'll have maps, graphics, etc. Everything is totally ready to go, and we will be with you all week as long as we need to.
We can
until this
drop
damn thing's
in
over.
on them
So
if
there
need
you go.
be.
Buckle up.
So
It's
I
gonna be
have
either one way or another.
cable.
Whatever happens.
I have
It's gonna
Sling,
be
so you
very
can
Can't
drop
wait.
in on
Can't wait to
CNN and
cover it. I love it.
MSNBC.
I love learning little things. There's always surprises.
As the polls
Latino
close.
surprise is one of my favorite moments
Especially
of
with
2020.
Steve Kornacki.
Just because I love the fact.
That's like the only reason why I watch MSNBC. Basically, Steve Kornacki and occasionally Rachel Maddow.
You cannot take anything for granted in this country. Iowa, blue state, red state, now possibly up for grabs. Florida, in my lifetime, went from swing state to red state. Ohio went from blue to red. There's been so many of these where people are, you can't take people for granted. They shift all the time. The people move, different state. North Carolina's up for grabs today. You told me that 10 years ago. I go, what the hell are you talking about? It's like in this country, people change their mind all the time, and I think it's a great thing. So we can all witness that in real time together, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And
class, our Cliff's Notes.
Oh God, Morning Joe, I can't.
Actually happen over the next 24 hours. Well, they come in the form of NBC News national political correspondent Steve
some
Kornacki.
of my family members and
He's over the
relatives
big board right
arriving.
now. Steve,
So if you
tell
hear
us.
some voices, that is
you can talk about the election, or you can talk
we're
about
having an election watch party.
disclaimer.
So
I'm like Willie. I haven't seen it yet.
I don't
so
have
I'll
a
stick
sure
with the
mic,
election, but,
so I can't
Good morning to you.
noise
Happy
cancel.
election day. And in fact, we've already got results, by the way, just to explain why you see 3 votes to 3 votes nationally. The little town of Dixville Notch, New Hampshire, far northern New Hampshire. The old Balsam's Grand Resort Hotel was there. I think they're rebuilding it. They vote at midnight nationally. It's 3 to 3, fitting. So it's still tied as we will await the more fulsome results later. So in terms of what is to be expected tonight, and again, we have sort of 7 core battleground states. You know them by now. I think that we're looking at one of the questions though raised by that Iowa poll over the weekend is could there be some kind of a surprise outside of those core battleground states? But barring that, the action is going to start tonight. First poll close in the country will be 6 o'clock, but 7 o'clock Eastern.
Georgia, baby.
First core battleground state. Polls closed, and I want to say this is
what
going
I'm
to be
talking
different,
about.
I think,
20
than we've
minutes,
experienced
guys.
in the past. The law has changed in Georgia, and if it goes to plan, we are going to get a ton of votes in Georgia very fast when 7 o'clock comes around. I'm talking about 80% of the entire vote in the first hour, 7 to 8 p.m. It's a new state law. All of the early vote, all of the mail vote has to be reported out in that first hour. And we've seen 4 million people in Georgia vote early so far. So that could be about 80%. When those results start coming in, where am I going to look? One county I'm going to key in, and I'll show you right now. To put this in perspective, let me put the 2020 results from Georgia on the screen.
Bro, I want to have his autism. You know what I mean?
I call this right here the blue blob. The blue counties in the Atlanta metro area, they are big. They are growing very fast. They are diversifying, and they are becoming more and more Democratic. More than 40% of the vote in the state comes out of these counties. Biden got nearly 70% across them 4 years ago. The question that one of the tells for me tonight is going to be, is the blue blob getting bigger? Because there's one county right in that area, right here, Fayette County, it's been getting close for Democrats. And I just want to show you what it looks like there. This is a high-income suburban county, about 120,000 people, part of that Atlanta metro area. And just look at this. If you went back to 2012, Mitt Romney won this thing by almost 2-1 over Barack Obama.
Oh, wow, they are inching
towards Trump came along, down to single digits in 2020. This typifies what we talk about in the suburbs with high educational attainment all around the country, and moving away from Trump's Republican
abortion
Party.
can make
if
a huge
Kamala Harris and
difference.
the Democrats are getting what they want out of Georgia tonight. If they're having a good night, this is going to turn blue tonight.
If Georgia
if
turns blue, that'll make me more confident that Kamala wins this election. But if it goes red, I will continue to be.
And heading off other losses there. So that's a place I'm going to look in Georgia right away. A lot of other stuff we could get into. North Carolina.
Well, okay, I predict Kamala wins. Civil war. Putin's nukes all the Kamala states, and Trump takes over as Lord Supreme. I said no, making me laugh. We need all the weed smokers and ladies to vote. Yeah, I mean, everybody smokes weed. Or have tried it. I mean, come on. I'm exaggerating to make a point, but not even exaggerating that much.
Carolina's going to close at 7:30. Again, we expect a pretty fast count for most of the vote in North Carolina. If it's super, super close in the end, it may be a cliffhanger, but if somebody's got a, 1-2 point edge here, we might see that fairly soon in the North Carolina results. One place just mentioned to kind of key in on here. This is Nash County. There aren't many counties in the country like this. This is outside of the Raleigh area. And look at this. It went for 2012 is where I wanted to start. It went for Obama the winner. It went for Trump the winner. and then it went for Biden. So it's what they sort of
weird.
call it's the ultimate sort of swing county in North Carolina.
But what if that means
so
they swing
look there,
red?
That could be a bellwether. Again, a lot of other stuff there. And then just zooming out here, again, 8 o'clock, the polls are going to close in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania has a ton of vote by mail. Basically, the pattern in Pennsylvania is going to be we're going to get a ton of, almost all of that vote by mail pretty early, and then the folks who went out and voted today will start getting those votes released. So you can expect in Pennsylvania that the earliest numbers you see after 8 o'clock are going to be the best for Democrats of the night because they do so well in the vote by mail. And the story then is going to be, as that same day vote gets counted up, is Trump able to chip away at and erase entirely whatever deficit he gets from the mail-in votes. 8 p.m., we're also going to get just about all of Michigan. There are 4 counties in the far UP that are in the central time zone. So the official poll closing time there is 9. But between 8 and 9, I think we're going to get a lot of Michigan. There's a change in how they do a total overhaul of how they do the elections in Michigan. They have early in-person voting for the first time. Millions have taken advantage of that. They have pre-processing of those ballots. You don't have to just wait till election night to start opening them, verifying signatures.
That's
all
wild.
Of that slow down administrative work that can be done ahead of time. And then Wisconsin. 9 p.m. Eastern, we're going to get a close there. And the thing to look at in Wisconsin, if this is super tight, and if we're waiting on Wisconsin, having looked at all of these other states.
This is why I started late, because I could totally see myself streaming until like 10:30, waiting on Wisconsin.
There's one twist in Wisconsin we might as well flag right now. The city of Milwaukee, there aren't many in Wisconsin that do this, but it takes all of its early vote. And we are going to talk in like probably 100,000 ballots, maybe more. It takes all of it.
I agree. It should have been fucking Bernie.
Counts it at the very end of the night. This is usually 1, 2, 3 in the morning. Look, and we are going to talk in like probably 100,000 ballots, maybe more. It takes all of it to a separate location, counts it at the very end of the night. This is usually 1, 2, 3 in the morning.
Why do they do that?
Come on.
Why? Why?
Who would think of this?
Who's the rage now?
Steve, who would think
Whose
of this?
job
Again,
was
look at
that?
What Florida does. I mean, Florida counts the early votes early. And
that's what every
we
state
know
should do.
By 8:30, 9 o'clock, usually who's going to win that state, except for 2000. Why in the world would I understand the Republican legislatures push back in Wisconsin, they pushed back in Michigan, they pushed back in Pennsylvania, but in the other 2 states, they sort of took care of that by some things that they did. Why in the world would Wisconsin wait to take their early votes from Milwaukee to another place and count them when all that does is feed into Donald Trump's lie?
Well, to be clear, that's not a decision by the state of Wisconsin. That's a municipal decision in Milwaukee.
So why would they do that?
Yeah.
Well, there's been pressure on them not to, and they have resisted. And I couldn't give you the
Republicans,
best argument
man.
for why that is. I think that what I think they're trying to do is to make clear, the separation between we're reporting this is all of the early vote versus the same day vote, to make that separation clear, right? For whatever reason. But I can tell you in Wisconsin, and this has not just come from Republicans. There have been folks saying change that. It doesn't look good to have it overnight. You want to make these more efficient.
Yeah.
But there are the rules in Wisconsin.
You don't want to give
it's a very
Trump a
decentralized
reason to be
state.
like, oh,
Hundreds and hundreds of municipalities, and they have the right, if they want, to do. Any one of those municipalities can do that. There's about 3 dozen in the state that do it. The biggest is Milwaukee, and it has been a moment.
So Steve, let me ask you this question then. So we know to look at Fayette County in Georgia as a larger indicator. We know to look at Nass County in North Carolina. Talk about we're going to get early votes out of Pennsylvania, Michigan pretty quickly. Wisconsin, give us the county or counties that you're going to be looking at there. So even while we're waiting for the Milwaukee vote, we'll get the idea of if, let's say, Trump is wildly overperforming in one county or Harris is wildly overperforming in one county, we'll know which way this race is going.
Yeah, so I think, look, we'll start in Wisconsin here. You hear sometimes about the WOW counties. These are the 3 big suburban counties just outside Milwaukee. You see them right there. For me, the word in Wisconsin is going to be bow wow. And what I'm talking about here is the bow counties. This is, I'll show you right here. This is Brown County. This is where Green Bay is, right? This is There we go. Brown County. This is Outagamie County. This is where Appleton is. We're going along the Fox River here. And this is Winnebago County where Oshkosh is. You see they're all red. And the story in these counties is pretty similar. I want to just show it to you. Where you had, look, Romney won. This is Brown County. Romney won it narrowly in 2012. Trump flipped it big time. He got into double digits here in 2016. Then Trump gave back, not all of it, but he gave back some of it. A margin of 11 comes down to a margin of 7. And in a state as close as Wisconsin, this is part of how Trump lost the state. In these bow counties that are red, where he had a big jump in 2016, he gave back some, not all of it in 20. So I want to know, in the bow counties, is Trump getting back to the level he had in 2016? That's what his campaign needs there. Then you look at the wow counties, and again, we're talking about big, Waukesha is the biggest of them, big suburban county. Unlike other parts of the country, the suburbs outside Milwaukee have remained more Republican than some of these other suburbs that I'm showing you. You can see still a 20-something point margin for Donald Trump, but again, down. He won by 27 in 2016, now just over 20. Is that coming down further? The one I really want to look at, though, is the O in the WOW, Ozaukee County.
But they're also very religious.
Has the highest level of educational attainment. That is the population that has a 4-year college degree. It has the highest of any county in Wisconsin except for Dane County, where the University of Wisconsin is. This showing that Joe Biden put up in 2020. He lost, but 55-43 was the best showing for a Democrat in Ozaukee County since Lyndon Johnson in 1964. This has been a stalwart Republican county, but it's been...
I want that type of autism where I can just recall facts like that off top of my head. But he's also much older than me, so I was not even close to being alive.
Allergic to Donald Trump. This is one to key in on tonight because it has so many of those demographic ingredients that Democrats are counting on. How far can Harris get this down farther? Can she get it down much farther, or has Trump stabilized this? The Trump campaign wants to stabilize a place like Ozaukee. The Harris campaign wants to bring it down. So going to look there as well. And just one final one to tell you. I mean, this is the game has changed so much for Democrats in Wisconsin over the last 2 decades. I mean, again, Donald Trump's arrival on the scene has a lot to do with this. You used to look over here in the state, the western part of the state, along the Mississippi River. You used to just see blue counties. They're counties with large blue-collar white populations. These things have swung. Some of these have swung 30, 40 points in Donald Trump's direction since 2016, have become core Republican counties. And what's happened is the Democratic support, I mean, you could see it, has become much more concentrated geographically into geographically small, population-dense areas. And more Democrats are leaning on this county, Dane County. I mean, you can see, look at this. A 50-something point win, University of Wisconsin, again, 50-something point win for Biden. And look at that margin, 100.
There's a lot of talk about cheating, massive cheating in Philly. Oh my God.
Law enforcement is coming. They drive this up. 4 straight elections. I think every election this century, the Democrats have driven up the margin higher and higher in Dane. And what it's doing, and what it did for them in 2020,
9 minutes until Georgia closes.
All of those massive Trump gains one by one in these much smaller rural counties. Those add up. But if the Democrats continue, this is a thing to look at tonight. 181. Does that streak continue? Do Democrats take their margin higher in Dane County? Can they take it significantly higher? Because again, if Trump's making gains in places like the bow counties I just showed you, or the small rural counties, Democrats more and more are going to depend on this.
All right, Steve Kornacki. Wow, thank you very much. Lay of the land for us.
Okay, let's fucking see. Let's see what Joe Rogan says. Joe clarifies why a Kamala Harris podcast did not happen.
Too bad. It's just there's nothing going on.
I think she should have gone on.
You might have needed to cancel on us to get Kamala Harris on.
I was not going to do that. I would have had to. I knew you guys flew from England, and I wasn't going to cancel on you because she had an opportunity to come. You could look at this and you say, "Oh, you're being a diva," but she had an opportunity to come here when she was in Texas, and I literally gave them an open invitation. I said, "Anytime." I said, "If she's done at 10 o'clock, we'll come back here at 10 o'clock." I go, I'll do it at 9 in the morning. I'll do it at 10 p.m. I'll do it at midnight. She's up. She wants to, drink a Red Bull, fucking party on.
Yeah, but I think this idea that you're being a diva is silly because you're offering her the opportunity to do exactly what the other candidate did, right?
Well, she actually reached out when she found out that he was coming on. So their camp reached out to me. So I said, great, I would love to talk to her. but it was very difficult to tie it down, and they wanted to travel. And see, the thing is, like, you can't, if I go somewhere, then there's going to be other people in the room. And they want to control a lot of things, I'm sure, according to the Brett Breyer interview on
Secret
Fox,
Service.
like, people were waving them off. That's a distraction. People in the room, like, my whole goal with her and with him is just talk. Just have a conversation like a human being. You find out things about people. You get a sense of them, at least, a real sense. That was it. I don't give a fuck what we talk about. I really don't. I just want to talk to you. Who the fuck are you?
Do you think they think that you're on
They're
his
smoking
side and
pot,
they're more aware
fool.
of you?
I don't know. I mean, there's just because of my appearance, there's always been this assumption that I'm some right-wing MAGA guy. I was a Bernie supporter. You know,
He was.
I am.
He was.
Not,
Guys,
I'm
he was a
politically
Bernie
homeless
bro.
person, for sure. You know, I always considered myself a left-wing person. I never thought I would ever vote right-wing. But then the tides of culture shifted in a very bizarre way. And it just made me, over time, much more aware of what this
My friend
stuff
just
is
texted
really
me,
all about.
listen, I'm high
Because
as
what this
fuck.
stuff is really all about is just these natural human behavior patterns and these tribal instincts that we have. And it overpowers all discussions. It overpowers what's good for the collective group. It overpowers everything. It's just people pick a fucking team, and then whatever that team says, they can do no harm. They will do their best to marginalize the horrible effects of the furthest extreme version of that, whether it's Antifa or the Proud Boys. They'll minimalize the... It's the same thing, man. It's the same. If you look at what's going on with the liberals right now, so progressives they want the war in Ukraine to be funded. They want to censor speech online. And they want to give the World Health Organization, which is deeply influenced by Big Pharma, including the FDA, deeply influenced. The revolving door between the FDA and pharmaceutical drug companies is legendary. And they want to give them control over what we take and what we don't take. And that's crazy. And that doesn't make sense because that's not what the liberals were when I was a kid. My parents were hippies. You know, we lived in San Francisco during the Vietnam War. My
We got
parents were,
4
like,
minutes,
straight
guys.
up
4
hippies.
minutes.
That's how I was raised. And so for me, it was always like the liberals were the ones who wanted education and open-mindedness. The liberals who were the ones with the ACLU let the Nazis talk and let them have a rally. They said you can't infringe on people's free speech because if you infringe on the speech of people that you disagree with, you're being a fucking hypocrite. You gotta. The only solution to bad speech is better
Why is
speech.
my
We've always
shit
known
not
that.
working?
But when they had the power over social media and these collective groups of people that all had the same ideology, and then that tribal mentality kicks in, and you lose the perspective that you should have as an educated person that recognizes that everyone has to be able to talk, and we have to figure out who's right. And you might be wrong. You might be wrong, and you might be clinging to this idea that you're right, and you're going to do the whole thing a terrible disservice.
Okay, I just tried to refresh my Firefox because I have to do some finagling to get Sling to show up on stream for you guys. Let's see, because like Firefox, Chrome, etc. Okay, let's see. It's not. Okay, here we go.
The feeling
It's
is
working.
it's going to pick up.
Oh, did I speak too soon? Did I speak too soon? Oh no. Why? What? Okay, my fucking keep disabled. Okay. Restart. Let's see. Up.
We can tell you Dixville Notch has been doing this since 1960.
Why is
For
it not
64
working?
years. This is the 17th election where they've had midnight voting here in this hamlet in northern New Hampshire, about 15 miles away from the Canadian border. Other towns have done it in New Hampshire too, but no one's doing it this year. And this is the longest continuity from 1960 until 2024. So for 64 years, they've been casting early votes. In the past, these were the first votes cast in the election entirely, but now millions of us vote early around the United States. But these are the first votes cast on Election Day, and of course, they will be the first results. So they're all going into this box. This box has been used since 1980, since the election between Ronald Reagan and Jimmy Carter. The sign that says Dixville Notch, New Hampshire, first in the nation, that's been used since 1960. So there's a lot of great customs going on here, great heritage, great history. There's a lot of people in the United States right now who are upset about the political discourse in this country, but I can tell you in this room, you have Republicans, Democrats, independents, not just the 6 people who live here, but also members of the press from all over the world and visitors from elsewhere, New Hampshire, New England, the United States, who wanted to witness this. So they're putting their ballots in the box, and once they are all in the box, the town moderator, who's standing next to it right now, Tom Tillotson, will open up, they will unlock the box.
I think I used Safari last time, guys.
And then they will start counting at the table.
Let me make a
and
new
you can
source.
see on the left here, there's a board. And that board says first in the nation, Dixville, New Hampshire, 2024. And they will write the totals on the board. There's a representative from the New Hampshire Attorney General's office here. Those votes will be the first official votes of the 2024 election between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. I'm wondering if you guys, Boris and Jessica, have any questions for me.
Yeah, this is a fascinating window into the democratic process because as we were hearing there from the town monitor a moment ago, he said that the effort here is to showcase what America is all about, to inspire folks across the country as they wake up later on Election Day to realize that some folks have already cast their ballots, and to also, as he put it, point out that if they don't vote, they are missing out. They are effectively, potentially putting someone that they don't want into the White House. So it's really about not only showcasing the tradition, but also the sacred right to vote in this country. I wonder, Gary, in your conversations with folks there, what they shared with you about the meaning, the deeper meaning of what this represents.
Hold on, it's not showing up.
There's so much pride in this.
But now the state of
Kentucky
is closed.
Kentucky just got a win. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to get the graphics up for you.
To Vermont.
Vermont just called for Kamala.
Has won the presidential race in the great state of Vermont. Moving now to Virginia. NBC News projects that in the state of Virginia, the presidential race is too early to call. Moving now to South Carolina. South Carolina polls are closed, and NBC News projects that it is too early to call. And finally, our last poll closing of this hour is in Indiana. We had Indiana, some polls closed an hour ago. Now the state of Indiana has closed. NBC News projects that in Indiana, the race is too early to call. I will say we are expecting quite a lot of vote from Georgia and most of Florida, even as some of Florida's voting precincts are not closed. We'll get a lot of that vote soon. Right now, in terms of the road to 270, we're very early on that road. Donald Trump with 8 electoral votes and Kamala Harris with 3. Let's take a look at what we've got in the Senate race thus far. We do have some Senate races in states that have just closed. In Virginia, we've got Democratic incumbent Senator Tim Kaine and Hung Cao, who is the Republican challenger right there. NBC News projects that the Virginia Senate race is too early to call. Going now to Indiana. In the Indiana Senate race, we've got Republican Jim Banks and Democrat Valerie McRae. Indiana projects that, NBC News projects that the Indiana Senate race is too early to call. And up to Vermont, where incumbent independent who caucuses with the Democrats, Bernie Sanders, is facing Republican Gerald Malloy in Vermont. The Senate race, NBC News projects, is too early to call. Let's look at a couple of governor's races. In Indiana, we have a very closely
Looks
watched
like you're
governor's
using an
race,
unsupported browser
is
version.
interesting
Okay,
given
so that's
Indiana's
not
reputation
working.
as a strong red state.
Guys,
Republican
this is
Mike
working
Braun
last
versus
time.
Democrat Jennifer McCormick. The Indiana governor's race is too early to call. And finally, the Vermont governor's race. At this hour, between Republican incumbent Phil Scott and Democratic challenger Esther Charleston, the Vermont governor's race is too early to call. Those are our initial projections for the first big round of...
Okay, let's see what's the situation. No, guys, I'm sorry. It's not working. I can have it on audio. I can have it on audio, though.
Setting up any second if it goes to plan. While we wait for that, I do want to show you Florida, because Florida is a state that counts super fast. And while we don't think of Florida as that competitive tonight, one that we wanted to look at, and I wanted to flag
Florida,
is right here.
dude,
this is
I want you
Osceola
guys to
County.
see
this.
this.
Is a biggie just south of Orlando. Why
Maybe
am I flagging this? Because this is one of 3 Hispanic majority counties in Florida, and this county has the highest concentration of Puerto Rican Americans of any
Growth
county
in
in Florida.
2020.
There we go.
A 25-point deficit became a 14-point loss. This was one of his biggest leaps in Florida. What you're looking at here is even closer right now with the vote that we're looking at in Osceola. Now take this one step further. What we get in Florida in these initial batches is the early
fast.
vote. It's the vote by mail combined with the early in-person vote.
But
Usually in
I'm
Florida,
not interested in Florida
this
right
initial
now
number,
because it's
70%
gonna go
of
red.
the vote
I'm
is as
interested in
good as it
Georgia.
gets for a Democrat in any given county, because then they count the vote that was cast on election day. That's usually more Republican, and that actually increases the Republican share. So if that pattern holds, Donald Trump in one of the most heavily Hispanic counties in Florida here is poised to take another big step forward. And again, given the events of the last week, you know, the fact that there's a large Puerto Rican population has made this of particular interest. We'll see, because there's the possibility
I love
here,
the bottom.
these patterns we're used to.
Too
where
early to
Republicans
call
vote more on
Georgia
election day.
battleground
Maybe that
states, swing
blows up a little
states,
bit this
all the
year,
bottom.
but we're going to see.
Times
That's
are
been the pattern.
closing.
We wanted to keep an eye out for that county.
I think MSNBC with Steve Kornacki, they do the best Kornacki cam. Like, they do the best analysis with numbers, with the big board. But CNN, if you're looking for, like, less blue biased establishment, like, commentary post-election, you go to CNN, I think. Because MSNBC might as well be MSDNC.
Again, all eyes
But
though
numbers
on Georgia.
wise,
I'm hoping to see some light up here.
he's got the
what
perfect
they're doing in Georgia, just so you know. I said Florida is one of the quickest, most efficient vote counting
much
states
so
in the country. Of all the
that
big states, it
CNN's
is the
trying
most
to,
efficient.
like,
what
turn
they're doing
Harry
in Georgia is
into
trying
Steve
to
Kornacki.
replicate
And
what
it's
they
not
do in
happening.
Florida. In Florida, the law is half an hour after poll close, all the early vote reported out. In Georgia, it's now 1 hour. All reported out. So you see how fast it starts coming in Florida. That's the aim of this law that they're first time it's been in effect here.
So
That's
we
the
got
aim
an
of
hour
this law in Georgia tonight. Look, we're about 5 minutes
for,
past
like,
7. Nothing
final
yet, but again,
votes.
if it goes to plan,
But
we're gonna get a lot fast here.
usually they don't wait until 99% to call states, usually, unless it's super, 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 super close. They usually are able to call states earlier than that, so it might not take like an hour. It might be like faster than that. Well, I remember seeing on TV a pendulum that was used as a swingometer. British tech. So, New York Times has something similar called the Needle, but because their tech guys are on strike, they don't have the Needle this year. There was a video I watched yesterday that was not even being reported on, and it was like some obscure thing that I got recommended on my timeline, and I had to like scroll all the way down, that like talked about how they were on strike, why they went on strike, like a day before election, blah 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 blah. But they also had actually been in talks for a while now, and nobody's budged. So it's like, it's a whole thing. So that's why I don't think the Needle is a thing this year. But usually, we Americans also have a swingometer. Gosh, they called Indiana already with 15% in. So, like, it might not take an entire hour to call Georgia. It just depends. That's wild that they called Indiana with 15% in. But they do the math, you know? They do the math. I don't know how that works. I suck at math. I know. I'm Asian. But that's a stereotype, mostly. But, I mean, it kind of doesn't make me a bad Asian, but it kind of does. I don't know. I'm good at stats, just not algebra. Ambivalent B. Georgia usually takes ages, but they updated the laws to say it all needs to be counted tonight. Yes, they did. Within the first hour, allegedly. So, I'm excited. I am personally in Georgia. So, I have casted my vote early. I didn't go today. So, I'm nervous. And I think knowing the results of Georgia will tell us a lot about the other swing states and how my vibe check is of Georgia. Currently, my vibe check is like she's gonna lose Georgia by like a hair. And the polls kind of show that too. Like Georgia, out of all the swing states, is like either Georgia or Arizona are like the most plus for Trump. So, ambivalent B. I wonder if Fulton County will have a 96 adjudication rate again. I am personally in Fulton County, so I don't know. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see if the ladies showed up. Fulton County, I mean, she's gonna win Fulton County. Of course, it's where Atlanta is. It's the biggest block of votes. So she needs big turnout. Whatever, fool, it's ironic for you. What's ironic for me? I remember, fool, this was made from cardboard and had a person stood behind it, sticky back plastic. Oh my god, fool. When did this happen? When did this Was it like in the Stone Ages? Yeah. So polls have, it's been 10 minutes since polls have closed. So this is Kornacki Cam. Let's see. This is last time. This is by county what happened last time. So I have this pulled up just as like a comparison. Let's see. You guys, you have to watch this. Okay, unrelated to election news, you have to watch this video. It's so funny. I'm gonna post it on my Discord on Pop Culture. It is so funny. Oh my god, my Discord is like fucked right now. It's so slow. Watch that shit. I think it'd be right up your alley, fool, by the way. I think you'd love it.
So, hey, I've got to go, but I wanted to try something if you think I can, since you got me on here. I asked my team. Back in the old days, I had that Sega Dreamcast. They had kind of I don't know if it came, your folks on here could probably tell me. It either came before or right after Grand Theft Auto, which I thought was a little, might not be.
He's talking about GTA.
That's a little bit harsh. So there was a game similar to it, Crazy Taxi. And,
oh my gosh.
You drive around. I don't know if you've ever seen it.
Yeah!
But I'm going to come on here in a minute. Here we go. I'm going to play this thing.
Go ahead and pick.
What is happening?
Okay, so here's
my
the deal,
God.
too. You can pick these characters, and if you get really good, I found this out, and it might be the coolest thing that I've had happen to me. There's a character of me in there. At some
Are you
point.
serious?
Yeah, I'm terrible. I don't know the controllers on Xbox, but I just wanted to try it once with you.
I love this.
Oh my
I
God.
love Tim Wolf. They need to fucking like.
Dude. And here we go. And then
They hit him towards the end of the campaign.
To the cable
I don't know why
version.
Kamala did that. He is so endearing. He gave her so much momentum.
Is that a smart-ass
Even
comment
with
about
his
New York?
subpar
There we go.
performance
Yeah,
in the
see,
VP
sweet.
debate,
Dude,
he should have been deployed more.
I'm not bad.
Oh my god.
Wait. Oh,
Wait,
dude.
you're like
he overran his
actually-
spot. I had the money in my pocket. Here we go. I got it. I got to just
Run
go
the
in there.
meter, run the meter.
I got to get my money.
What is happening?
Oh my gosh.
Hop out. Give me the money. All right, give me the
Cash.
cash. Now I got to go pick up somebody
No
else.
tap to pay here.
Oh, I'm
What is
stuck.
happening
Oh, I
right
gotta- I
now?
forgot.
This
my
could
gosh.
be our next vice
It's a new
president.
deal.
The music is good.
But this is so on brand with
Oh,
him.
here we go. Oh, sorry, dude. Hop in.
I totally called the Tim Walz pick, by the way.
Yeah, see, it's not bad. It's kind of retro, right?
Yeah, I like it a lot.
All right, hold on.
Okay, you're
I was
making a
gonna
lot
do
of
this.
money on this shift though. So you got 463.
It's like a New York. I'm like a New York idiot. I'm like driving the wrong way. They think I'm a tourist.
You're charging tourist prices up here.
But he's in San Francisco?
Oh, this is San Fran. Watch this. I'm flying over this one. Out of the way, people.
Oh.
Oh, that was a problem. That is a problem right there. Sorry.
That's exactly what would have happened.
Quite as bad as Grand Theft, does it?
No, not at all.
Like, I'm
but
not
also
trying to-
chaotic.
I need to start
very
gaming again because
This
my
is
energy
great.
is very, very chaotic.
So this was the
Okay.
game
Especially
back
because
in
I play
99.
horror
I know,
games.
am I getting really pumped hard on the comments?
No.
But
People are,
politics
like,
has just
super
been so
excited.
intense that,
All right,
like,
'cause
there's no
if you haven't
time.
got this, go get this game, people. It is really fun.
Trump had his own version of.
You started playing this because an
What?
intern brought it to your office. Is that right?
No, I took it back there. I just
You brought it.
Well, see, it was the first time I had a real job. I was like an adult, and I had money, and I was like married, and my wife was not really approving of. She thought it was a little bit. In those days,
She
not
didn't
everybody
want
drank.
Crazy Taxi in the house.
No, and I had money, and so I went out. And
What
I
the
bought a
fuck
Sega
is
Dreamcast.
this? Look at the graphics.
Come on, dude. Come on, spin that car.
Okay, let's check Kornacki.
I don't think this
Hold
is
on,
me.
hold on, Kornacki.
So all of that needs to be reported out by all of these counties in the first hour. So what we're seeing so far is it may be in some of these counties they're going to report that incrementally because it's
3%
varying what we're
in.
getting. But I'll tell you, I talked about, if you were watching earlier, what we call, or I call at least, the blue blob, which is the immediate Atlanta metro area. In 2 counties there, this is where Democrats are just trying to run up the score. Two counties here have
Hi, Robert.
substantial vote in right now. One of them
Where are
right
you
here
checking in from?
is
I can't
Douglas
see your
County.
emote.
And you can see here, this is about 3/4 of the vote. And again,
How's it
that is
looking?
probably all of the early vote that was cast
Georgia,
here. Now, to
man.
put this
We're
in
looking
some
at
perspective,
Georgia.
Harris
First of the
basically
swing
beating Trump
states to close.
2-1. This is one of these counties where the population's been
interesting.
growing. It's been diversifying.
It'll be
Sort of
very
emerging
indicative of
suburbs.
polls.
Now the population's now about half black. It's
Where
a
are you
place
tuning in
Republicans
from,
used to win.
Rava?
Harris up 2-1 here. Last time around, Biden won
Oh,
this
okay.
62-37.
Yeah, I kind of guessed
He
from
won
like
by
the red and then
25.
the white cross
Currently,
in the
Harris is
middle,
about
but I wasn't
32
sure
and a half
because it's so
up on
small.
Trump. The key question here,
Also,
and this is going to be the
Federer,
key question in Georgia as
the
we
goat.
start to get
Goat
these
out of the
batches
big
around
three
state.
/ big four.
What we expect from the past is that the rest of the vote in Douglas County is going to be more Republican friendly. It's going to be the election day vote, the people who went out and voted today. You remember from 2020 that was overwhelmingly Republican. We don't think it's going to be anywhere near
Is
as
he, like,
overwhelming.
super famous,
We still
Federer, in
suspect it's going to
Switzerland?
be more Republican than Democratic, but we don't know that. So the key here is maybe put a pin in this. 3/4 of the vote in Douglas, and it's 66-33-6 Harris over Trump. When this gets up to 100, has this moved? How much has this moved? Because that is going to be the story sort of statewide. If Harris lands somewhere around here in Douglas, that's progress for her. That's what the Democrats want to be doing. They want to be squeezing more out of this big population-dense, immediate Atlanta metro area. Again, I'm just showing you how this county has evolved politically.
I'm talking about Roger Federer, tennis. I think he's the best goated out of all the big threes. And I was asking, is he super famous within Switzerland as well? Like everybody knows his name kind of vibe. Probably not the same with Wawrinka, but Federer, of course.
That blue area we're talking about. This is Rockdale County. Geographically, this is small. It's very population dense here. And again, now Harris by about a little bit more than 50. This is all the early vote in Rockdale County. Put it in some perspective. Joe Biden won here by 41. Harris is leading by 51 and a half. The key question here, as the rest of this comes in, is this number receding back to 2020? That's where Republicans want it. Is it stabilizing here? Is it only falling back a tick? That's what Democrats want to have happen. Again, every one of these counties in the core Atlanta area, Democrats want the Harris number to be bigger than the Biden number. They need to squeeze as many votes as they can.
151 people
And then,
watching
if you
Kornacki.
were watching at the top of the broadcast this evening, there's one county, and it's right here that I singled out. It's Fayette County. This one has remained red as all
This
these
is
other
why they have
counties
a
in here have
Kornacki
turned
count.
blue, but it's been getting close.
This is
Now,
why they're
this is
trying
when
to
I say
turn
they
Harry
may be
Enten from
reporting
CNN
votes out incrementally
to
here.
him.
I
Sound like
think we
him.
got all the early at once in these other two counties. As you can see, this is a very small number, and we know there
I
are a
love
lot more
Federer.
early votes than this cast in Fayette. But Fayette is the one we really want to pay attention to because, again, just putting this in some perspective, this is a very high income, high college degree concentration suburb right outside Atlanta, exactly the kind of place where Democrats have been gaining by leaps and strides in the Trump era. Again, just to show you the history. This was 12 years ago, core Republican bedroom community county. Trump comes along, look at that Republican margin drop, look at it drop further. Democrats want to be flipping this county tonight.
Are people super into tennis
we need a lot more vote
in
here,
Switzerland,
but this one we're going to
Rava,
keep looking at because I think
Federer?
it's a test for more broadly how the night might be going for Democrats in Georgia. Just taking a look here, we can go to the far north to seeing what's in. These are the far northern part of the state. This is the most overwhelmingly Republican part of Georgia.
Unfortunately,
so the question for Trump here, he's going to be winning these counties with 75, 80% of the vote. Trump just does not want to have slippage of 2-3 points even in these places from what he got in 2020.
Georgia is the first
so let's
state
just take a look here again. This is
first swing
relatively
state
small, but this is okay. Trump
will
got
get results in.
81-3
So that's why all eyes are on Georgia because everyone's like, okay, what are the polls? How accurate are the polls?
Georgia was Republican voters who were very hesitant
really,
to
Rava?
vote early, to vote by mail in 2020, really embraced early voting, especially in Georgia, just based on the numbers we were seeing from the early vote process. So look at all the early votes that came in from Union, very different from 4 years ago. And again,
I just vote down ballot
15 or
Dem.
% from Union is
Most
more
people just
Republican
vote down
than
ballot
what's
party
come out.
lines.
Trump would be could be hitting that number from 2020. Again, it's not close here, but every one of these counties, they add up. Trump wants to be maintaining.
Oh, they also have the presidential popular vote as well at the bottom.
There's dozens of counties like this around the state got in 2020
Right,
because counties they add
right
up
now,
that number from 2020. Again, it's not close
Trump
here,
is leading,
but every one of these counties they add up. Trump wants to be maintained.
it's so
is
early.
right behind it here, rapidly growing. You're talking about a third white, a third Hispanic,
0%.
excuse me, a quarter Hispanic,
She needs
a
to
quarter
win this
black, about
one.
15% Asian
She needs to
American,
win Gwinnett
very diverse,
big,
growing
guys.
Democratic. So again, we're going to keep an eye here, see what else comes in. And,
Like big.
I'll give a shout if we got some.
Bigly.
Okay, here you go.
T-Bird. Hey. Hi, Tom. Let's fucking go. Dude, okay, Tom. Okay, Tom is a great and a very interesting part of this community. So, we'll see, Tom. We'll see. But we do need your voice here because the vast majority of us here are, hoping for a Kamala win, right? But you're here to balance out that narrative. Updated. Fool. What? Just posted. What? You can't just do that to me. Here's what we know so far. Stop making me laugh. I'm gonna pull a fucking stitch. I'm not even 3 weeks out. Hey, when was the last time I took pain meds? Milligrams. 5? No. Okay, I have time. It should last throughout stream. T-Bird. I honestly don't care which AIPAC approved candidate win. Fair, they're both AIPAC like approved. They are not taking care about the issues I care about. Yeah, but like I think Trump will be worse on foreign policy with Gaza and Lebanon than Kamala will be. However, because Kamala is currently associated with the admin that is being terrible in the Middle East, people are, kind of hesitant towards that. And Trump is trying to position himself as the anti-war candidate, which is very smart. But really, in reality, he's buddy-buddy with Netanyahu, and he's going to give them all the things necessary to finish it quick. So he's going to be terrible. If you're against what's going on right now in foreign policy, Trump will be worse. Trump will be worse. And I know a lot of people are like, they want to send a message to the Dems, blah, 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 blah. So either staying home or voting for Trump. I think it's wild to vote for Trump to send that message. I can understand staying at home, but it's wild to vote for the other team. Whatever, fool. Nah, no matter what, who gets in, nothing will change in Palestine. I hope Kamala will be able to change a little bit of something. I don't know if she's like just playing. She's been campaigning to the right, center right. I think she should have campaigned to the left and continued the Tim Walz momentum. But she decided to campaign to the right, like usually how liberal establishment candidates do. But I think that, you know, she's from California. I think she used to be pro Medicare for all until she flip-flopped on that because it wasn't popular enough, as well as fracking, stuff like that. I think she is, in her heart, very liberal. And Fool just linked to me that 2 days ago, she tweeted about legalizing marijuana on the federal level. Explicitly. Although she didn't explicitly put the federal word in it, but the implication was federal, like nationwide. So I think that she's waiting to get into office to, like, break with Biden. Like, she's too afraid to break with Biden right now because she's running a center-right campaign. Tom, Trump said the wars will end, so the technique doesn't matter. No, the technique matters. If you're gonna nuke Gaza, it matters. If you're gonna nuke Lebanon, it matters. The way that it ends the war. You know? So I disagree. But we can agree to disagree like we often do. Cool. Nice if that could be true. I think this is a look left situation. People are forgetting why Israel was created in the first place. Yeah, the fucking British fucked us all up. Okay, Fool? Alright, you gotta defend that, Fool. As the designated Englishman. Fool, it's all down to the Suez Canal. Well, that's kind of true. It's kind of true. Alright, let's keep watching that.
I think it's my driver. I'm almost done.
We will jump back to Kornacki Cam if I see something.
This is the retro version. Oh, I'm on the wrong side. It doesn't matter.
We're literally, like, this is just literally what we're gonna have to do because...
So you brought it to the office because they didn't want crazy...
Because I don't have a big board, you know?
Like a real person or whatever. And I put it on Facebook or whatever. The intern picked it up. I don't remember exactly how that story went. I probably should. The Republicans will, like, accuse me of never having a Dreamcast or something.
I mean, we can see what Kyle Kalinske has to say about early exit polls, but we don't need to because we're literally watching it live
you've never had
on MSNBC.
Is what I gotta say.
Well, hey, just before I go, you're the best. Appreciate all you do. Gotta tell people to go vote.
I'm a little bit iffy about AOC because, like, I feel like she kind of sold out a little bit. And she kind of, like, never appears on TYT, who got her elected. And, like, it's just, like, kind of weird.
Go vote. There's a new way forward here. Our politics can be joyful, fun, engaging. Everybody can participate. There's plenty to go around. Paul Wellstone, our late senator, said we all do better when we all do better. And I think we're trying to let it
power. Yeah, because trade.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for being with us and joining.
Well, it's going to increase
some
prices
and things like that.
Exorbitantly. You have to go around.
That's what I'm thinking about doing. That's what I'm thinking about doing.
For inflation,
it's been so fun every time we do it. So we might just set it up.
Vice president is ever gamed?
I think you're the first.
I think he will be the first if he wins, and I think that it's fucking a W for the U.S. Female president and a VP gaming. Like, that's a big dub.
I think you're the first.
It might be. I don't think Dan Quayle was gaming.
I don't think anyone. Certainly, I don't think anyone has streamed themselves playing Crazy Taxi before.
All right, thanks. We'll see y'all.
Of course, have a good one. Bye, Gov.
Yo, what the fuck? Oh my god. What's happening with Cardi B versus Musk? Ugh. What is happening? Okay. I don't like Brett Cooper, but I do, with it in regards to sports and transgender issues, I do agree more with the right wing. Not the crazy MAGA wing, but like more center right wing about it. Because I personally grew up playing sports. So I kind of understand. Not just theoretically, but, you know. But everything else about transgender issues, I am fully on the left. Let's see what she has to say.
Guys, there were about 1.5 million stories that I wanted to cover from this weekend, and this is part of the show that I feel like you guys don't get to see.
Rava, it matters how Trump ends the war because he could scare off a lot of friendly nations. That's fair. And for example, in South Asia, it could go very wrong. I mean, they would lose trust in the U.S. I mean, yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree with you, Rava. Like, absolutely. And even now, it's like already starting to happen, you know? Tom, Trump wins next election. No shot Vance wins. No shot. No shot. Tom, I know you're rage baiting. No shot fucking Vance wins. He's like the worst VP pick of all time. And he's like hated in his home state. Like, there is no way. Like, I can see Nancy Pelosi winning before. Okay, I don't know. Not Nancy Pelosi. I could see some very unliked, unpopular Democrat winning before Vance. Fool. Kamala wins, freeze the weed, and next week we party like it's 1999. I was very, very young then, so I don't know. I know that's a saying, but I don't. That's a saying, right? Because of Y2K. But yeah, I might spark up. I mean, it's decriminalized within Atlanta, the metro area, so people are too busy right now policing the polling stations. They're not worrying about people smoking pot, you know. But it's a ticket, you know. Tom, Ukraine needs to stop recruiting innocent people from nightclubs and dragging them into those vans. Trump said it will end it. I agree that they should stop recruiting, but they have no choice. They don't have enough people, and like North Korea just sent a bunch of troops to fight beside Russians in Ukraine. And how is that going to work logistically? They don't speak the same language. They're not trained at all together ever. Like, it's just wild. I almost feel like it's like half logistics, half like symbolic, you know? And of course, China cannot do that because that would be way too controversial. That would almost be like declaring war with the US and NATO. That cannot happen because that would be World War III. For realsies. Fool. It's a saying because of Prince. Oh, really? Huh. I never... Yeah, Prince is before my time. Tom, North Korean soldiers are getting paid. Dude, you think they're getting paid that well? Like, Tom, like, they're being forced to go. And the pay is the cover. They're being forced to go. If you don't go and you're asked by the government in North Korea, not only you will die, but your children and your cousins and your children's children. They kill multiple generations off if you fuck up in North Korea. So, like, you have to go. And the money is just like a cover. It's so scary. They kill off multiple generations of your family. Like, that's crazy. Rava. Yeah, and they are for sure not sending the most stupid... Okay. Tom, Ukraine soldiers are not motivated. You drag them into the van. It's not because of that they're not motivated. They're very proud people. It's because they're like, they don't have enough people, and now they're like, they have to conscript like people who are in their 50s and 60s with no training. Men in their 50s and 60s, you know, of course that they don't want to go, and their wives don't want to see them go because they're for sure gonna die in the front lines, you know. Fool, it's their chance to escape. Well, that is another way to look at it, fool, for sure.
see as often, which is literally just me being on X, being on Google Docs, writing down everything that I'm seeing, and then having to pick 2 stories every day, which is literally impossible. Like this weekend alone, we had the story of Peanut the squirrel and what that says about government overreach.
Okay, so Georgia, a lot of rural counties have come in.
He did not actually kill that man on the subway.
9% in.
Ads being run by
Too early to call. 60% Trump, 39.6%
But guys, there was one story that stood out to me the most because it is a follow-up of something that we
this is like way too early. For a swing state. For a state like New York, this would have been called already. But for a swing state, this is way too early. And if you see the map, it's a lot of the rural vote. Though there have been some of the big blue ones. Not Fulton yet, though. And not Gwinnett, I don't think. Hold on. I think he's speaking.
Mid-state region, and this is the kind of a county where Trump lost some significant ground in 2020. He still won it, but his margin was reduced in 2020. The city of Warner Robins is here. There's an Air Force base here. It's about a third black. It's a pretty diverse county. In the early vote, you see Trump leading 56-43. This is the kind of place. Trump slipped in 2020. He does not want to slip any further. In fact, to have a good night in Georgia, he wants to go back a ways. Let me show you. This is what happened in 2020. In this county, this is what happened in 2016. Trump won it by almost 20
Biden.
points.
She's already at Biden numbers.
Won the presidency.
She's already at Biden numbers. That's interesting.
And he wants to get this number back up. So as we say, we expect the vote you're seeing right now.
That's 81% in for this county, though.
It is for Democrats because it
that's
includes
very
that
interesting.
Vote by mail, and we expect the remaining vote to be more Republican friendly. We don't know if that's going to happen. We got to see these completed counties, but if that is the pattern, and if that holds, then that is a positive development for Trump in that county, and that's something he needs to replicate in a lot of other counties. We also got a big batch here. This is Oconee County. This is right outside of Athens, where the University of Georgia is. This is one of the wealthiest counties in Georgia. It's heavily white, high concentration of college degrees, yet actually still a very Republican county. And again, you're looking at all of the early vote here, and again, the kind of place Trump doesn't want to be slipping anymore from 2020. So again, he wants that number above 66. So that's only 2 counties,
Harris
but
is
that's
at the
what we're
same
looking
Biden
for
levels,
as the Trump counties start to come in.
It'll
let me just
depend
take a look.
on the
I think we might have, and again,
areas,
resetting statewide there. Those are the numbers statewide in Georgia right now. Again, for the Democrats, so much is going to have to do with that Atlanta metro area.
Now they're
starting to get vote in here in North Carolina again.
Now they're going to North Carolina.
Keep in mind, you see a lot of counties, the colors here. You only see about 27,000 votes statewide in. Also going to come in very incrementally here. You know, look where Raleigh is, Wake County. This is one of the biggest Democratic vote-producing counties in the state. You got Durham County right next door to it. Something big just came.
In Ukraine, they were already making calls on loudspeaker to convince Koreans to surrender, and they would be treated a lot better. No shot, really? Where's the source? Bravo, give me the source. Link the source. That would be insane. That would be like 4D chess.
Came in. We'll take a look here in a minute. Orange County. But I just give you a sense of North Carolina. A couple things. We expect what's going to be reported out here in the earliest part of the night is the vote by mail. Again, this is going to be very familiar in a lot of places. The vote by mail and the early in-person vote.
In certain states, this is what I'm talking about. This is why they haven't called yet in Georgia. In the state of Vermont, 4% in, they've already called it for Harris. And obviously there's like a lot of different behind the scenes things that they take into account along with the history of the state, exit polls, everything is taken into account. These people that are calling the states, they know what they're doing. Except for the year 2000. That was wild with Al Gore. Okay. Don't worry, Rava. I will keep an eye on you. It is a big dub for Ukraine. If it works, I'd take up the offer. Like, actually, though. I would take up the offer. Unless I have a family back there. I don't know, though. Tom, did they make the loudspeaker shots in Korean or... I'm pretty sure they're doing it in Korean. If they have the smarts to do that, they're going to do it in Korean. French. The French. Never trust the French. I love French food, but I agree with the British. The old kind of not really a thing, but kind of still is a thing where like the British and the French hate each other. Kind of aligned more with the British side of things. But I love French food more than British food. What can I say? Tom, fool. Then I think the North Koreans would keep firing and shouting in Korean curse words at them. Who knows, man? Who the fuck knows? Good news, mother. I now live in the Ukraine. Bad news, I live in Chernobyl. Oh my god. Hi, Coca-Cola Sprite? Coca-Cola Sprite? Actual Korean here. Whatever the Rava guy said up there is BS. Oh, really? What's your source? Do tell. We like multiple
That's the majority of all the vote in North Carolina is going to be those two methods.
Interesting.
Again, we expect that to be a little bit more
so
Democratic
it's like
Western
media reporting versus like Asian reporting.
A big batches in these counties, we're looking
a big
at
part
that
of war is
here,
propaganda.
The Democrats do their best, and then Trump with the election day vote is trying to come back.
But do you guys remember though, like during like lockdown of COVID, that like there was a video, and it's not AI generated, it's true, where China, they were very strict. They flew a drone announcing to people, like, translated into English, resist your urge for freedom and stay inside. Like, that is like dystopian. Dystopian.
Be a sense here on the political geography of the state we're going to be following tonight. A couple things to keep in mind.
Koreans
there are some big
core
Democratic vote-producing areas where the name of the game for the Democrats is to run up the score. This I just mentioned is one of them. It's basically the triangle. You have the state capital there, University of North Carolina in Orange County, Durham here, Duke University is there, a large black population, also a large the white population there, a lot of concentration of college degrees. Democrats run up massive margins there. We're going to look at Mecklenburg County, that's where Charlotte is. Democrats got a margin of 200,000 votes just out of Mecklenburg County in 2020. They want to grow that
What's
number
that about?
They just want to run up margins.
Also,
in
that
like this.
previous horror movie that you recommended to me.
In the mountains of western North Carolina, Asheville in Buncombe County is the sort of one of two blue counties out in the mountains. It's the much bigger one, and Democrats actually depend on a pretty big plurality out of Asheville. There wasn't
There's also a reason why it hasn't been called yet, even though it's heavily for Harris, because a lot of the blue has like blue counties have been reported. It's like opposite of what's happening in Georgia right now.
Where Fayetteville is, so core Democratic areas, and we're also tonight.
Joe, look at the camera.
Sort of in the eastern part of North Carolina.
That is
this
wild.
Could be key. These are a lot of rural counties and smaller counties that have substantial black populations. And these are counties, a lot of these Barack Obama either won
Imagine if I had that tech and money.
The last Democrat to carry North Carolina, or he came close to winning. And since then, the numbers have come way. These are counties, a lot of these Barack Obama either won in 2008 when he became the last Democrat to carry North Carolina, or he came close to winning.
Makes sense.
And since then, the numbers have come way down for Democrats. They think they can get the turnout up here this year. We're going to be paying attention to those
scary,
counties
their
as they
message,
come in.
though,
But again,
fool.
statewide right now in North Carolina, very early. That's what you see with just over 100,000 votes. And we'll just check back in on Georgia, and we are still
Perhaps,
about where
Tom.
we left off there.
But yeah, China does have the money and the manpower and the manufacturing speed to do that. And it was all over. It wasn't just all over Western social media. It was all over Chinese social media. So that one big app, you know, dude, fucking, I found out like in China, you know that Black Mirror episode where like the like Western countries, you have like this social score, and if your score is too low, you can't rent cars, you can't do X, and it's like, it's a great episode, by the way, but they're doing that in China basically, not to that extreme from what I understand. But it's pretty much kind of like that. It's like a social score. It's not like your credit score. It's like a social score, which is crazy. Fool. Ooh, did I send you the new horror movie? Bingo Hall, I think. No. Girl has a dress on and takes it off, but she's tripping and it's her skin. What the fuck? Oh, that girl goes all the way down to nothing and messes up her friend's wedding. Love Black Man. Yes! Exactly! Fool, you know exactly the ep I'm talking about. Coca Sprite. Would your social credit be high or low? In China, I'd be fucking jailed. I'd be fucking jailed before I, like, do anything. Because I'm from across the border in Hong Kong. I was born there. So my views, and I emigrated to America, my views are, like, not allowed. Like, the last time I went back to Hong Kong, which is, like, I think a year and a half ago, like, it was the first time ever since when I go back to Hong Kong, back and forth. It's the first time ever that my expat friends said, like, politics came up. At a goodbye party, like, one of my last friends, because I went to a British international school, most people, like, go overseas for university and for the rest of their lives. One of my last friends left in Hong Kong was like a goodbye party before she moved to London. And so politics came up and she was like, yo, Mary, you can't talk about that anymore. If the wrong person hears you, they can report you. Unlikely, but they will report you. And I'm like, that's insane that that you just said that. I was like, that is actually insane that you just told me that. Because that has never happened before all the years that I've come back to visit Hong Kong. Like, that's the level of change. And it's horrifying, terrifying, and I'm not happy about it. Not only is it a political takeover, they're trying to take over our culture. When you go visit a country, you try to respect their culture and, like, assimilate while you're there. And you don't try to politically take over them as well. It's just, I could go on. Like, literally, people in China, it's acceptable socially to take a shit, excuse my language, take a shit on the subway or on the street. One person, a tourist, went to Hong Kong and did that on the subway. I think he either got arrested or, like, it was, like, on, like, national news in Hong Kong. And people were like, mainlanders. Coca Sprite, they've been doing this for almost 10 years. Whatever, fool. Also, the story about the Prime Minister and the pig, true story. Really? Was it true story? No shot, fool. That was, like, the craziest app. One of the craziest app. I mean, all of them are crazy. Elon Musk. The cavalry has arrived. Men are voting in record numbers. They now realize everything is at stake. Bro, it's Elon Musk. Take everything with a grain of salt. He may or may not be right. Who knows? That's why we're waiting on Georgia. First swing state. Coca Sprite. I went to Hong Kong when I was younger. All my Hong Kong friends dipped. Lol. Exactly. Exactly. Fucking exactly. When did you go to Hong Kong? Coca Sprite, no longer national news. Elementary. For as long as I live, I will always consider Hong Kong its own country. It still has its own passport, currency, language. Just to name a few. It has 2 official languages. And, although we don't have our own army. And whenever you send shit overseas, Hong Kong is listed as separately its own country. Okay? So, I don't know if you guys saw the movie Civil War with Kirsten Dunst. And one of the reporters, spoiler alert, they get held up at gunpoint by, like, an American, you know, like an American with a gun, and they ask him where he's from. They're all journalists. They ask them all where they're from. They're all, like, Americans, except for this one guy, and he's Asian, and he's from Hong Kong, apparently. But, like, he has a very strong accent. He doesn't sound like me, so he can't pass off as, like, American or, like, British or whatever. And he doesn't lie. I would have fucking lied, you know? But he says Hong Kong, And then the American fucking shoots him after saying, "So China," and fucking shoots him. And that devastated my heart. That broke my heart. Like, I almost legit cried in the cinema. Coca Sprite. Oh, you went to HKIS? Seriously? I mean, I went to the ESF schools. I mean, HKIS was like, you know, the American school. The American International School, that's not the American International School. It's like the actual good school that's like American curriculum. Because there's the American AIS, American International School, distinct from AIS, Australian International School. Okay, this is getting into the weeds of the expat international community in Hong Kong. But I'm glad that you understand. You mentioned international schools, so maybe thought you know. Yeah, I definitely know HKIS. And, like, I played rugby, so, like, all of the ESF schools would play each other, like West Island, South Island, you know, all the schools. KG5, King George V School. I went to STC, Shatin College. We never played HKIS, but I don't know if HKIS played rugby, and I don't know if they played the other island schools, though. Fool, Hong Kong, when England ruled the world, was the great drug dealers. Fuck. Elon is not just MAGA, he is dark goth. Dude, that was so cringe, Tom, when he was like, I'm not just MAGA, I'm dark MAGA. That was so cringe. And he screwed up, you know when you do the USA, USA chant? He screwed that up and he made it sound super weird. It was wild. I don't know. Let's see. Let's keep.
Oh, go get the context, jog your memory, we'll pause.
Don't worry, I'll wait.
And then come back. But basically, the long and short of it is that during the Olympics this past summer, a scandal arose surrounding two boxers who looked suspiciously not female, even though they were competing against women and they were competing as women. Athletic committees from around the world got involved. It came out that they had been barred from previous competitions due to not meeting gender guidelines. The Olympics had been warned. They were aware of all of this, and they didn't care. In fact, they literally told us, what's the problem? We checked her passport. She is a girl. Huh, you guys are just all bigots. They let these individuals beat up women. Women who had literally fought to make their way to the Olympics, only to be faced with these two questionable
I mean, Coca Sprite, I think he is on the autism spectrum.
We are not going to fight against these people, and even more of them started holding up their fingers to form an X for XX chromosomes.
But I can't give him the pass because he's like psychotic.
This story was just wild because we genuinely had no idea whether these fighters were men or whether they were just very large women, especially the fighter from Algeria, Iman Khalif, who we're going to focus on today. But we were told, even by their families, that they were not transgender. We at least knew that, so then we moved to intersex. Maybe Iman Khalif was one of the very, very,
intersex
few
or like testosterone levels or whatever?
Maybe Iman does have both XX and XY chromosomes. Maybe they do have some
but I think
female
they said no,
which
she didn't.
is obviously a completely new and different can of worms. And at the time, and I genuinely meant this, and I still do, I said that if this were the case, my heart goes out to Iman because, of course, you don't know.
They can't do build the wall, T-Bird, because the Democrats have moved right on the border wall, which is so fucked.
To Iman, didn't inform them of this so that they could just fit in socially. Maybe they literally had no idea because it is so rare, but that still does not mean that you should be able to compete against other normal biological women, especially in a contact sport like boxing. Especially when doctors from the Boxing World Championships and the IBA are on record from years ago saying that you have male chromosomes and high testosterone levels.
That's what I've been saying. See, Coca Sprite, if I was playing rugby as a child and there was like this situation happening, that would not be safe.
Bethany Hamilton were all called bigots. This was turned into an LGBTQ issue, of course, and at the end of the Olympics, Iman Khalif won, took home the gold medal, as did the other questionable fighter, Lin Yutang.
Don't
of
say
Taiwan.
the R
so we
word.
had no idea if these competitors were actually biological women. We knew that they had been barred from competitions in the past. We knew the doctors were going on record publicly doing press conferences expressing their concern.
But
we knew that they had biological advantages.
I grew up with somebody who had Asperger's, but like he's not like Elon Musk.
Because this is the society that we live in, both of them went on victory tours, especially
like even
Iman
if
Khalif,
like not all people who are on the spectrum and get really rich are gonna be like right-wing psychopaths.
the most publicity during this entire scandal. And suddenly, Khalif was doing things like sitting front row at Milan Fashion Week, rubbing shoulders with celebrities and designers, and just this month was featured on the cover of Vogue Arabia. Now, amidst all of these celebrity and pop culture highlights, Iman also launched a cyberbullying lawsuit against the social media platform X and all the people
relatives have started to arrive, guys. Watch party is
biggest
on.
names listed in this lawsuit were J.K. Rowling and Elon Musk. And don't worry,
We
guys,
shall
the lawyers
see
assured
if I
everyone
go
that
out
Trump
and party
would be
with the young
investigated,
ones.
even though he wasn't specifically named in the lawsuit. I mean, this is truly, truly insane. A lawsuit against a free speech social media platform because people rightfully questioned your gender and hurt your feelings after doctors said that you
Musk
should not
is
be fighting
dangerous.
against women because
We'll
you do not
agreed.
meet gender qualifications. This is literally the upside down. That is not cyberbullying. That is biology and critical thinking, my friend. Now, the timing of what I'm about to tell you is so perfect because Iman's Vogue cover literally just dropped a few days ago, the beginning of November, and guess what bombshell dropped today? A leaked French medical report from 2023 that confirms that Iman Khalif is a biological male. Not that he's
Wait,
intersex,
what?
but that he is a biological
But
male.
it's the
Redux,
it's
which
the
is just
French.
a great publication specializing
the
in this
French,
issue. They broke the
though.
news this morning, and the report
It's
had
the
XY
French.
chromosomes. But Khalif also has no uterus and has undescended testicles and a micro penis. Sorry, buddy. Doesn't matter how small it is. You are still a man. Doesn't matter if you're.
Wait, what the
As well, just a
actual
great
fuck?
biological male. Not that he's intersex.
What the
and
fuck?
guess what bombshell dropped today? A leaked French medical report from 2023 that confirms that Iman Khalif is a biological male. Not that
Can you trust the French?
he's intersex, but that he is a biological male.
I'm
Redux, which
kidding.
is just a great publication specializing in this issue. They broke the news this morning, and the report says that yes, as we all knew, because the doctor said so and the World Championship said so, Khalif does have XY chromosomes. But Khalif also has no uterus and has undescended testicles and a micro penis.
Unless
Sorry,
you're
buddy. Doesn't matter
intersex.
how small
No,
it
that's
is,
different, but
you
she's
are
not.
still a man.
He's
Doesn't matter
not.
if your testicles didn't descend, you are still a man. Doesn't matter if you get neutered. Like my dog Tater, you are still a boy. He is still a boy dog, and he is a dog that loves rough greens. Rough greens is a supplement.
Her
that contains all the
segues
necessary
are
vitamins,
fucking
minerals,
like
probiotics,
bomb. I do
omega
not
oils,
like her very
digestive
much,
enzymes,
but her
antioxidants that
segues
your
are
dog needs
seamless.
On top of the very sensitive.
But I
they
do
are very
think she's a
high maintenance,
teleprompter.
biting paws as well. And means I'm kind of whether I'd be angry too or not, whether their balls have descended or not, because it's good for everyone. Somebody commented and said, I'm sure I'd be
keeping
angry
Ian
too.
Kornacki, man, guys.
But taking out that anger by beating up women
Coca Sprite,
is
I
wrong.
hope I
It's
see you
wild.
again
In
in this
2024,
community.
That is controversial. Now, in this article, Redux says that the report was
Because
drafted in June of 2023 via a collaboration
you have a history
between
in
a
Hong Kong,
French
so I don't have
hospital
to
and an Algerian
explain
hospital.
shit
So that's
to you.
important because Algeria knew. The government officials in Algeria knew about this. And the report
Like,
reveals
it's
that
really
Khalif
hard
is
to
impacted by
explain to
5-alpha
people.
reductase deficiency, a disorder of sexual development that is only found in biological males. The genetic abnormality influences the normal development of a child's sexual organs. At birth, male babies impacted by 5-alpha are often incorrectly assigned female due to the presence of a deformed genitalia that sometimes takes on the appearance of a blind vaginal pouch. Now, of course, because of this,
What the
it could be plausible that doctors assume that Khalif was a girl at birth. Maybe that's why there are photos of Khalif dressed as a little girl. Maybe it's why his father was so adamant that his son is a girl. But that is not what the science says. Even his
I think
own
you need
government,
to
even
grow up
doctors in
in
Algeria
like
knew
a
that was not the truth.
colonized
Doctors and the science have been telling them, have been telling Iman's families, the
place
athletic bodies, the associations, that this is a
in
man
an international
for years
city
at this
to
point.
understand.
They didn't listen. They didn't care. They threw it back at us. They said that we were crazy, that we were bigots. They tried to hide the information time and time again. They did not care, and they let a man beat up a woman because it was politically correct. The IOC, which is the Olympic Committee, turned a blind eye because they were more worried about being seen as diverse and inclusive.
can't they go
than
back
actually
on this
protecting
now?
their biological female athletes. And these comments
took
were just
away
so
a
spot
gold
on.
medal
Huge
from a
emphasis.
US
The Algerian Olympic
person.
Committee knew full well that this guy wasn't
Athlete.
female, but sent him to Paris to compete in the women's division anyway. I lost so many friends when I stated that he was a man. I was called ignorant and a bigot for not being accepting. Now, if I were to send this to them, they will all ignore it and call it fake news. Another person said, so yet another conspiracy theory that ends up being 100% true. I'm sure that all the officials will come out and apologize, right? Can't wait for all the apologies that are inevitably going to flood in due to the awful things women who called this out were labeled. That's definitely going to happen. Right? Yeah, all the journalists. They're going to issue retractions and corrections, right? I mean, the IOC, they will certainly give the runner-ups gold medals. They will apologize. This lawsuit, they will publicly say it has no grounds. They will throw it out.
No.
No, that's not going to happen. This entire thing is going to be brushed under the rug like it always is, and they'll hope that people will just move on to the next thing. And that is why I wanted to do this episode, especially right before this election. George Alexopoulos said they want men
My
to
friend
be
is at a bar,
crowd cheering,
and they
and
said
women
that
still vote
they
for
are
it, which
offering
unfortunately,
free
yes,
shots for
is the
people
case.
who
We are on the
have
heels of one
the
of the
sticker
most
of like
important
I
elections
voted,
for modern women's rights, and I don't
and
mean
that the
abortion.
bar
I mean the right
switched
for our
their
daughters to be
TVs
able
to
compete against other
MSNBC
women
because they
in
want the
sports, to have
Kornacki
safety
cam
in their
as
dorm rooms and their locker
well.
rooms, to protect Title IX, to stop this dangerous, politically correct bullshit. We were right. The biology
I voted
was right.
blue.
Imagine that.
I held my nose
Thank you guys so
and
much for
voted
watching
blue.
this episode, and thank you for standing with
Even
biology
though I don't
and
like the
women's
foreign
safety. And on that
policy.
note, I want to thank ExpressVPN for also sponsoring this episode, and they do know something about safety.
Wait,
because
what?
most of the time
Ooh,
when you're
what are you
browsing
talking
online, you're
about?
probably safe, you're probably totally fine. But what if one day it's not? Hackers are everywhere, waiting to steal your data. But that's where ExpressVPN comes in. They create an encrypted tunnel that even supercomputers can't crack in a billion years. I love ExpressVPN because it keeps me safe when I'm traveling and on the go, and it is incredibly easy to use whether I'm turning it on at home or at a hotel room or at the airport.
guys.
One click and I'm protected on all of my devices wherever I
me
go.
a
So start securing your online data today and get an extra 3 months free at expressvpn.com/Cooper. Again, guys, that is
video that I
expressvpn.com/Cooper
pulled
for an
up?
extra 3 months free. Thank you for watching.
What are you guys? Alright, let's put the Kornacki cam back on while you guys wait. I have a video that was supposed to... Where is it? Damn, it's 8 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock, guys. What the fuck's happening in Georgia? Hi, Conrad. It's been a minute. It's been a hot minute. We don't know yet. It's super early. We don't know yet. It's too early to call. Too early to predict anything. The reason I'm in Georgia, so this is really important, Fulton County has not come in yet. A lot of the blue places, big blue places, have not come in yet. But it's not looking good. 25% in. But it's a swing state. I was explaining to chat earlier. That's why they haven't called it. And the polls have them tight, with Trump winning by like a point or two. Which I think is correct. Like last time around, I was like, I vibed with more Biden winning. This time around, wasn't really feeling Harris. Even in me being in Fulton County in Atlanta, the most blue, with the largest blue votes in the state, vibe check wise, just pure vibes, I was like, and it kind of reflected in the polls. So we'll see. We'll see. I did vote for the first time, so I'm very happy about that. I don't think I would have... I may or may not have voted if this wasn't my first presidential election, because I really don't like the Biden-Harris administration and their foreign policy. That's you know, a big deal for me. But then also abortion rights is also a big deal for me. Like, the only reason pretty much I voted for Harris is abortion rights and democracy. You know? That's why it's so key to have women vote. And women do tend to vote more in general, but it just depends on, like, turnout. Conrad, Kamala isn't winning. They only brought her to get donors on board. Trump has the oligarchs behind him this time, my 2 cents. We shall see. We shall see. Fool. Also, who here got paid to vote red? Oh my god. A Pennsylvania judge, guys, ruled that it was legal for Elon to basically bribe people who voted red $1 million. Let me find that link. Hold on. Okay. My phone is, it's so hard. My phone is blowing up. I'm trying to keep multiple windows and tabs open for you guys. Just give me 1 second. What did I say before I got distracted? Okay, I remember. Elon. Okay. Pennsylvania judge allows Elon Musk's 1 million voter giveaway. Let's see. Fucking ad blocks. Fuck you. Okay. What? Okay. Okay, summary. Decision comes 1 day before the U.S. election. Lawsuit says giveaway violates state consumer protection laws. I agree. Musk lawyer says winner's chosen to be a spokesperson? Fuck. I had to disable all ad blocks for this site to read this, so bear with me if there's pop-ups. Hi, Tom. Harris is leading in Ohio? That's wild. That is wild. That says a lot about the polls, guys. Where did you see? Which network is saying that about Ohio, Tom? CNN? NBC? Not MSNBC, NBC? Or is it one of those independent, like Nate Silver kind of vibe? Shit, it's on X. Ohio battleground state. Harris. 22% of the votes counted. Harris, 52.3. Okay, so that's very interesting. And that's good. But it's not a battleground state. It is typically red. And only 22% counted. But that's still, you know. And we need more context. The reason why I love the Kornacki camp is because we can see by each county. The 22% on that X tweet that you just sent me, Tom, doesn't tell you whether those votes are because of the majority of the counties that have come in with the votes are the blue ones. But like all of the red counties have not reported. So that's why it's only 22%, and that's why it looks like Kamala Harris is in a lead in Ohio, which is typically like considered deep red, not a swing state. So that there are multiple things wrong with that tweet. And the fact that I still call it a tweet is very indicative. I've been wanting to watch this trailer because it's got Chris Pratt in it, and this like monster looks scary, but like I can't watch this like trailer while Kornacki cam is on, you know? Like it's... Rava. Okay, welcome back. Okay, maybe I was wrong. I was sure I saw it somewhere, but I remember that they said it's from an unconfirmed source. Okay. The only thing I found, which I found, is this. It's Ukrainian propaganda. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Oh, it's paywalled? But the German counterpart is not. Dude, I'm sorry if there are any Germans here, or if a German sees this, like, low likelihood. But how many times is Germany going to be on the wrong side of wars? This is so crazy. Like, they will be the last, them and the US will be the last supporters of Israel. Because Germany cannot be seen going against the Jews again. Like, that. Like, they're on the wrong side of wars. Cool, Anonymous is live streaming the election. Who is Anonymous? Dude, everyone is live streaming the election. How many... Okay, let's guess how many people Hassan has. I'm guessing he has 250K. Last time we checked, he had 200. He has 241K. I was so close. I mean, there's no shot Twitch bans him. Look at the numbers he's pulling in. Thank you, Rava, for making the effort to look for it. We did have Coca Sprite in here. They are either from or live in Korea right now, and they said that it was fake news.
we're starting to see a bit of a picture maybe emerge here. And there's a couple layers to this. Again, a third
Told
of the
you,
vote,
Florida.
You see Donald Trump up by about 200,000 here. I say there's a few layers. The first I can tell you is this one thing we were looking for here and are looking for in Georgia. I was describing it earlier. There's just a lot of very small rural counties that are going to be deep, deep red. And the question, one of the questions coming into tonight was, would there be any slippage for Donald Trump in those counties, those core Republican Trump counties? Remember,
let's fucking go, Steve. Let's go. Analysis, man. Let's go, Steve.
We've got about 10 now completed of those rural, heavily Trump counties.
Let's
We're
look
talking
at the
about places
difference
where he's going to get 70, 75, 80% of the vote.
From
in
last
all
time.
10 that have now been completed, Trump's vote share relative to 2020 has gone up between 1 and 3 points. So again, there's a lot more rural counties out there, but they start to
what?
And when it's 10
the
for 10
polls
so
are
far,
right.
I'd
The
say
polls
that's
are
something the Trump campaign
right.
in that
George
layer
is going
is
red.
looking for. Now,
The
there are
polls
other layers
are right.
to this. Let me take you to another one. We
Okay,
talk
sorry.
about for the Democrats this core blue area.
This is not good
in and immediately
for
around
my
Atlanta,
team.
and we're starting to
My
get a
team.
lot
For the
more out of
Dems.
here. So let's say Fulton County. This is the biggest of the big. This is where
This is
Atlanta
where I
is,
am.
or most of Atlanta. It bleeds over into another county. But again, we've got the early vote, we think, here out of Fulton, or a lot of it. And here's Harris, and put this in some perspective. This is how Biden did in Fulton County in 2020. And again, like all of these Atlanta metro counties, the story here has been Democrats getting bigger.
Part of me is
and
not
bigger
happy about
margins
this.
election after election.
But part of me is
They
like,
want
I
that
predicted
trend to
this. I
continue
predicted
tonight.
that
They
Georgia
don't
was
want it to
going to go
stop. They
red.
don't ever want to recede from that number. And so with some same-day vote here still to come in Fulton, we want to see how this develops, but they want to have the number Democrats do high. 71
not
is a very
good.
high number.
It's
The
not
margin's very
good.
big. They want to have it higher than 71. There's still votes to come, but we're keeping an eye on that. We've also got here, this is just as core a Democratic county as you're going to get, a large historically black county, Clayton County. We've got more than 2/3 of the vote in here. And again, this is sort of customary Democratic level here. That's what they want to be seeing in a county like Clayton County. Take a look again. Gwinnett is still pretty empty. Another one to update you, though, on, we asked as a key question in this metro area, is this blue zone expanding at all? And this is the county we wanted to watch, Fayette County, and we've got a lot of Fayette County in right here.
80%.
And again, take a look. This is what it was in 2020. This
Interesting,
would be progress for
though.
Democrats. There's still more votes to
Interesting.
come, though. But Democrats want to be flipping this, I think, to have a really good night in Georgia. Same-day vote. That's the more Republican-friendly. Still to come here. So is this as good as the picture's going to get
Still
for
too
Democrats
early to
in
call.
Fayette County? Now, I say there's layers to this. That's the core Democratic area. We'll see how much they can squeeze out of there. Another question here has been, and a big one that looms, is when you get just outside this core Atlanta area, there are some very big counties in sort of the fringes of the Atlanta metro.
Cobb,
and unlike this
Gwinnett.
area, they're all red. They all got somewhat significantly less red in 2020. It's a huge
But what
reason
about
Donald
this
Trump
time?
lost the state. In fact, I can call those counties up here, and we'll just show you what they look like. It's sort of these counties here. There's some socioeconomic differences, but we're keeping a close eye on these to see if there's, because these are big, highly populated counties, if there's Trump slippage in them. So a couple we want to call your attention to. This is one of the biggest, Cherokee County. Look at that, more than 80% of the vote. Canton, Georgia's here. This is getting a little bit more diverse. You know, about 2 decades ago, it would have been 90% white. Now it's about 75% white. The diversification of the Atlanta metro area is extending to sort of the ex-urban area. But again, the key here for Trump is this is what he fell to in 2020. This is still a great number.
I think the polls are right, guys.
Relative
I
to
think
what
it might be.
Republicans are used
I think
to
it's going to be
in
crazy
Cherokee County,
tight.
Trump took a big step back in 2020. His campaign wanted to claw some
I think
of
it's
that
going to be
back. And
crazy
again,
tight election,
with the
guys.
same-day vote to be tallied
I
here
think
in
I'm going to be
Cherokee,
streaming till
Trump
like
is already
10:30,
almost
11.
a point above the 2020 number. And again, they want to see that number get a little bit higher here. But again, they want to be climbing, not falling back and climbing a little bit in a place like Cherokee County or next door. Yep. Yep. Yep.
That's Rachel Maddow. I'm sorry, we do not. I tried pulling up Sling for you guys.
Yep.
Where it goes back and forth between Kornacki and the commentators. but it wouldn't let me stream it
So
because they know people do that now.
Want to see there if that Trump number comes out. All these counties in sort of the exurban area. Forsyth is another big one. And actually, you know, you can see here a little bit less of the vote in, but Trump so far a little bit behind that number. That would be good news for Democrats if in a place like Forsyth, Trump is falling short of that number.
Okay, maybe
and
Georgia
key
is
here,
not
just in Georgia that we're going to be watching. It's just slowly taking shape. Again, I will call these counties up sort of in a group on the screen so you can see them. In sort of south and in mid-state Georgia, there's a number of counties with large, they're rural counties with large African-American populations.
I'm not going to send you my login for my Sling account.
They can improve the turnout and either get better margins or cut into Republican margins in some of these counties. So again, a lot of incomplete here right now, but a couple with a significant vote that I can show you. One would be Baldwin County here, and almost all is in Baldwin County. Again, very small.
Does Hulu have news?
But again, this is a place.
Yeah, it's like cable. That's why I wanted to.
45% black population in Baldwin County. Joe Biden won this one in 2020 with almost all the vote in now. Trump 3 points ahead of Harris here. It's only one small county, but we're looking to see if there's trends in these types of counties. Randolph County, another, about 2/3 and very, very small here. But again, this is what Joe Biden was able to do here in 2020. These are all counties like the small rural Trump ones I was taking you through. These are all counties that add up. So is there a trend? This is only 2, but that's a thing we're going to be looking for as the results come in and as this map fills in. Is there a trend there? So again,
I still am vibing with the Trump win of Georgia, but the matter is how much he's going to win
big
by.
One that's empty here is Gwinnett. This is another huge one that's empty. This is DeKalb County, you know, right outside Atlanta. In fact, some of it's inside the perimeter here. It's about half black. There's a large college-educated white population, very Democratic friendly. Huge number you can expect for Democrats out of here. We haven't seen anything from that yet.
Yeah, there are a lot of big blue counties with like triple digits.
In Pennsylvania, and I just want to tell you what to expect here in Pennsylvania, because you see a massive Harris lead in more than 300,000 votes. In Pennsylvania,
5% in though.
We talk about this early in-person voting that, you know, millions of people are doing in other states. They don't really have that in Pennsylvania. It's pretty much just vote by mail or vote same day. And what's happening in most of Pennsylvania tonight is the vote by mail is going to all be reported out first and then the same day. And we expect a pretty clear division, you know, unlike in some other states where the vote by mail we think will be very heavily Democratic and the same day will be more heavily Republican. And so that's what we're seeing. Look, the city of Philadelphia has released, and there's more to come. This is a giant batch all of vote by mail from Philadelphia here. So that's why this will be, you know, it'll get a little bit better for Trump as more votes come in. But that's what you've got right there. You've got
it worked last time.
All the vote by mail, perhaps,
I
in
was
Allegheny
able
County,
to
or a very, very good chunk of it. Again, this is where Pittsburgh is. About 1.2 million people.
They figured
the
it
inner
out.
suburbs around Pittsburgh too, heavily Democratic. So again, big Democratic number there. And also in Lancaster County, well, only about 700 votes there. So really the 2 big cities in the state have come in. We're getting a little bit more now, Butler County and a few others. But again, you can expect it's the vote by mail first in Pennsylvania. So you can expect Harris to have a pretty substantial lead in these early, you know, in the early hour and a half, whatever
how
it
much
is.
of a lead and then how much
It's going to be the opposite of the story we followed 4 years ago. 4 years ago, the story was they counted the same day first. Trump had a big lead, and night after night, Biden was chipping away at it with the mail vote. Tonight, we expect just about all of the mail vote to come in, followed by the same day. And the question will be on the same day, can Trump catch Harris? So again, yep.
Yeah, unit. Okay. Built-in OBS detector. I don't even know. They're trying to.
Yep.
South Carolina.
I was just checking in on a couple others there. But so Pennsylvania, again, and I'm
trying
just
to hear
if
what
anything
she's
else came
saying,
in.
but
Michigan, by the way, let's take a look here at Michigan. And we've got, oh, look at this, 2 biggies. So this is, we set this up earlier. Oakland County, remember, this is gigantic suburbia, high income, high concentration of college degrees right outside Detroit. Now, what you're getting here, again, in Michigan, they overhauled elections completely this time around.
Fucking Missouri, 0% in. They projected Donald Trump as winner. Like, that's insane.
The first time in Michigan, they have early in-person voting. A lot of people taking advantage of that. There's also vote by mail. And I think what you're looking at is going to vary in Michigan tonight. Unlike some of these other states,
I have a lot of personal reasons not liking Missouri
here in terms of what sequence the vote's going to be reported out. But in Oakland, I suspect just based on this margin,
girls should take over
you're looking at a lot
America.
of vote by mail, early vote here. But remember,
but I hate
we said
identity
at the start of the
politics.
night,
But
the
like,
test we're going to be applying all night. One of them
it would be nice to have a female president for once.
It's a neighbor to the east, Macomb County. Big blue-collar suburbia in Macomb, white-collar suburbia in Oakland. And the Democrats, what they're aiming for here in Oakland County, again, look how big this is. You know, 750,000 votes were cast here in 2020. Biden won this thing by 14 points. That's what Democrats want to be seeing again. This was a big jump for Biden, you know, over 2016 for Clinton. Clinton had won it by single digits. Biden got it to 14.
Clinton
if
was
Harris
such
is in
a
that
bad
ballpark
candidate.
tonight, if she's in that
The
double
libs
digit
were so
or higher
lived up.
a ballpark in Oakland,
I was
she's
like,
got to be feeling very good.
She's so hated, like, but she was pushed on us. Like, Bernie Sanders is still, like, the most popular senator in the country. But they'd rather, like, die before they let somebody like Bernie become president. Like, we won't see somebody like Bernie become president until, like, maybe, like, the end of my lifetime. Conrad, did you know in Europe abortion politics isn't a thing? Yeah, because fucking Europe is a little bit more
just to
sensible.
quickly finish Michigan, and then we're going to check in on
And
North
also
Carolina.
healthcare is
in
better.
Michigan, again, 8 p.m., almost all the polls closed. The reason they don't officially close, there's a few counties, 4 of them in the far UP that are central time zone.
Okay,
But we're going to
so
be
let's
getting this
see.
hour, most of the rest of the state to some degree. Things quickly, just to keep an eye on as this map fills in. You see, this is very little vote, but you see here Grand Rapids. This area of western Michigan that Grand Rapids is sort of the anchor city of, is a traditionally Republican region that has moved pretty strongly against Trump. This has been a growth area for Democrats. This is an area where Trump has lost a lot of traditional Republican support. So the question in this county, this is Kent County. It's a biggie. Grand Rapids is a city of, you know, about 200,000 people. In 2020, Trump lost it by 6. Democrats would love to get that up to double digits, and they'd love to make further progress in this region. It's a lot of population here. Democrats see a lot of room for growth. Also up here, by the way, you see that's Grand Traverse County, where Traverse City, Michigan is. Both parties sent their candidates to Traverse City a couple times here.
Interesting.
This part of Michigan, it's not as big population-wise, but it's
a
very
thing in
volatile
Italy.
politically. They sort of call this the cherry coast. You know,
predominantly
cherry
have
farming is
stricter
big up there.
abortion
There's
laws.
wine country.
I wouldn't
this is
say
Leelanau
that.
County. It's one of the
And
wealthiest
Texas,
in the state. Again, these are traditionally
Georgia.
Republican counties where they've given way for Trump. And this is one of the counties, Grand Traverse. You see just
To
a
be
little
frank,
bit of
I've
the vote
heard
is in
in
right
blue
there. It's where
states of
Traverse
USA,
City
the
is.
laws
But
are
that's
also
one to
way more
watch tonight if it
permissible
turns
than
blue.
everywhere here.
Democrats would love
Yeah.
to shift that one.
Probably.
So, again, Michigan, it's early. Those are some of the
And I
things
agree
we're going
with
to be
a lot
looking
of
for.
them.
And of course, Wayne County, Detroit, the inner
Depending on
suburbs
which
there,
state you're
cities
talking
like
about.
Dearborn, where the Gaza situation, we want to see if it has a bearing. All things we're going to watch as Michigan comes
First
in.
time
And we move
Gaza
to the Tar
was-
Heel State.
was
Now about
mentioned on a
10%
mainstream
in
media
here,
tonight.
in North Carolina. And again, you see the Harris advantage. We're just going to check in here. I haven't actually seen them, so I'm looking right now. Again, Wake County.
Okay.
This is Raleigh.
So 8
State
p.m.
capital. This is one of the biggest single
8 p.m. It's
Democratic
8:21
vote-producing,
Eastern
counties
right
in the
now.
state. Not much in. Democrats just want massive margins here in Durham County, here, Orange County,
Alabama,
Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina.
a bunch of states just closed their polls. Alabama, Connecticut, D.C., Delaware, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Tennessee.
These are core Democratic counties and should be. I want to see those take shape tonight. And I want to draw your attention
The
to
next
a county
big
that
group
I think
is at
gonna
9
be very
p.m.
key to telling the story as it unfolds in
But
North Carolina.
all
It's this
like a
one
lot,
right here.
we'll
Not-
know a
don't pay
lot.
attention.
I
There's
think
almost
by
no vote, but
9,
Union County
9:30.
is massive. It is
About
a
the
big
swing
bedroom
states.
community suburb of Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, and it's still a very core Republican county. The banking industry is very big in the Charlotte area. It's sort of a bedroom communities made by the banking industry. Maybe think of it that way.
Fool,
Just take a
what
look, though, at
what in the
Union
world?
County.
I
Here's-
looked away from chat for a
here's the
second.
trend. Again, it's slippage for Trump. It's
And
more
I
dramatic
look
in other
at
suburbs
chat.
around the country. Trump won here by more than 30 points in 2016. In 2020, Trump still won North Carolina, but his margin shrank. It's why Democrats think they got a shot here tonight. And this is a big reason why Trump's margin shrank in North Carolina. He just didn't squeeze as much out of these big core Republican suburbs. He won it, but it was 24 instead of 30. And I think that's a very good bellwether gauge tonight as you see.
That's
this
hilarious. 1% in Alabama.
Democrats would like to chip
already
away,
winner
get that down
called.
to 60, 59, something like that. There's a number of big suburbs in the state. There are some
35.
of them, are outside
What?
Raleigh, where
35,
that's the story. It's
are you talking about the
Republican,
electoral
but
votes?
does it get a
Is that what
little
you're talking
bit
about?
less so again, statewide now in North Carolina, it's sort of scattered, as you can see, in these different counties. But statewide right now, 4 points. And again, we talk about this. Let's
What are you
just
talking
take a
about?
look.
Certified.
So I'm checking these to see one thing that I'm looking for here. We've got Anson County has a, let's take a look and put this in
I'm
some
not seeing
perspective here.
35, 95
Significant
anywhere.
Black population. It is one of the stories in North Carolina. The Democrats in counties with large black populations think
For
they can
what,
improve
the
turnout,
electoral
think they can
college
improve
vote?
Democratic margins in some cases, maybe flip some of them. So we do have 3/4. It's very small, but this is the kind of county we're going to be.
We're a little bit behind. Officially, NBC hasn't called it / MSNBC. Currently, electoral college is 27.99 for Trump. But this is like, look at how many red states right now. None of, like, there's barely any blue states. Okay, certified. Let me see. I'm not seeing what you're saying, so. It's, okay, so this is the AP. So I'm going off of MSNBC / NBC and what they call. So every network tries to call it be the first network to call it. It's interesting that they've already updated it. Okay, so they have, it's very interesting. They have states leaning, like the colors. Let me show you guys. Thank you, by the way, certified. We're just going by different, AP is Associated Press, reputable. MSNBC, NBC, also reputable. I guess they've just called differently. Or maybe AP is just like, you know how they already have Georgia leaning dark red? And then North Carolina leaning blue, which is like crazy. North Carolina is usually red. So I think they're factoring in right now, like current status, like, okay, down here it says at the key below Florida, it says the muted colors is like what's leading where, and the bright colors, it's where they've actually won. So I think that the reason why it's 35.95, they're counting the electoral votes, assuming where the states are right now in regards to leaning blue or red in their counting currently. They're factoring that in as if it's going to go that way, but it could still change. T-Bird. Norwegian state media has it at 9:35. I guess they're following AP. I don't know. I don't think this is right. Let's look at CNN. Let's look at CNN. Well, I'm gonna pull up CNN. What do they have it as? Do they have the electoral? I don't even think CNN has a electoral college up yet. They must. I'm not seeing the Electoral College count on CNN right now, which is wild. There's no shot. Am I missing? Okay, it says road to 270. Yeah, CNN doesn't have anything up. Let's see what Fox is saying. Oh, God. LA is probably LA. Is that Louisiana? Yeah, Louisiana. Wow. Fox News has it at 72, Harris, 105, Trump. So I think this is super weird right now. I think every news network has it differently. Kornacki is listening to his earpiece. Maybe he's getting some new info. So here. So look, Harris is 72, 105. And Fox News is a right-wing, super right-wing network. So, and then you have AP that has it at 35.95. And then you have MSNBC, which is the left-wing network, which has it at like a different number. I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sure it'll show up at the bottom banner. It's weird. Usually, like on like previous elections, all the big networks, they have it at the same. Like they don't diverge this much. This election is like crazy. It's wild. Yeah, Virginia and North Carolina blue is weird. I don't know. I think AP and Fox News are both calling it too early. I think, okay, so they have it 27.99 for MSNBC. I think that MSNBC is most accurate because they're not jumping the gun. They're not factoring it lean X, lean Y, or lean R, lean D. Yeah, definitely weird certified. Defo weird. Where did you vote again, certified? I think you're in Florida, right? I may be wrong. I haven't streamed for 3 weeks, so please bear with me. I was on, yes, you're in Florida. Sorry, but your state has gone red. It's no longer purple. Matt Gaetz is your congressman? No shot. Yo, he's disgusting. Oh my god. He like totally trafficked girls. He is so disgusting and smarmy and slimy and like creepy. Maybe not creepy. Like predatory vibes. Like as a woman, when you're around men, certain men give off certain vibes. Okay? And that's the vibe that Matt Gaetz puts out. The Senate will be interesting. I think Republicans will retain the Senate, but it's the matter of like how much, right? Is there going to be a shift? Even 1 or 2 shifts can be a big deal, whatever. Okay, so they just updated to 27.105 for MSNBC. So 105 is in line with Fox, actually. Oh no, Fox has got it at 111. 72 for Harris. Still 27 from MSNBC. AP has got it at 49 Harris, 101 Trump. So, okay, it just depends on which network and news organization we're going to go by certified. I worked with my buddy from college, Rebecca, for Congress. She lost. Aw, that's not good. Coca Sprite, how is VA pink? I don't know. Maybe she was too sweet certified. Fool. Can confirm Mary has a restraining order. Stop. You're making me smile too much. Or laugh too much. $49,101. Who are you going by? Yeah, you're going by AP. You can go by AP, you can go by Fox, you can go by MSNBC. I'm going to go by Kornacki Cam because he is the most, like, comprehensive, I think. I think the other, because every network wants to beat each other to, like, be the most right and the first to be the most right. But I think that doesn't really, I think it's changed for this election because of the freaking polls. The freaking polls, man. Definitely not Fox. Fox is very heavily right-wing. AP is more neutral. MSNBC is very left-wing. But the difference is that for elections, Kornacki is not like this. He's not like very biased left-wing. He does a lot of analysis and caveats and all that kind of stuff. So that's why I trust him. And he's way better with numbers and history, all that kind of stuff, compared to CNN. CNN also has a different number up. Let's see. I don't know. I think AP also has a slight left-wing bias, but it's definitely considered a moderate left source. AP doesn't care about being first. They are the most conservative in terms of calling winners. I don't know about that. House, Senate control up for grabs in 2024 as voters elect a new Congress. Okay, let's click on that. That's interesting. Let me just scroll down to see. Okay. So, let's see. Republicans favored to win the Senate. Democrats currently have a 51-49 edge, but Republicans are favored to capture the majority. Oh no! As expected, the Republicans will pick up an open seat in deep West Virginia. Fuck Joe Manchin. BT dubs. That seat alone would be enough for the GOP to control the chamber if Trump wins the presidency. They're gonna have all three. They're gonna have a supermajority. We're fucked. Women are fucked. If Harris wins, Republicans will have one more seat in addition to Virginia to capture the Senate. The party's also looking to flip. Okay, whatever. Democrats are defending 5 seats in purple states and highly okay. What do you guys think is going to happen with Ted Cruz? I think he's still going to eke out a win because he's Ted Cruz. But, like, people are always talking about, like, oh, like, Texas, Ted Cruz, they can flip him. I don't think so. Close fight for the House. Knife's edge. It's always a knife edge. Republicans currently hold a majority, 220 to 212, with 3 vacancies. 2 in safe blue seats, 1 in a safe red seat. Democrats will need to pick up just 4 seats in order to capture control of the House, and with it, the Speaker's gavel and chairmanships of all committees. Okay.
Yeah, and again, now a little bit more than 10% statewide, heavily the vote by mail here. That's why you see such a massive Harris lead. Not just heavily vote by mail, but heavily Philadelphia and Pittsburgh area, Allegheny County. Those are the two
winning?
biggest
I don't
in the state.
understand this election
I think why don't we just
system.
give you a sense here over the next
That's
couple hours
totally
as
fair,
Pennsylvania
Mob.
starts to take shape,
It's fucking
what we're going to
complicated.
be looking at, because this could be absolutely critical, obviously, when we start talking about road to 270 scenarios. So, first of all, for Democrats in Philadelphia, it's just a question of margin. Harris is going to win this very big, but let me just show you what happened in 2020. This is what it looked like, and this was a margin for Democrats. You could see Biden 603,000, Trump 132,000. That is a margin of about 470,000 votes for Democrats out of Philadelphia. I think one of the numbers to keep an eye on as Philadelphia and Pennsylvania comes in is, does that get up to, if that got to 500,000, maybe set that as a bit of a benchmark here. If Democrats can get that up to 500,000, I think they're going to be feeling very good about what they can do.
That's
in
a high
Pennsylvania.
bar.
Can they drive that number up? Because, while this is a big number for Democrats, this 81-18 victory for Biden over Trump, there was a little bit of slippage there. This is just the city of Philadelphia. A little bit of slippage there for Democrats.
Guys.
Give it relative to what they used to
I
get
think Trump might
out of
win.
Philadelphia. It's because in 2020,
Guys.
Trump made gains with Hispanic voters in Hispanic precincts and neighborhoods of Philadelphia. So that's one of the things to watch tonight. Democrats are getting a big margin, but how big? Is it going north of 470? Is it getting up to 5? Or does this tick down another point or two in either direction here?
It's
so we're gonna
not
be
looking
looking at
good,
that
guys.
in
It's
Philadelphia.
not looking good.
The other big thing, look, the collar counties of Philadelphia. These four right here. It's Delaware County, Chester County, Montgomery County.
Answer your question,
and
Mob.
Bucks
Give me a
County.
second. You want to listen to
Take it in almost
Kornacki?
two sections here. Take these three together. Delaware County, where we do have a little bit of vote, can show you right now. Core Democratic County, this is a little bit more racially diverse. You see Biden won this by 26 points. It's
Who do
just
you want
about
to
running
win,
up the number
Focus
for
Bright?
Democrats in Delaware
What's
County,
happening
as
with
is the
Kornacki,
case
Cam?
in Chester County. Now, Chester County, again, this fits that profile we talk about. High concentration of college degrees, higher income. There's no county in Pennsylvania in the Trump era that has become more Democratic to the degree that Chester County has. So as you start to look at the results come in here tonight, it'll be a while. See what Biden got here, 58%.
Agreed, certified.
Maybe set a benchmark in your head of 60%. Can Harris break 60% in Chester? Because what's happening
He has
in
all these
Pennsylvania,
info.
This is going to be a theme in the two other northern tier battleground states. What's happening in Pennsylvania is the Democratic base is geographically contracting. Trump came along in 2016 and he started to run up massive margins in rural areas of the state, rural blue-collar areas of the state. And what's happened is the Democratic base has become more geographically concentrated into cities and metro areas. Again, suburbs, places, as I say, keep saying
SCMP,
it, but
which is the
it's what
premier,
stats
it's like the
show.
New York Times
High
of Hong Kong,
concentrations of college degrees. So what the
is
Democrats
reporting
increasingly
live
need to do is just focus
this
on running up margins
around the
in
world, just to
those
show you how
places
important
that
this
can
is.
offset the Trump gains elsewhere in the state. So that's what these three counties are all about. Bucks is a big one, about 450,000 people here. It's a little bit different. This is a true swing county here. How this one goes tonight could tell us a lot about how the state is going. It's just, it's more blue collar than these other collar counties. So we're going to be watching there. South Central, Pennsylvania, sort of this region in here, Harrisburg, Lancaster, York. This is actually an area. There are some Republican counties in here, but this is an area where Trump had some slippage. Cumberland County, this is an area where Trump had some slippage in 2020, a potential area of growth here for Democrats. We're going to keep an eye on this region. Western Pennsylvania, you see a lot of blue here again because it's vote by mail. These are almost all going to be red tonight. And this is, when you say Trump has been running up the score, these are the counties where he gets 65, 70, 75% of the vote, all in this part of the state. And I think where the game may be won or lost in Pennsylvania is going to be northeast Pennsylvania. I think we showed you at the start of the night, but I'll go back to it again. Going to be paying a lot of attention to Lackawanna County, and we've got about a quarter of the vote in here. Again, this is the vote by mail, but here's the story in Lackawanna County where the city of Scranton is. This was pre-Trump a big Democratic bastion. Trump, look at that. He almost won this in 2016. What a shift. Democrats actually jumped up to close to a 10-point win here in 2020. Was that
Okay,
because
hold
Joe
on.
Biden
Hold
and his
on.
Scranton
Hold
ties?
the fucking phone.
Was that because of something else, changing attitudes towards Trump, perhaps? Big question here, and there's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin. Big question here is, can Trump get this back to 2016 levels, or really, can he win this county? That's what he wants to be doing. And there's also a lot of these counties in this sort of this stretch of the state
Don't
right
lurk
here.
for too long.
You've got a lot of
Polls are
counties with
close.
substantial Hispanic populations, and that's the other thing that the Trump campaign has
MSNBC
been
is at
talking
30
about.
for Harris,
David
105
Brooks
for Trump.
is where the city of Reading is. Reading is about
certified, and then
2/3
nothing
Hispanic,
about Harris,
largest
national
concentration of Hispanic voters anywhere in the state. Trump actually, he lost the city of Reading. He made gains there in 2020. He made gains in a lot of these small, mid-sized cities in Pennsylvania, sort of
Where
this
did
part of
I
the state
vote?
right here that
I
have
voted in
substantial
Georgia,
Hispanic
but
populations. His
Fulton
campaign
County.
is betting a lot on that being a trend that continues this election, and there being improvement for Trump in those small, mid-sized cities and the counties around them. So we're going to be paying attention to that as it comes in. So again, Democrats just need to get massive margins out of Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and the suburbs right around them, and Trump needs to get back to his 2016 levels in the blue-collar parts of the state. Again, it's pretty much just vote by mail that you're seeing there in Pennsylvania. But as this takes shape, that's what we're going to be looking for.
I'm hungry.
And just take a quick look back here at Georgia. We've been monitoring everything.
It's not looking good in Georgia.
One thing I've been looking at, and this is
But it's
the
a
clearest thing yet in
big,
terms of completed counties,
big
you're always looking to see
compared
when you
to
have
the
all the
polls.
vote in a county, and you compare it to the last election, and you say, is there
And
a trend?
Fulton's in.
So one of the things, there's like 3 or 4 of these categories we're looking at, but one of them we've said is the rural counties in Georgia. The
Dude, this
heavily
is
Republican
bad.
rural counties, and it's very consistent. We now have
Over
15, maybe 20
50%.
of them that are basically complete right now. Very
The polls
small,
predicted
but in
only
just
like
about
a
all
1
of
or
them,
2
Trump
point
is running
edge for
point
Trump.
to 3 points better
But
than
look
he
at
did
it
in
now.
2020. And that was one of our questions in Georgia. Is Trump going to slip a couple of potentially critical
That's
points
crazy.
in his core parts of the state? So we are not seeing that there.
I
but there's a
predicted
lot
Georgia
more,
was
obviously,
gonna
we're
go
going to
red
be looking for
this
as
time.
Georgia continues to
This
come in.
time around. Rachel Maddow was saying something. I'm so fucking hungry. I haven't eaten dinner yet because I'm cut streaming. And I'm gonna be streaming for another at least 2 hours because of this crazy. It's gonna be fucking close. It's not gonna be a landslide. It's gonna be close. IMO. This could still change very early. A lot of red states. There's only been like handful of blue states that have gone declared for like electoral college wise for Harris. Look at that. And a lot more red states have been declared electoral college wise for Trump. Vance is an yeah. Vance is an NPC. Yeah. Yep. He's weird. He's weird and chronically online. People don't like Trump, but Harris is just... Dude, Harris, she should have... If she loses, I was right about her not running to the center right was the wrong move. She should have ran left. When she first got in, she should have... Like, people were excited that she was going to diverge from Biden. And B, secondly, they were excited about the Tim Walz pick. And he's like very left, but also like very like everyman, kind of like, what's his face in Pennsylvania before he had the stroke? Who's that guy? The name of the guy? Fetterman. After stroke, post-stroke Fetterman is insane with like foreign policy. What's the best Dem for Prez? What do you mean? Coke Sprite. Somehow I think Dems would have more votes if it was Walz versus Trump. Oh, absolutely. I mean, like misogyny is. We've had a black president get granted half, but he looks more black than white. If you know anybody or grew up with anybody who is mixed children come out one way or the other, typically. Anyway, this is a really big statement, but just in relation to the presidency, we are more ready for a black person to be president than a woman. Like, that is how ingrained into the society the patriarchy is, even at 2024, that this is happening. That we still haven't had a female president, but we've had a black president. Like, that is the level. Like, we are such a racist country, but also a very diverse country that has the capability to live peacefully relatively together and not go on all-out war like in the Middle East. But we are a very sexist country, and I think more sexist than racist. But it's not as apparent in everyday life. I think people would say the opposite, especially with police violence. But with things like politics, abso-freaking-lutely, it's the other way around. Things with like roles for like Hollywood, women over 40. There's like the 40 rule where women over 40 only get certain roles. But men can have any sort of roles up until however old. You know, they can still be the love interest, you know, and not just relegated to the mother role or grandmother role, you know? Hi, John. Yeah, I predicted Georgia was going to go red. I'm pretty sure Georgia's going to go red. I could be wrong, but just vibe check wise, like in Fulton, like I'm in Fulton, I was like, nope. But the question is how off the polls are with the actual, like percentage wise, with like the actual results, because then that'll tell us a lot about the other states and how off or not off the polls are. Sorry, my phone is blowing up. Okay. Coke Sprite. It's because she's a woman. She's just... What? Is that your opinion, Coke Sprite? Or are you saying that that is the opinion of a lot of people? I think that is a good argument in regards to, like, she is a bad politician. I mean, like, it was a closed, they just kind of, like, we didn't elect her when Biden, like, dropped out. It wasn't an open one where, like, we could elect a new person. When she ran for president last time, she was the first one to drop out of all the candidates, even before a single vote was cast. So she's definitely not a strong candidate. But she's better than Biden. But I think she did not run a good campaign. Coke Sprite, I have a question for you, Mary. Can you list 3 things Harris wants to change about America that isn't formed based on going against Trump? Well, going against Trump is kind of subjective, but I'd say, like, she's not my favorite candidate. I'm a Bernie person, and I kind of held my nose and voted for her because of abortion rights. That's basically... And democracy. And she wants to legalize weed federally. Raise taxes for the ultra wealthy. And if she follows in the steps of Biden, his administration has been very union friendly and very, like, not allowing, like, mergers, big mergers. So that's good. But I heavily disagree with their foreign policy. Coke Sprite campaigns. are supposed to be ran on things based on what you've done in the past. Harris hasn't done anything. She doesn't come in. Okay. That is like an argument that I've heard. But she's the VP. Vice presidents like don't actually have any power. They are symbolic. Like Biden basically did nothing when he was the VP for Obama. Like they don't actually make the decisions. So I think that is a faulty or like a misrepresentation. And she is a tightrope to walk because she does want to take the dubs of the Biden administration, but she needs to also distance herself from the unpopular things that Biden has done. And she, in my opinion, she has not distanced herself far enough. I need a shot, man. Okay. Certified. Wait, hold on. Hold on, slow down, chat. Her career during before being an MP is basically nothing. Well, I wouldn't say nothing. She's had legislative, judicial experience, and what you call the executive experience. I think that's more qualifications than Trump went before he first got elected. Certified, I want one, lol. What do you want? I have a glass. Oh, a drink? I need a freaking drink, and I need, like, some weed. But that'll affect my recall. Weed more than alcohol. So I'm gonna hold off on that until later on in the night. Hopefully I won't need it. Okay, so 30, 105. Okay, let's see what the AP is saying. 71, 101. So the AP has actually changed. AP has changed, guys. Certified. Let's see what Fox has done. Fox has not changed. AP has changed, lowering Trump. But they have North Carolina now leaning red. But they have Pennsylvania leaning blue. Maine is leaning red. That's wild. Okay, that's giving me anxiety. I don't like how they do it. Yeah, I don't like how AP's doing it right now. Coke Sprite. And even if Trump wins, abortion is still a state by state. Yeah, but not Project 2025. Okay, I can't. That's rage bait. That's rage bait. Certified. I bet you get drunk fast. Haha, you're Asian. I mean, I definitely get flushed, but that's why I wear, one of the reasons why I wear makeup. But, when I drink. But I wouldn't say, I'd say I'm a lightweight now because I drink less. But I think you build up your tolerance. I used to have a higher tolerance, but I don't really like drinking as much now. But I have a hell of a lot of wine that I need to open. Still. We don't know yet, Tom. And we know who you want to win. You're skinny and tall. Right now, Electoral College-wise, Trump. But we haven't gotten a lot of blue states, so that's the caveat. Popular vote-wise, I don't. Let me... I think CNN had it. Hold on. No, popular vote, Trump is leading, according to the AP, with 53.7%, and Kamala with 45.1%. Bro, guys, crazy story. I was on the train back from the airport, getting back to the apartment, and we literally talked to Chase Oliver, the Libertarian candidate, who has 0.4%. He was pitching himself to me and to my friend. And I do not agree with anything that the Libertarian Party stands for. But my friend is more friendly and less not confrontational, but more less direct than I am. And I was pretty tired. It was late at night. It's midnight or whatever, and I was hauling luggage. And at one point I just couldn't hear it anymore, and I called him out. I was like, I don't even remember what we were talking about, but I fucking called him out. And it was so awkward, but he paid attention to me and what I was talking about. But then my friend jumped in because you could clearly see that there was tension and that he was never going to convince me. So then they continued to have a conversation, and I was like, fuck this. I was like, I can't. Certified and Irish a little bit, I think. My cousin is libertarian. He hates the federal. Oh yeah, I mean, that's libertarian, right? And loves guns. I mean, that's not necessarily just a libertarian thing. I mean, just talk to a libertarian about roads. And water. Oh my god. Elon, okay, I've seen that, Tom. I've seen that clip about him declaring himself as Dark MAGA. So cringe. Okay, so it's 9. So, okay, it's legit 9. We got a bunch of states just closed. Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, 2 important swing states. Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York just closed. North Dakota, Texas, South Dakota, Wyoming. Okay, that's the, 2 of the big chunks have closed. So now it's just a matter of time of reporting and counting. Let's watch it again. No! Okay, maybe. In the meantime. I'll lower the volume so I don't break your eardrums.
Elon Musk!
I'm not just MAGA. I'm Dark Gothic MAGA. The energy in this room is incredible. All government spending is taxation. So whether it's direct taxation or all government spending, it either becomes inflation or it's direct taxation. Your money is being wasted, and the Department of Government Efficiency is going to fix that. America's just not just going to be great. America is going to reach heights that it has never seen before. The future is going to be
Coach
amazing.
Oh my God. I am cringing. I am cringing so much.
You guys are awesome. Honestly, this is.
Oh my God. I cannot, Tom. I cannot. I'm so hungry. I have not eaten dinner because I've been freaking streaming. Okay, no one is like paying attention to what is going on in Israel right now. And I think it's strategic that Netanyahu announced his firing of his person that does defense, Secretary of Defense, I think. Whatever they call it over there. Well, I think Elon Coke Sprite is on the spectrum. Bro, oh my God. If we had Tim Walz as VP, that'd be fucking dope. No. Yeah, I stopped watching Vosh. He's 41K right now watching him. After that lolly scandal. Okay, so last time we checked up on Hassan, he had like 250K people watching him, rounding up. How many do you think are watching him right now? I think it's still about 250K, maybe 260. Let's see. 274. All right, he's breaking. He is breaking, man. But this is his job. Like, this is his Christmas again. Like what I was saying. Coke Sprite, I mad respect him as an entrepreneur and an engineer, but like, he deaf on the spectrum. Yes, he's on the spectrum, and I think I have a lot to say about Elon, but I don't know if I have the energy to talk about him, because I'm just gonna get upset, and it's not looking good right now. Okay, so AP has it at 99 and 120. At least she has PA. And it looks like Michigan is leaning. But North Carolina did change. It used to be blue. So, you know, I think AP's just, you know, live reporting. But I don't know. I think we're going to go by MSNBC. I think they're more conservative. 154 Trump, 30 Harris. That hasn't changed in a while. I think the Democrats are freaking out. And I'm sorry, I can't pull up Sling for you guys. Like, I can pull it up, but I can't pull it up on stream. You'll only have audio. So I don't know if you guys want to do that. Because then we can hear their analysis. Like, do you want that? Let me see. Okay. Oh yeah? Are they like freaking out? I mean, like I said, I won't be surprised by any outcome because it is so close. What are they saying? Yeah. Yeah, Grump, what are they saying? to see if I can pull up analysis. You guys are only... They won't let me put the video up, but in between Kornacki, Kornacki Cam, we can just listen to what they're saying.
Or like some of the other southern states that don't get a lot of investment and interest from.
I mean, it also
particularly international investment.
That Florida trying to be an international business hub, but also even without everything you just described,
they're in the same
will now
room, by
continue
the
to
way.
retain an incredibly draconian 6-week abortion ban,
Yes.
which is going to make it hard to persuade any large company that they should move their female staff there.
That's
let
right.
alone any of their staff that has female.
Go ahead, in what is another triumph of the minority in American minority rule in American democracy in the 21st century, beginning with George W. Bush becoming president with less votes than Al Gore in the country, right through to tonight, 57% in Florida loses. That's what loses in Republican-defined
It's close to the polls, but polls always under us. Yes, exactly. I feel like the polls this time already heavily weighted towards Trump, but maybe they still have not figured it out.
The motion fails 57-43. You're like, the motion fails?
Nicole, I want to get you on this, and then we're going to go back to Steve.
All I was going to say is don't lose sight of the number, 57%. Because if Harris's gender gap ticks up to 57%, that has, 57% of all voters in Florida voted for abortion access.
Yeah.
If that number tells us a story about how people voted in a deep red state that wasn't even a toss-up, as Lauren said, we apologize to all the states we've been talking about. 57% in Florida voting for reproductive health care is an important number to keep an eye on. Is 55 to 57? Is that, if that's where Harris comes in with women, with all voters, with men and women? If that question was number one,
this is
it
why,
might
like,
be a long night, but it could be a very good night for the Harris
usually
campaign.
listen to CNN.
Steve, let's go to you. I can see from your board there that you're looking at North Carolina
that was
numbers.
major coke.
Yeah, so we've got
Okay,
some
switching
counties where we've
cameras,
got, a lot, maybe all of the votes that I think are
switching.
further ground. That's what Democrats are trying to do in Union County. We basically got all the vote in Union County now. You can see Trump, that's about a 25.5-point margin. Compare that to 4 years ago, Trump won it by 24.
Oof.
So no, Trump did not lose ground. In fact, he gained back a
94.
little bit here
Okay,
in
no,
Union
that's just.
County.
I
is
thought
what
that
his
was
campaign wants to see.
statewide.
They did not
It's
want any
just
more
in
slippage.
one
You can
county.
go next door from Union
I thought
County
that was
and you see
statewide, and
another
I was
trend
like,
that I think
fuck,
we're
we're
starting to see
fucked.
pretty clearly in North Carolina, and I'll show you that now. This is Anson County, again, just about complete. This is a rural county with a large black population, and one of the concerns for Democrats was they believed the turnout in recent elections among African Americans in these rural counties has been lower than they need. You know, when Barack Obama ran and won the state in 2008, he did very well, won a lot of these counties. The question was, would Democrats improve in these counties tonight? What they've said about the ground game, maybe having Harris at the top of the ticket, thinking this might help them. So you see it right here. This county looks like it's going to flip. Joe Biden won this by 4 points 4 years ago. Now Donald Trump, with just about all the vote in, is ahead by 3 in Anson County. Again, rural, large African-American population. A lot of counties that are similar to that are here in the eastern part of North Carolina. And again, we're starting to get most, if not all, the results. Vance County here, large, rural, African-American heavy population. Biden won it by 19 tonight. Harris, just about all the vote in, is winning it by less, only 12 points right there. You can go next door to Warren County, 26 for Biden tonight, 20 for Kamala Harris. Just about all the voted. I think you might be starting to see the pattern here. Bertie County, majority African-American, rural. Biden, 21.5 points 4 years ago. Tonight, about 17 points. Still a little bit to come there, but Harris behind the Biden number.
I think you're talking about, like,
so
how
far.
many
You could look down
votes
at
have been
Martin County.
counted.
Again, large black population. Trump 5 4 years ago. Tonight, 13, with about 20% more to come. That's the pattern we're seeing very clearly, I think, in these rural counties with significant African-American populations where turnout and support level was a concern for Democrats. One thing you have to add in a lot of these counties, too, is that it may not just be turnout. There is also declining population in a lot of these counties, too, that might be affecting Democrats as well. But again, that's a pretty clear pattern right there. The other pattern that we're seeing in North Carolina statewide, we're tracking this is, because again, a lot of what comes out first in these counties is the early vote, it's the in-person vote, it's the mail-in vote. Then what comes reported after that is the same day. We want to see, are there partisan differences between how those votes are going? So far, we are finding that Trump is doing better with
Just
the
looking at
election
the
day
Electoral
voters than he
College
did with
number.
the pre-election, with the early voters. So as you get, when you get to 80% in a county, generally what's left to come, not uniformly, but generally is going to be that same day vote. We're finding that that's a stronger vote for Trump. What Democrats are looking for here right now, take a look at Wake County. This is the biggie. This is, the state capital is here, the heart of the triangle. 3/4 of the vote is in here. And again, the name of the game here for Democrats is just drive up the margin as big as they can. So look, it was 26.5 points in 2020 for Biden. It's a little bit stronger now for Harris. That's what they want to see. They want to get the number up in Wake. They want to get the number up. Now, Mecklenburg County is the other giant one. We don't have too much in right there. There's also been a question in North Carolina about this part of the state. When you get into the Blue Ridge Mountains, it was so affected by the hurricane. Is that going to affect turnout levels? Is that going to affect results at all? A couple things we can tell you. Most of this region is Republican. Most of these counties are rural and heavily Republican. I don't know why I just did that. They're mostly rural and heavily Republican, and we could just show you, you're starting to, this is tiny, but this is what you're seeing in the rural, heavily Republican mountain counties that are getting close to fully complete. Trump hitting that 2020 number, maybe going even a little bit north of it, and you can just see in terms of the turnout question here, which everybody's had in the wake of the hurricane. Look, 3857, 839. You're at about 4,700 votes. In 2016, it was 37. They're a little bit above 2020 level here. And I think if you're above 2020, that is, of course, an all-time record for turnout. That indicates, I don't think there's an indication there. That's one county, but we're seeing it elsewhere of a big turnout issue. There are 2 blue counties in the mountains.
According to
the
what
big one is Buncombe. That's where Asheville is now. We don't have.
What is his logic and reasoning?
With the same day to come. If this were to
Has
hold,
Hassan
Democrats
called
would be
it
very
too?
happy with what's
'Cause
happening in
from
Buncombe
my
County
point of
because they
view,
depend on
it's
this
more
to
skewed
run up
towards
big,
Trump.
big margins here. But again, still to come is
But
that
we gotta
election
look at
day vote that we
Pennsylvania,
think is more Republican. So is this vote going to come down for Democrats? Let's see as that comes in. They want to be hitting, a number north of what Biden did. The other county that's just about complete, and it is a blue county. It's where Appalachian State University is. I can show you that. Watauga County, just about all in right now. And again, Biden won this thing by a little over 8 points. It's at about 7 right now. Democrats, this is not a huge county, but Democrats in counties like this, there's a big academic institution. There's a pretty good concentration of students, of college degrees, a lot of these ingredients for Democratic success. They want to be driving up the numbers in those places. Another place like that is Orange County, University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill is here. This is basically on par for Democrats, even a touch above what they did in 2020. That's what they want to see. One other place I could just flag here, this is Carrabas County. This, of all the counties, all the 100 in North Carolina, this is the one that swung the most to Democrats in the last election. Again, right outside Charlotte. It's growing. It's diversifying. It's pretty quickly diversifying.
Yeah,
so again,
so
you
he
can
has
see
the same opinion as me.
Democrats want to make further progress.
So-
Trump won this thing by almost 20 in 2016. And again, look at that. It
So
came down to
Hassan's
single digits in
community
2020.
has the
This is
same
another
opinion
test
as me
tonight. This is a place
in
where
that we have a
Democrats
bad
wanna
feeling
really
that it's
keep that
moving
momentum
towards
going
Trump.
early, but that's what
Destiny
we're gonna
thinks
keep an
it's
eye on
moving
there. But again, you
towards
can see those trends.
Harris.
Trump in the big
So that's very
suburban
on
test
brand for
outside
both of them
Charlotte.
because they
I'd
hate
say he
each other.
probably passes that test in Union County. And the Democrats so far in these rural counties with large black populations not getting what they hope for there. Still to come, though. We want to see how Wake finishes. We want to see Mecklenburg. The triad, you got Greensboro. Again, we don't have a ton here. Greensboro, Forsyth County where Winston-Salem is. So still a bit more to come there. And then Georgia, look, 70% in now. Trump continuing with an advantage here. It's about 243,000 votes. And we are getting a lot more clarity in the Metro Atlanta area. A couple of things we talked about this. Democrats wanting to improve
Much higher than the
margins here. That's what
polls.
they need to do. Cobb County is a place, where this was a Republican stronghold not long ago, where Democrats are running up. And we are getting a lot more clarity in.
That's big lead.
Not long ago, where Democrats are winning points. Currently, 78% of the vote is in. Harris, this is the early vote likely. Harris is winning here by 16. The concern for Democrats
Guys, it's
is
not
the
looking
remaining vote,
good.
we
But I
suspect,
knew Georgia was
is
going to
that
go for
election
Trump
day vote,
anyway.
a little bit more
So
Republican friendly. 16 would be a very good margin for Democrats in Cobb, but does that come down? If it falls below that 2020 level at all, that's very alarming for Democrats.
no,
Fulton County, again, we've got the early voting
definitely
here. We've got
not
some of the same day as
50-50.
well.
I
Look at that.
think
It looks
like
exactly
at least
like it did in
Georgia.
2020. Democrats want to grow that a little more. Again, concerned that it's a
Currently-
big blue county, but if what comes, if what's
Currently,
still
Georgia,
to come in Fulton is a
it's
little
like
just blue, and that number slips below 2020.
something.
That's a trouble sign for Democrats. We flagged Fayette County early in the night.
Would this one North Carolina switched from blue to red.
This is
Pennsylvania is a flip.
All in, but almost all in right
now.
Don't
know yet.
You see Trump with a 2.5-point lead. Now that is progress for Democrats from 2020. This was
no, overall right now Trump has a big lead. 168 electoral votes. Kamala still has 30.
Suburban counties there are going to tell a lot of that story. We finally have a little bit.
Hers hasn't moved.
I just want to linger on
His
this one
has
for a
been
minute
going up steadily.
It's enormous. This county has over 1 million people. It has transformed demographically in the last generation. This used to be a staunchly Republican, heavily white county. It's now one of the most diverse in the country. Democrats, you can see Biden won, but
it is too early to call.
In 2020, and again, the Democratic margin here, it's just been, look at this. In 2016, it was a single-digit race. It became almost 20 in 2020. Democrats want this over 20 tonight. Let's see. It's early there, but that's a key one just because of the size
North Carolina,
of the trajectory. So
some people said it was going to go blue.
We can also just take a look. I said these sort of exurban fringe Atlanta metro counties that are red. The question here is, do they become less red? The biggest
Georgia for
of
me
them
was a toss-up, but I was
County.
leaning
We got
red.
almost all of Cherokee County now. This is where Canton, Georgia is, one of the wealthiest counties in the state of Georgia.
I don't know. Arizona's going to go
this is what
red.
happened in 2020.
I don't know about
Donald
Nevada.
Trump won here by 39.2
Pennsylvania,
points
I don't
tonight.
know.
He's winning it.
She's gonna. I don't know if she's gonna hold all of the blue wall states. She's gonna hold.
The Trump campaign.
Wisconsin.
Let's see here. They don't want big slippage.
Michigan?
There's not big slippage. I think they would have liked to
I don't
claw
know about
back
Pennsylvania.
a little bit more.
But
here,
I don't know
they're
if I
not
consider
losing ground.
Pennsylvania
And there are
blue
scenarios
wall
where that's
anymore.
enough for them in Georgia. You can look next door. Is Forsyth County. Now this is another. This is very wealthy. This is a biggie you can see in terms of votes. This is a place where Trump lost substantial ground in 2020. Now bulk of the vote is in. Same day still to come. So room for Trump growth here. He's already overperforming a point from where he finished in 2020. That's an encouraging one for Republicans. You can just kind of complete this loop quickly. I'll just show you some of them here. Again, Hall County is one, almost all in. Trump had slippage here in 2020.
People be like calling it now.
By about 1.5 points here.
Okay, do
not
not
major,
panic
but
during
this
this
was a
first part
state
of
that
the
was
evening. Rural
decided
counties
by a
report first
fraction
because
of
they
a
have
point
fewer
in
votes to
2020. So
count.
any
Tends
shift
to
is
result in
significant.
Republicans coming
Barrow
out
County
voting these.
almost
Democrats
all
counts
in.
tend
Again,
to come
Trump
later.
had slippage here in 2020.
That's Cope.
A little bit more slippage here tonight for Trump. You can see Harris running 1.5 points better than Biden did. Trump basically level with 2020. And you can take a look down here. Walton County, again, this is the early vote in Walton County. Trump had slippage here in 2020. 49 points, believe it or not, was slippage for the Republican tonight.
So it comes down to
46,
Pennsylvania, and every single
Again,
state
same day.
falls
Does it
where
get back to 49? Does it get back to 50?
would.
That's what Trump
I don't know. We'll
wants
see,
with the
man.
remaining vote there.
You might be
think
right.
We've got just about all of Douglas
Usually
County
comes
right
down
now.
to Pennsylvania.
And again,
No
Douglas
Democratic
County is one of
president
these
has won the presidency
demographically,
without
it's
Pennsylvania.
fast growing. It's transforming
And
politically.
I don't know if she's
diversifying.
going to win
And you
Pennsylvania. I
can
have
see
that
here,
feeling.
Democrats, it looks like in Douglas, have achieved what they want to do here. Biden won this thing by 25 points in 2020, just about all in. Now Harris has it north of 30 points. That is something Democrats want to see there. So again, we zoom out statewide. It's a 6-point lead right now. We could also check in if you want. We could just take a look. We've got them marked off on here. I'll show you. This is. We were talking about this in North Carolina, same in Georgia. There's a lot of rural counties with large African-American populations, and the question for Democrats is, can they improve? They'd like to improve turnout-wise, vote performance-wise, obviously, relative to last time. So again, I think we showed you earlier, Baldwin's just about all in. This is a change. This was a blue county in 2020. It's flipped over to Trump. All the vote is in right now. Look, you can see here, Wilkes County, just about all the vote is in. Trump by 17. Trump won this thing, by about 13 points and change in 2020. So we're seeing a bit of what we saw in North Carolina, Randolph County, very small, but a lot of this is in right now. Biden won it by 9 in 2020. It's sitting there at about 8 points right now. What's left to be reported out in Randolph County is going to be that same-day vote. We're seeing this in a fair number of these counties too. It's a bit similar, I think, to what we're looking at to what we're seeing so far in North Carolina. Here's another one, very small, but again, This is a large black population, 19 points here in 2020. Tonight it's sitting at about 16 and a half with just about all the votes. And again, these slight differences in a state like Georgia can make all the difference. Where of all these millions of votes, we expect about 5 million votes. And in 2020, it was separated by 12,000 of them. So again, if there's any slippage for Democrats here off that 2020 number in full, that's a very bad sign for them. And they are at right now. You know, Harris is at 72.6.
People are telling me to take shots. Why is everyone telling me to take shots?
If this number starts dropping,
okay, I will go get some alcohol.
That remaining same-day vote to come in, even though that looks like an enormous Democratic
win,
by numbers it may not be enormous enough. The Democrats don't want any slippage there. So
let's see what Breaking Points is saying.
As we get more
that'll be interesting.
There's never been any political cost for,
that'll be interesting.
You know, for being bad on Palestine.
Yeah,
that's just not a thing we've ever seen before.
Pretty wild, too. So,
Could be the first time.
They have a different number. 95 for Kamala, huh?
You know, they still got it.
Still early.
10% Wisconsin. They got it 10. Or sorry, even in Wisconsin, New York Times Needle. Even in Michigan. Even PA is only 53% R. I mean, that's not great. You know, they got it 54% Nevada, but don't forget the guru.
I trust them much more than
Destiny.
Destiny.
For Kamala, and he did say it's going to take a while there. So if she wins those 4, she will win 276 electoral votes, right? And that would easily, I mean, that would be enough where you could survive or challenge. I'm not saying it still wouldn't be contentious. There wouldn't be a lot of steal stuff, especially given the way that the night has gone, you know, now so far. But, you know, you can get something out of that in terms of what it would look. But it's basically just, at this point in the night, things got to go in Kamala's direction every other way. And it hasn't happened yet. Now, that doesn't mean it can't happen. It just means it hasn't happened yet. And so I guess I would much rather be Donald Trump going, you know, into the wee hours than I would Kamala Harris. She just did not get any of those early signals that she needed to have any sort of confidence going into tonight.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it.
Right, and she kept struggling on the question of how would you differentiate yourself from Biden.
That was huge.
And she had an obvious one there. Like, she could say, like, Netanyahu wants Trump to win. I will change course.
Right.
Well, from Biden, like, and
okay,
support for Biden's policy on Israel-Palestine was in the 20s.
Right.
It was right
actually
there.
One of his
See, this
worst
is why.
issues when people ask like his handling of this and that. That was he actually did worse on that than even on immigration.
Yeah.
And
I
think the
when
Gaza
Sagar said,
thing,
you know, we're not
if she
obviously no, we
loses,
can't
is a
sign the death warrant
huge
yet for
factor.
sure, 100%. What
That
is
she
interesting
did
though
not
is
distinguish
in terms
herself.
of public opinion
next
on
huge
Israel
factor
in
is
particular,
immigration
it's interesting that we
for the
haven't really,
Democrats
not
running
us,
to the
but
right,
the sort of legacy media hasn't really
capitulating to
grappled
the
entirely with
Republicans.
not just what that would do in Michigan, but what that could do nationwide when we've seen such a dramatic swing in public opinion on it. Yes, it doesn't show up as people's most important vote, but does it make a lot of youth voters stay home? I mean, I shouldn't say youth, but does it make a lot of younger voters just completely stay home when they normally wouldn't have? Another interesting thing, I went and looked at Real Clear Politics last night because my sense was that the vibe shift was really bad for Kamala Harris when she started oversaturating herself in media and podcasts. And Sagar's point about not differentiating herself enough really reminded me of this because she goes on The View and gets unintentionally knocked down by Sunny Hostin, who was not trying to ask her a tough question, but Kamala Harris couldn't differentiate herself from Biden. But actually, where we started to see her numbers dip was around the time, believe it or not, of the Jeffrey Goldberg Atlantic story, which is after that, Democrats started going crazy with this message of fascism.
Oh, that's interesting.
Fascism.
Yeah, that's
And
right. You're right.
Trump's numbers started to go up if you look at it when she started oversaturating herself on media. But that is pretty interesting because that they thought was their ticket to suburban women. And suburban men too. And that was what they thought would do it.
Well, that's what Chris was getting at with the whole Liz Cheney thing. We can't sign the death warrant on it yet. It could still work. You know, she's got to win the blue wall. Ohio had enough movement that
pull off like an inside straight now.
It's exactly right. Like it's possible. You know, if you've seen the odds, and you have a 30% chance of something happening, you take a bet on that. But it's not like the best position to be in when you're sitting at a table and just praying for 30% odds, and the house has got a 60% edge against you, right? Right. If you play craps, that's like putting one of those side bets, not off the pass line. That's kind of the equivalent of what we're talking about here. Although, you shouldn't gamble. But if you do it right.
By the way, we're all eating at the table. That's why they're keeping
please,
the screen up.
The screen is up because we have food.
Sorry to hear them munching on
if
the
you do hear
mic
it.
as well.
I mean, I think they could come to us, right? What do you guys
Yeah,
do?
it's fine. You guys don't mind eating on camera, right?
If people don't mind watching us, you can switch around the cameras. Let's give them a taste of
my go-to.
Of what it looks
You
like.
do love the tofu.
You know, it's just very it's very easy to consume. It's got that little bit of protein.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
it's
that's not a bad-
it's
that's
a
not a
nice,
bad
it's
choice.
a nice snack in my opinion, in my personal opinion. But yeah, to go to the Kamala Harris strategy, I mean, you know, she has been saying the whole time that she's an underdog, and I think she was right about that, right? I mean, she is saddled with the approval rating of a president who is deeply unpopular, with a vast majority of the country that says the country's on the wrong track, with huge levels of dissatisfaction with the state of the economy. And I think she did make some, poor choices in this campaign, in my personal opinion. And some of the polling, like that Matt Karp did about the best messaging in terms of persuading voters in Pennsylvania, I think bears that out.
Yep.
But I do also think that probably the biggest problem for her wasn't really anything to do with her campaign. It was the set of conditions that she steps into. And then to Ryan's point, she exacerbates that by being too afraid to really break with Biden on anything significant and really distinguish herself as, I will be the change candidate. Here's how I'm going to deliver for you. Now, they ran massive numbers of ads on their economic platform. She was able to really close the gap with Biden in terms of, not with Biden, with Trump.
With Biden.
She's able to improve from Biden and close the gap with Trump on who would be better on the economy. But, this political landscape is a very difficult thing for her to be able to overcome.
Yeah, we're going to get Logan mic'd up. A huge call that Decision Desk can make right now. Donald Trump wins the state of North Carolina.
That's a big one.
Game over in terms of North Carolina, and the initial, signs of hope that they wanted and they were going to look for did not materialize. Look at that graphic. I love that picture. Whoever. I hadn't seen this one before. That's funny. Trump wins North Carolina. Boom, bingo. There it is. It turns out that the Trumpstein voter is real. They've got a lot of 20% red there. Not just real. There's a ton of them.
Not Jill Stein,
Josh Stein.
Yeah, Josh
Very
Stein.
confusing.
Not Jill Stein.
The other
Exactly
Jay
right.
Stein.
Pretty well. So, Logan, are you mic'd? Are you ready to go?
Yeah, well, it turns out that voters don't like Nazis or self-proclaimed Nazis, even if they do it on porn sites. So,
Porn Nazis is the technical term.
Yeah. So that didn't go well for Mark Robinson. Just thinking on this earlier conversation.
Yes.
I think we lose context sometimes because it was a while ago. Well, Harris came into this campaign running through a hurricane with terrible favorable ratings, down a lot in the polls, in a climate that isn't just limited to the United States. Across the world, post-COVID, incumbents parties are struggling. People are, it's not just the post-COVID economy, right? For all these countries like the United States, like France, like the UK, that have seen generations of economic growth where people's lives were fundamentally better off than their parents' lives were, than their grandparents were. There's this expectation of it continuing, and it's just not happening. Like, the growth is just so slow. You see people more and more looking for extreme options, right? Something outside the norm, and it's usually the far right, and that's what it's been in the U.S. for our primary system. That's a really hard thing to run against when people are deeply unhappy with the status quo. And the fact that she went from so far down to making this a razor-tight race, which, hey, she could still win, I actually think she's run a good campaign. I genuinely do. And I know that's not what we're supposed to say in this situation when we see a candidate who may, who is the underdog, but sometimes you just have a rough hand to play.
Yeah, look, I don't disagree with the word you said. We talked about it on our show. Crystal, weren't we saying, you were like, what's the meta-narrative if Kamala loses? I'm like, I don't really know how much of it had to do with her. I think Biden probably lost Democrats the presidency back in 2021. Inflation, Afghanistan, people were pissed. He didn't step up. Then he has this dementia that he drags us all through this national nightmare up until the debate. Then after that, forces Harris to the top of the ticket. No primary. I mean, any stress test and anti-fragility that's supposed to exist in the democratic system is not allowed to work, and she has to just take the campaign and then roll it, for 100 days and try and pray to win. So yeah, there's some individual decisions that we can nitpick. A lot of this is on Joe Biden, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't think much of it has to do
Joe
with
Biden and the
Yeah.
Democratic Party.
Yeah, that's
for
right. There's
blocking
the big D
having a
Democratic.
democratic process
Right.
by which, she would have been strengthened and there would have been input from voters to be able to select who they wanted as a nominee versus this, rushed backroom deal, which is what they ultimately ended up with. So yeah, I think all of those things end up being really critical and really significant. She ran a fairly. Let me say one thing because we're right now we're kind of assessing this like it's over. It's not over.
That's right.
And I want to say there is some analysis that she does seem to be holding up pretty well with white voters. And the industrial Midwest, the blue wall states are pretty white. So, I think that path is still theoretically alive for her, for sure, which would give her that 270. I also wanted to update, apparently Fox News' decision desk has made the call for Ted Cruz.
Oh, okay.
So the call in all red hoax.
dream is dead.
The all red dream is dead.
The all red hoax.
And that means, John Tester. Well, first of all, Sherrod Brown has to hold on in Ohio. And I don't know, Logan, are you able to pull up the, so Decision Desk hasn't called it yet for Cruz, but has his win probability at 89%. Can you pull up the Ohio Senate race with Sherrod Brown? Because I'm wondering, if he's going to be able to hold on in the state of Ohio, which is another, and look at that. See, that's on a knife's edge, too. 51-49 with the Republicans ever so slightly favored.
Okay,
But,
I need
before
help
we
choosing
even start
wine.
talking about Montana, we got to talk about Democrats got to hold this seat.
A half-opened granola bar, which may or may not be
60%
stale.
of the vote in,
I think
and
it's
Moreno's
stale.
up by 4.
Yeah,
I was
it's
not
stale.
expecting. I thought Sherrod Brown was going to pull it out.
How do I not have food in my apartment?
Yeah, I mean, it's, it's basically 50-50
Okay.
right now. It's a coin flip.
So
we still may be able to pull
Portuguese
it off, for
wine?
sure. It's even odds. But, yeah, this is, it's
Australian
definitely a difficult,
wine,
increasingly difficult
Shiraz.
state for him to be able to win. The polling has had him pretty consistently up. But by narrow margins.
And
so it would not be crazy at all to see him be taken out now.
This could be totally wrong, but this is why I am just jonesing for results from Nebraska. Because,
Yeah, I know.
and you know
I feel
why?
the same way.
Because I am genuinely so curious about if this is jonesing for this Nebraska.
I need
Jonesing
Nebraska.
for-
You need that Nebraska stuff.
I need him like Steiger needed Georgia.
Okay, I like
because-
full-bodied wine, so
Yeah,
this
you
is
needed that.
looking
But
good.
because I'm just so curious if Republican momentum translates potentially to good news for Dan Osborne if you have new Republican voters who are coming out and they're Trump Republican voters,
I am
but they're not Deb Fischer
partial
Republican
to
voters.
Italian.
I mean, that is just a
Although we do
weird
not have
potential
any
situation
Italian wines.
where
What
they're
do we got in Nebraska so far on the Senate race?
they're splitting tickets, right? So they're splitting tickets, voting against Mark Robinson. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, we got some stuff
It could be something interesting here.
Only
Oh,
20.
but it's
Only
very
20%.
early. Yeah, very
It's too early.
And in fact, I think this must be like the mail-in ballots
Yeah,
because
that's
the whole state looks pretty good for Democrats right at the moment. We know that's not going to last. But yeah, that race is one. I always, at some point in the night, I always knock over
Inevitable.
either my hairspray or the jar of lip gloss that I have down there. But in any case, this is a race that I've been so fascinated by, and that you guys interviewed Dan before it really became like a big thing in the national media. Then they started paying attention because he was consistently polling, really close. Margin of error, or even at times had some polling that had him in the lead. And Ryan, you were saying, if he's able to pull it off, even if he doesn't pull it off, even if he just makes it really close, that this could truly be a new model for candidates in Senate races across the country where you have states that are basically otherwise non-competitive.
Yeah, if it's R+8 or 9 or more, like if it's a significantly Republican-leaning district, there's no point in running as a Democrat.
Right.
Partisanship eliminates.
It's done.
No matter what. Your only chance is to throw off the yoke of that Democratic
My friend
brand
is so
scheme
drunk
and
right
run as an
now in New
independent.
York.
And that's what
It's
they're doing
so
here.
bad.
And
I
it's
need to be
probably
there.
gonna be close. Like he probably loses. Who knows? Like, but it's if he were running as a Democrat,
It would be a wipeout.
As the
no one would
exact
even
same
be thinking
person
about this.
saying the exact same things,
Yeah.
he'd lose by 10, 20 points.
That's a great point. What would it do if you had, let's say, 5, like, similarly situated independents in the Senate? Like, would that change things?
I mean, it would keep because they would, assuming they caucus with Democrats, because that's what he would do, it would keep Democrats in the Senate game as it becomes increasingly difficult for them to hold on.
I just asked her.
To Senate seats.
I just asked her. I was like, if I was there, we'd be having a blast.
Friendly Senate.
And then I was like,
Have
where's
actual workers
Chris,
in
her roommate? And she's
Right,
like,
where
I
instead
don't
of
know
catering
where
to
he is,
Joe
all
Manchin,
caps.
who's, you know,
And
looking
like
out
the
for
message before
mostly
that,
looking
she was
out
like,
for
I don't
more
even
corporate
remember
interests.
typing
Instead,
that
you're
and if that
catering
even
to,
made
like,
sense.
you
And
know,
I'm like,
a
I need to
union
be
leader
on your
who's
level.
looking out for workers' interests. That
Yeah,
would be very different.
and I saw
very
some,
different dynamic.
I saw some people trying to compare him to Manchin, to Osborne to Manchin, which just doesn't make any sense because Manchin's big thing was cutting spending,
Right.
cutting taxes, being a
You're just sort of
like,
traditional
90s
conservative.
Clintonian Democrat.
Yeah.
And that's not Osborne at all.
Yeah.
Much more populist. He's not Bernie Sanders, unless you watch the ads in Nebraska. Then he is Bernie Sanders, like the Republican ads.
Right. Oh.
Just saying he's a Democrat in disguise.
Oh,
and he's Bernie Sanders in disguise. And,
Oh, yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I think he would be on any kind of populist economic issues. I think he would be. My sense is he would be fairly reliable.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it would
Anybody else
just
having
be
a
very
drinking game?
interesting if he was able to pull it off. But even if he makes it close, it will be fascinating to watch if other people take up that direction in the future.
Not sure what happened in the Midwest, but monitoring the New York Times Needle.
Yeah, what you got?
They got 55% PA, 54% Nevada. I'm talking for Trump. 51% Michigan, 53% Michigan, 51% in Wisconsin.
Ooh.
So Trump ahead.
He may run the table.
Yeah, that would be wild.
He may
He
run the
wins all
table.
7 of the swing states.
It would be wild,
Yeah.
but it wouldn't be insane based on what
No.
we had before, which was if there was polling error in one direction.
Yeah.
We didn't know what it was,
that's right.
but if it was just a little bit of a polling error,
Yeah,
it
that's
would be
right.
enough for a clean sweep for either of them.
Logan wants to weigh in.
Not
Go
that
ahead, Logan.
full body.
Yeah, I mean, I also
This
think
is a
you know,
lie. This is a medium-bodied wine.
repetitive or
Please be repetitive.
No, you can't.
We got hours
Yeah,
to talk
be
here.
repetitive.
We're gonna
Yeah,
see
where's
what
it
happens.
going?
if they're all like 50 to 55%,
Yeah, you're right.
then
Yeah, that's
they're all
right.
probably
You know
going the
when
other
you go to
way, too. I wouldn't be
restaurants
surprised
and
if-
you order
Okay,
wine
you're exactly
That's a
right.
and
great
they
one.
like give you the
Let's take the
smallest
probability.
glass?
Take 0.5 times 0.5 times 0.5 times 0.5.
Oh, in that place, you're in
Like,
disaster. But
this
they're probably all
is
going the
how
same
you
way.
should
But they're all
have
probably going
wine.
the same way. They're not
Yeah.
independent.
They give you like a
True.
tiny
you win one,
sliver.
if you win 2 of them, you're 80, 90
Yes.
plus % chance of winning the third if they're as close to. Well, I don't want to say that with confidence because I'm just saying that off the cuff, right? But these
It's
states
so
are correlated.
sweet.
Let's just say that much.
That's a good point. I didn't
I
realize
hate
that.
sweet
That, you know,
wines.
if they're going to be off, they're going to be
That
off
was
the
a
right way.
mistake.
Let's see.
That's how some of those
one.
models showed like Clinton with a 99% chance of
Shirazes
winning. They
are
weren't
so
doing the correlation.
specific.
That's right. Great point.
Can I just say another quick thing
Specifically
about
different.
Nebraska? Because I saw this tweet from
Okay, I
Kyle
am
right here.
coping
He said that
by
the
focusing
right to
on
abortion vote
wine.
fails
I
reported
am
was
so
57%. So that gets back to our point about Mark Robinson, about all the split tickets that are happening. If you have people going in Florida, Latino voters breaking for Trump, you have a big
so
Trump win in
Kornacki,
Florida.
MSNBC
and
has 81 for
57% of
Harris,
people voted for the
168
right
for
to abortion.
Trump.
That's so wild.
What changed?
That's a different kind of Republican
What
voter. It is a
changed?
barstool conservative that you've been talking about for years.
Many people say.
Well, backing that up,
What
NBC
changed?
News exit poll has Trump making double-digit gains with Latino voters.
Yep.
Currently
I mean,
ranking
that makes
53% for Harris, 45 for Trump. In 2020, they went 65 for Biden, 32
Get
for Trump.
this, I've got Michigan here. Younger voters, 18 to 29, are narrowly going for Trump right now in Michigan from CBS's News.
I knew
exit.
it.
This
Fucking
deficit
Gaza,
for Harris
man.
is in large
Fucking
part
Gaza.
due to younger men in Michigan who are more for Trump. So
Wow. The
there
Trump
is
bet's pay-
It's fucking
like,
Gaza,
the
man.
Trump podcast bet is paying off, at least for now. You know, for
It's
now,
Gaza.
in terms of what that looks
Michigan
like. But at the
has
very
a
least,
huge
and this is also
Muslim
where the bets.
population.
So much of the political decisions are downstream of already existing cultuady forces. Like you already
they
saw
have a different
gender
number.
gap that was happening.
Win
You
probability,
already saw
65%
podcast
Trump,
demographic
guys.
trending to the right. You already saw
65.
a lot
Okay,
of
this
the
is
stuff,
wine and drinking.
that you were seeing organically, and then the campaigns
take
are
a
trying to
picture and send
capitalize on it
this.
in the moment. So, you know, how much organically, and then the campaigns are trying to capitalize on it in the moment. So, you know, how much can we say is actually derivative of their individual choice? It's like difficult. But Logan, you're looking at me. You've got some thoughts.
Yeah, you know, I'm on the fence of saying this, but I should just say it, right?
Yeah, say it.
I don't know if you guys. Do
Her
you guys think
roommate
Trump
is-
actually has run a good
is
campaign
working
this
the
time? Like
polls
the man,
in
not
New
the
York.
campaign?
The man?
It's very difficult to say.
Because, like, he seems to be...
I wouldn't call it his prep estimate.
I don't think he's ever run a good campaign. I think he's had really weak opponents every single time.
See, and that's another one where I would not even necessarily say that any of his campaigns mattered. I think he has always been. Trump is a reactive cultural force, and that's exactly what I was getting at with my comments about the podcast bet. So it's like, did him going on Rogan really seal the deal, or is it that a bunch of guys who love Rogan are already really right wing? Right? I could say organically, I think that was already the case. And this was just the apotheosis of a social phenomenon. 2016, you have a deep discuss, like with Hillary Clinton, with theories of, you've got the immigration situation. I mean, that is an underrated part of all of this. I mean, look, if Trump sweeps all 7 of the swing states, that's as good of a mandate as you get.
A total breakdown of like...
Yeah, in the Senate and the House.
If he wins,
of like Georgia rural counties and shit like that. I'm like, I do not have time to look at that.
Well, and if he wins all 7. Logan, you were saying something? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the voters want what they want, right? Yeah. And we're at a time where people are deeply dissatisfied with the status quo, and Trump is the id, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's it.
And,
I'm getting too many
I think he has more often than not made it harder. I mean, we've seen some of the rallies where he's been saying some weird stuff. He stays off message, but... If people aren't like the status quo, that's what democracy is above all else.
Yes, totally.
Is it's an eject button from the status quo, which was used against Trump and for him.
Fucking Twitter is wild
and maybe is used, for him again.
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, it makes clear, logical sense for you've had. How many change elections have we all had?
You guys think?
Every election of my lifetime, I want to say, except 1996, has been a literal change election.
283.
Where the electorate wants it, and then they switch back, and then this. And so it makes total sense that a guy who lost 40,000 votes, of who people look at very affectionately from pre-COVID times, and they're like, and by the way, the immigration situation has gotten worse, which is the #1 issue for the Trump voter. And then you also have deep satisfaction, as Logan is saying.
This is why I like my freaking Italian
vote. And look, you can't blame folks. That is that's a frankly normal reaction.
I'm not open
the
other
bottle. Something you said, Logan.
Hi,
one main reason why you never
I
Trump out is incumbents
I
are just losing everywhere
drinking,
across the entire
but
world.
I chose the wrong wine. It's too
Narendra
sweet.
Modi was one of the most popular politicians in the world, and even his party was not able to win an overwhelming mandate. In India, there you had
Shiraz
this,
or there's another
going on
wine.
In the UK. With that whole Rishi Sunak situation, you saw the France Macron election, like just
for
as
like
Brexit
wine,
and Modi's
and
elections
none of them are Italian. What the actual
Even
fuck?
the ANC in South Africa.
The ANC in South Africa, that's right.
No, I am not switching to Alex Jones.
Bolsonaro, Lula changeover that happened. So we're seeing it all across the entire world.
I'm a red girly.
Anti-incumbency situation, specifically people who were in charge during COVID. A lot of people are fed up by it. I mean, that makes perfect sense.
Germany.
Yeah. Go ahead, Logan.
Yeah, I agree. And so, it's hard to say what's causing it, right? Like, my theory is that it's the economics of countries that had superstar economic growth and people just have expectations for improvement. I think that's part of it. Some of it might be social media, that we just become a planet of having a negative perspective on things because the things that get highlighted in our in our conversations with friends and our social networks are inherently negative because of the algorithms. Some of it's just dissatisfaction and communities, connections thinning after COVID.
But the Portuguese
and some of it is
are very close to the Spanish,
due to climate change,
so I'm worried.
Especially climate
if this
change.
is called full-bodied, which
people,
it's not,
don't prioritize that much.
it looks full-bodied on camera, but I can see through it. It's
desert
medium-bodied.
Expanding, and then
This
communities
is
where there's not
labeled
nearly
as
much
medium-bodied. What the
food.
fuck will
Africa
this be?
Are now forced to move because they
Maybe I
can't
should
have the
open
jobs
a
they used to
Shiraz.
have. There's harder to have cattle herding there. This is a genuine big cause of migration, and that's a real avenue for far-right parties to rise on.
Australian.
Certainly has been the case
Okay,
in
I'll
Europe.
open the fucking Shiraz.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is very interesting.
It's
I don't know.
disgusting.
Like, in
I'm
terms
gonna
of,
pour this out.
By the way, do we have any more calls that have been made? I'm sure there have been a few since it's past 9:30 now.
Something
Maryland,
passed
they called
in
it
New
for,
York,
also
Prop
Brex,
1.
so
Let me just
the Hogan
check.
dream is dead. From the decision desk. Do we want to go and pull that up? I wonder what the
Okay,
budget's
New York
like.
just passed an equal rights amendment tied to abortion access.
If Republicans aren't able to take the Senate, it obviously looks good for them right now. Numbers look good for them right now, all of that. Hogan losing
Wine
that
is so
Senate seat
complex.
is brutal
I
for
hate
the
white
NRSC
wine.
if
The
they don't
only
do
white
well in the
wine I
rest of the
drink is a
Senate races.
Riesling,
That's
a
better
German
before we go
Riesling.
for Montana. We got to see what comes through over there.
Put a lot of money into that.
Look at that margin. It's huge. 55-43. Wild.
I mean, yeah, you've only got 27% of the votes.
Still Maryland.
That's come in, but
Yeah,
yeah,
but
Maryland's
my
blue
friend
state. Oop, turns
who's
out.
like a
yeah.
wine connoisseur.
Well, they were running ads.
He's like,
I don't know
his
if you've heard any
goal
of these.
is to like
they were running ads that literally
get me
said
to
Larry
like
Hogan
white
may
wine.
have been a good governor.
And I'm like, good
But he
luck.
won't- he's
I
not
hope
right
you
for the
can.
U.S. Senate, which
Yeah.
is like conceding, like, yeah, I bet you liked him as governor. He was good.
Just a quote from him.
Well,
also
Logan
one
keeps
of a
talking
bunch
about
of
my
abortion
Italian
Logan's like, we don't
Chianti.
care if it's about Larry Hogan. We're talking about Mitch McConnell. And it's like, yeah, they hate Mitch McConnell.
I mean, and that's how they're trying to kill Dan Osborne in Nebraska.
Right.
That
And I mean,
vote
to
for
be
Chuck
fair
Schumer.
as well, you're talking about Marylanders, like they literally are from they're in the DMV.
Right,
They know how the U.S. Senate works,
Yes,
right?
they
like,
do.
They understand Senate majority. Oh, that's bad for us, in terms of Republican. Logan, go ahead. You want
Yeah, so this kind of ties into North Carolina a little bit, right? In that race, it's a governor candidate. It's not a senator. They have to trust Mark Robinson with leadership,
That's
which,
right.
frankly, why would they? Because the guy's saying, let's attack I like to see violence against my political opponents. Right.
What'd you end up doing, certified?
Because he likes Nazis.
Did you get
so-
food?
or
Please don't
wants
tell
to
me you
say
got
he likes
food.
Nazis.
I'm so
He says
hungry.
he's a Nazi, wishes he
I couldn't
could
find
join
food.
the KKK.
My
Yeah.
Doesn't
It's
like
nuts.
MLK.
It's crazy.
Probably the most
Oh, you're
anti-black
on
politician
beer?
I've ever seen. It's black, so it's very confusing.
I don't like
Someone like him,
IPAs.
if it were a Senate race, it'd be a lot closer. He'd probably still lose, but
I
it'd be
do like
closer.
beer.
We see the split ticket voting in, people don't like Mitch McConnell at all in Kentucky. He's still going to win in the
He
landslide.
always blows it out. You're exactly right.
Andy Bashir,
Yeah.
he won.
Yep.
Right? So it's because they know this is an avatar for the national politics and they might prefer an individual. But, the exception to this we see are the incumbents who come from a time where things were different. Susan Collins, up to this in past elections, John Tester and Sherrod Brown. We'll see if they can pull it out. But if you already have a record of voting for someone, it's a lot easier to keep doing it in the Senate race. But for newcomers that come in, it's just so much harder to break in.
Yeah, very well said. Any other data that we can look at, Logan, in terms of
Please
maybe
be good.
Pennsylvania? I'm seeing
guys, I
I
got you
am
into the
keeping an
conversation.
eye on
now.
Bernanke,
Okay,
don't
I'll
worry.
talk a little bit. So we've got Pennsylvania, 56% right now, checking in on the Needle, 56% towards Donald
the
Trump.
Needle is up.
54% in Michigan.
New York Times
towards
does have the
Donald
Needle.
Trump, 54% in
Wait, go back.
Got Pennsylvania, 56% right now, checking in on the Needle, 56% towards Donald Trump, 54%
Yeah.
in Michigan towards Donald Trump,
Guys.
54% in towards Nevada, Donald Trump, 51% for Wisconsin. And they haven't called Georgia yet. They do have it at 82% chance there for Donald Trump. And
See, that's what I'm
69%
saying
in
with
the state
fucking
of
Georgia.
Arizona. So my father-in-law, though, is
Okay,
texting me
I think
telling
we're
me
gonna
this.
have a
He says,
Trump
no
presidency.
effing way,
I think we
in
might have
terms
a
of
Trump
the New York,
presidency. I am.
the New York Times Needle. He says there's still too many blue counties at 20% and red at 60. So
This
he's,
is sweet as
he-
fuck,
he wants to give me the
too.
check. In terms of what we're talking about right now.
The problem with that check is that the needle knows.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I just want to be like, well, Chris,
No,
they know that.
Hey,
It's okay.
The needle could be wrong, and it's a scab
I mean,
needle.
look, 46%.
Scab needles don't do their best work.
I will say,
Scab
just
needle.
thinking about them. Wow, they got the needle has a 70% chance of victory now. That's wild.
Scab.
Donald Trump.
It really is wild.
That is
What if we see a reverse 2016? I mean, what if it starts?
They reach a contract with the union workers. They fix the needle, and it's.
The needle goes back.
Yo, this is not
look,
good,
Mike Lawler up
guys.
by 6 points.
Pennsylvania,
over Mondale Jones,
51%
and
probability.
17% in. That's a key House race.
Okay,
Um,
that's good. 34
Let's see.
though reporting.
trying to look at some other House races.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually an interesting point from your father-in-law,
Almost
Sagar,
5
because
million votes estimated
the trends.
to remain.
Right.
to
I mean,
be
the trends
counted.
are like.
This is so.
Obviously, we're seeing a
I
lot
think we're
of
cooked.
good news for Donald
I
Trump.
think we're cooked.
And Logan will be able to.
I
speak to
think we're
this
fucking
too,
cooked, guys.
but we just don't have. We
I
still
think we're
just
so
don't have
cooked.
enough from places like Wisconsin and
I
Pennsylvania.
think you.
Sue Altman,
I think we're
leftist New Jersey
No,
House candidate,
I did not bet.
is up by 3 points over a Republican incumbent. That would be a cool pickup for Democrats because she's not running as a centrist at all.
By the way, he says to add "Go Birds" if I'm going to quote him.
Mm-hmm.
All right, go
Yeah,
Birds.
that'd be an interesting one too. Democrats, by and large, let Sue Alderman high and dry against Tom Keene, who's a longtime legacy family.
Because
in
she's
New
progressive.
Jersey.
They always leave progressives high and dry down the stretch.
True.
We'll see if she pulls it out, but she's up now with half the votes in.
So what did I miss, guys? The needle move.
Yes,
The
actually.
needles did move.
The needle's now 70% Trump.
But Ryan's calling it a scab needle.
Yeah.
Scab needle.
Yeah. Ryan says
So it's not New York Times needle?
Could be.
It's run by the
That could be
managers.
The story of this election.
I'm not even gonna turn on
It should
the
be a
sound
rat. It
for
should be a rat
MSNBC right now for you guys.
Oh, there you go.
Because I'm sure the
Nice.
cope
Offer a second,
is
I'll let you guys
wild. I'm sure
Okay.
the cope
Can we
is
get an AI
insane.
design?
Jen
Turn the
Psaki
needle
is
into a
talking
rat
right
tail.
now. I can already like hear
I'm
her
sure they
cope.
could do that quite quickly. All right, let's take a look at this. All right, so they got PA.
Steve
no,
Kornacki is
ever
not
so
talking.
slightly
He's
Kamala.
just purely
No, but
checking
yeah. Oh
in.
yes.
51% Kamala.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
They've got Michigan ever so slightly Kamala.
Mm-hmm.
And they've got Wisconsin. Hold on.
Okay, Michigan.
But the scab
But
needle does not
another
like-
5 million.
The Wisconsin also ever so slightly. Oh my God, what is she?
I think we got a
Yeah,
race
they're
on our,
fucking slow.
on our hands,
This is
guys.
what we're saying.
How
You
can
know,
Trump
this is the
win
path. It's
if
these
Destiny
three
called it for House?
plus Nebraska
Fuck
too. It's
Destiny,
still, you know,
man.
you want multiple paths.
He's calling
in
it
Arizona
way
and
too
Nevada,
early.
we're still
Even
in
if
dark
he ends
clouds.
up
You
being
only need
right,
one.
which I hope
Only
he
need
is,
one.
Ryan Grimm map.
it's
No,
still
the
way
reason
too
why Arizona
fucking
matters-
early.
You're gonna
It's
do
just
Alan Lichtman.
completely
You're
like
gonna
a,
keys.
Your keys.
like a toss.
Gotta turn
Like
the keys.
he's
I
just
didn't
like
have the
guessing. at
faintest
this
idea
point.
how to turn the keys. Only
Because
Ryan
if
Grimm
he's
did.
going on right now,
I don't know.
what
I
the
would not
votes
wanna
are
be me
right
right
now,
Okay, but what if Alan Lichtman? What if
it
he
doesn't
what if
make
he is right
sense.
again?
I mean, he
Then
had a
I was
50-50
predicting
chance.
It
that
doesn't
he
make
would
sense.
win.
It looks like
Then we
it's
have
more
to-
for
we have to
Trump.
hear from him for a few
Yeah, the
more
thing
years.
about
Right
Lichtman
now,
is
we're
like,
going for
now.
this.
his idea's pretty good.
He's just
but
literally
like, he has way too much
guessing.
confidence about it, right? Like
Right.
you should
But
like that's a really
his
good premise
community
if you're
will
going to come up
disagree
with
with him.
13 things to measure president that aren't database, but like you're going to be wrong sometimes. No one has a 100% chance of being right, and he kind of views it as like, oh, once you unlock the 7th key, it's done.
I don't know. I find that
Still
guy.
gotta
I
campaign.
find that guy completely insufferable.
I sort of enjoy him just because of the whole
I mean,
actor.
I actually do.
You know what? Like
but
as
I
a
also
character.
find him insufferable. But I
I
enjoy
guess
enjoy
I
watching
agree.
it.
But when he sent that tweet to Nate Silver, it was like, "You don't have the faintest idea."
We
how
need
to-" Like that's
Nevada
legendary, you know,
and
that is a
Arizona.
legendary moment. You could only dream of that level of Nate Silver
Michigan,
conflict.
That's true.
Minnesota,
That's true. Yeah.
Wisconsin.
John Favreau tweeted this morning, like, all right, guys, it's time to find the 13 keys.
Uh,
Get ready.
Wisconsin.
Go out hunting for them. Well, Kamala is trying to find them right now.
I think
in
probability
the
is
blue wall
50-50,
states.
but Kamala is
And so I saw some
narrowly,
analysis on Twitter that was like,
leading.
okay, so
By
the Latino
number of
vote
votes,
has shifted.
but they've got another 5 million
We're seeing
votes
some of
to
the
count.
realignment shifts that the Trump campaign was counting on, but she's holding up pretty well with white voters, and that's what you would need to be able to pull that off. That's the narrow lane that they're trying to thread right now, narrow needle they're trying to thread.
Well, I think that's a really interesting point. The scab needle just went down to a 69% chance of victory for Donald Trump. Yep, exactly.
They're
so
reeling it in.
That's right where he likes to be, as we all know. So, but it is.
Gross.
You're still eating your crackers. I'm so sorry. And I think, by the way, producer Griffin said that we could take premium questions, but. If we're looking at the Washington Post map, which is showing movement, county by county movement, I mean, it's not all bad news for Kamala Harris. And we're still waiting on.
Where are you looking at?
It's the Washington Post map that Crystal had. It's still possible that what we see is a reverse 2016, where the needle is starting to look good for Donald Trump, and then it starts tipping backwards as we get more and more results in from the blue wall, and then that translates into something in Arizona.
Yeah,
and Nevada by the
certified.
time
So
we get,
California
what,
is definitely
an hour or
blue,
two from now?
but it's like one of the
how's
last
Seltzer looking
states
in Iowa?
to close polls.
Logan, you want to give us an
So
Iowa Seltzer?
these
Seltzer
people
update?
are gonna like just
yeah,
count
we're
California
behind
as
the
blue.
curve on
We,
'cause
we
they're
don't
gonna
actually
go
have
blue.
a ton.
It's
from
basically like
Iowa,
Texas
yeah.
and New
Able to
York.
say.
There are a couple of counties. So
you can
for
already
There was
like
just
you
some
can
super
know
hyper
where they're
local
gonna go.
specific Iowa timing.
So they're factoring that in, the people
There's
who are,
like a
this is
pocket
their
of,
job
like,
in
well, so
regards to the
Jefferson County,
probability
Iowa,
of who's
this is
gonna
in
win.
the southeastern part of the state. Right now, there's only 52% of the votes are counted, but it does have a D+23 shift. There's one. Here's.
There we go.
Iowa.
Yeah, that's up on the screen.
99%.
Donald Trump's got a 99% chance of winning Iowa.
Yeah, but look at
According
Harris.
to
yeah.
DDHQ.
So
1%
count.
Harris. Yeah,
Yeah, right
liberals,
now that
that
margin
one
looks pretty
Iowa
Seltzer-ish.
poll that got them so excited for
yeah,
a
and so what
landslide.
we had when we were looking at these trends, we were really looking early at North Carolina. We were looking at Georgia. And we were starting to see some stuff trickle in from Pennsylvania and other places, but it's actually possible that we were just seeing Georgia and
I'm not a fan
North
of
Carolina
Spanish
look really good
wines.
with some other
I've
indicators.
decided.
And then culturally, states like Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania go in a different direction.
It is certainly possible. I mean, there's very different demographic makeup. You know, very different.
Worse than French wines.
Even
French
like
wines are hit or miss.
industrial makeup in terms of where people work, CHIPS Act investments, those sorts of EV investments.
Do they just
the
assume
Inflation
girls
Reduction Act
like sweet
in
wines?
investments,
so
all of
fucked.
those things. But
I'm
yeah, I
drinking
mean
on an
that's
empty
her
stomach.
hope right now. That's what they're
That's
living
bad.
for.
Who's got the premium questions? I'm not logged in on
Oh,
those.
All right, I'm on locals. Let
I'm
me
back,
see.
by the way.
It's hard to find the questions though, because there's.
Oh, we
just
got to
so much
ask for some.
commentary.
Griffin or Mac, if you love any questions, throw them into the signal.
Oh, here you
I'm
go.
gonna really
Nathan
get
Isaacs,
drunk
Ryan,
fast
what's
if I
going on
drink
with the
on
New York
empty
Times
stomach.
strike? Sorry, I missed this earlier.
So it's the tech union. So
How are you doing,
this
certified?
is what I've been hearing. I have not done any reporting on this. The tech union that would be working on the needle.
What's your
was
vibe
apparently
check?
Going on strike.
Who do you think's gonna win?
And so it was unclear whether or not they were going to be able to get the
Are you at
needle up
home or are you at a
because
bar?
They were looking for
Oh, you're
enough
probably at
scab
home, right?
labor
'Cause you're watching me. Unless you're
to
watching
get
me
it
on a
together
phone.
rather than meet the demands, the reasonable demands of their workers. I have no idea what their demands are, but they're the workers' demands, so therefore they're by definition reasonable.
Big.
and
Oh,
so
okay. So you're
that's what's
optimistic.
going on.
So you're
It's a
better
small
than
team, I
me.
think, that's striking for-
Big
and
cities are always
obviously,
blue.
like, think about the timing.
Are you being
These- it's a
facetious
rather-
in regards to
rather
I wonder
strategic
why?
moment for the needle team. This is
Right. Yeah.
like
Because I can explain
moment of-
why.
moment of peak leverage. But Nate Cohn went out and learned to code and got the needle up. So
you made it.
He's making it work.
That counteroffer is not going to be as good as they were hoping.
Here's an interesting
Because like their leverage tomorrow, if you're the needle union,
Like, are you
Struggle.
being
that's true.
sarcastic
That is true.
when you say, I
Especially since they
wonder
were able
why
to,
big
you know,
cities
Needle
are
lockout
always blue?
next
question
They were able to get it going.
from Varisha 12. Is the third party effect showing up in any results? That's an interesting question. Logan,
Third
are
party.
we
Okay.
able to pull that
So
up?
they're always
Just in terms
blue.
of
Yeah.
What's the
Because
vote
they're
right
more
now for
diverse
Stein,
and
You would think
Oliver?
maybe
Race-wise
Kennedy?
and
You would think
also
maybe,
nationality-wise,
Michigan.
Yeah, but
typically.
they don't
And
even
they're
include
typically
her
more
in all these.
educated.
Yeah.
I think
So
it's
all
in our
of these,
decision desk,
the
numbers. We
confluence
can
and
put that up there. Maybe we put the
intersectionalities of
national-
all these
is that- no, we
things,
don't have it there.
But
as
I
well
would
as
think,
sexual
you know, if you were going to see a
orientation,
significant effect,
makes
like I
it
feel like Michigan would be
blue.
Right.
Yeah.
where
Makes
you would
it
see it
more
So
liberal,
that's actually
more
interesting because
progressive.
Wisconsin and
Especially
Pennsylvania
because
could go
if
one
they're
way, and then,
international or
contra James
have
Carville, who said he expected
been
all the swing states
exposed
to go
to
another
more
way
different types of
because
cultures
Gaza
and
and Michigan.
viewpoints,
You could see Wisconsin and Pennsylvania
sexual
going different way than Michigan,
orientations, they
potentially.
become
right
generally
now,
more empathetic people.
Okay, so this is Michigan,
and
13%.
generally, oh my
so
God,
it's still early to
Emily's
tell.
eating. I'm like,
Jill
that
Stein
should
only
be
has
me.
0.8% of the vote. So RFK
And,
still pulling.
a lot of
what
Arab
was I
American
saying?
voters.
Yeah. This is what happens when I start drinking.
Just anecdotally.
Okay.
But also according to polls,
I need to
voted
focus.
for Trump
Right.
because
I saw 30%.
And you were just there.
Maybe?
right.
Yeah, so they
Oh,
generally
Stein vote in front of us. There it is.
become
Yeah.
0.7.
more
That's not
open-minded,
It's not that.
Yeah,
and
but
that's
okay,
why
so
they become more
that's right
blue.
now at 6,000 votes. Hillary lost
And they
by
like to
11,000.
congregate in
Okay.
cities.
But so,
Fair point.
Jill Stein for a lot of Arab American
because
voters
international
and also
companies, big
young people and
companies
others
tend to
who
also be in
just
cities.
don't like genocide.
Therefore,
what
there's
they
just so
stop
many
over. Jill
confluence
Stein
of
was like a
things,
place where they
factors,
on their political journey,
like
they're like,
other
okay, this is a place
external
where I feel comfortable.
variables.
But then they reason,
that
wait a minute, they're
make
telling
big
me that a vote
cities,
for Jill Stein is a vote
blue.
for Trump. And I think the Harris administration, Biden-Harris administration, is
I'm
guilty
hearing
of a genocide.
Kornacki.
Harris has
saying
made
vote for
progress
Stein,
here
vote for Trump.
in this
Why
big
don't I-
suburban county here. Harris has made progress from 7 points, now sitting at 3 points. But is that progress enough for Democrats?
Fuck. Missed it. 6 seconds, 5 seconds until Nevada closes. That's another swing state, guys. Yeah, I think I'm Democratic, but some things I have both party. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I identify as like progressive, but like I don't agree with 100p of like their opinions and viewpoints, and that's okay. Like, there shouldn't be an expectation as like who you like the party you identify with or the sub party that you identify with, subgroup that you identify with, that you immediately agree on like 100% of their viewpoints. You can still have some viewpoints that are considered the other side or more moderate, but you still majority identify yourself as X or Y. Like the death penalty, I'm undecided. But the left is very anti-death penalty. The military, I'm more like center for military. I think the origins of that is because of my international exposure. So I see the importance. But I do think that we spend too much on the military. But the military is necessary. We gotta be careful about China. I could go on. Hi, Shark. Who's winning? Why are you still streaming? I'm still streaming because it's still fucking close. It's not... And I'm anxiety right now because... And I'm hungry because the Democrat... I don't have food in my house. I can't find food in my house. Apartment. And freaking, like... It's not looking good for Harris, okay? And that's why I broke out wine. And I opened 2 bottles because the first one sucked. The second one sucked too. Hi, T. T-word. I don't get how the Dems or Republicans are that appealing. They all just want to send all us tax money. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Israel, in the history of the United States, has received more money than any other country in foreign aid. Why? Military aid. And we're breaking U.S. law by continuing to send them money because they're not letting aid into Gaza, and that's breaking U.S. law. But AIPAC has a lot of power and money runs the world. I have some wine, Shark. You don't have food, but I'm sure you got wine. I have a lot of wine, but not the wine that I like. And I'm not about to open like 6 bottles to see if I like one of them. I've already opened 2. They both suck. Maybe I should open another. Well, I'll give it a little bit of time and see. If it still looks shit, I'll open another bottle. I'll open a cab. I shouldn't be drinking on an empty stomach because I'm gonna get drunk fast. Because A, empty stomach, B, I don't usually drink very much anymore. And then I'm not gonna be able to like commentate as well. So I apologize for that in advance. It's not, Shark, it's not breaking the law as long as lobbies are allowed to yeah. Yep, Shark. Exactly. Certified. Don't deal all that wine. Wait, what? Shark. Wine Monster Mary. Let's go. Yeah, let's fucking go. I mean, if this is not the night to do it, what else is the night to do it, right? Certified, can you clarify what you're saying? Oh god, I just got a text. I just got a text from one of my PA friends. Oh my fuck. I can't, guys, I can't. 6 bottles? Oh, I'm not gonna drink all the wine that I opened that I don't like. I'll just use it to cook. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Not fucking. I cannot. Oh. He meant don't die, not don't dial. That was an exclamation point at the end. Oh, I don't have my contacts on. I'm sorry. Oh, certified. You typed. Oh, it was a typo, so it wasn't my vision. I typed too fast. Okay. I should get LASIK. I've been meaning to get LASIK, but it's kind of fucking scary. Like, you're awake. Even if you give me fucking, like, 2 Xanax bars, I'm gonna be fucking scared and freak out. I don't know, man. I don't know what's gonna happen with Pennsylvania, but I know Georgia is going red. Feels like it's going red. I predicted it's going red. Michigan's not looking good. Probably because of Gaza, the largest concentration of the Muslim community in America, I believe. Hold on. Hold the fucking phone. I can't show you this right now, guys. I can't show you this right now, guys, because it's on Sling. And it won't let me. But Georgia, okay, uncalled battleground states. Georgia, 16 electoral votes. Trump plus 4.8. 81% in. That's much higher than the polls. The polls said about 1.5 or something like that. North Carolina, 16 electoral votes. Trump plus 5, 67% in. Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes. Trump plus 1.1, 46% in. That one, okay. Arizona, Trump tied, 35% of the vote in. That one's gone. Michigan, Harris plus 3.9. Okay. But only 17% in. So we're not sure. Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes. Harris plus 0.7. 36% in. Guys, it's not good. It's not good. And this is MSNBC. What I read was MSNBC. This is why I'm drinking. Okay. Freak out over. Guys, we can't have another Trump presidency. Come on. Come the fuck on. No. I don't know about Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's a toss-up. But she needs the blue wall, man. It seems like she's gonna lose all the Sunbelt states, but she needs the blue wall. T-Bird, Pennsylvania going red, I don't know. Certified, you're not being dumb. It is scary, one guy killed himself? What? His eyes were fucked up after the surgery, so painful. Oh my god! This is why I haven't gotten it. Because there are risks, even though, like, everyone in my life that I know have gotten LASIK is like, oh my god, it's life-changing, it's amazing. I mean, my eyes aren't bad enough to be like, alright, I gotta do something about it. Contacts are fucking annoying, but my eyes aren't bad enough that I can't get away with, like, everyday life, I don't have to wear glasses. I don't have to wear contacts. When I go out, I'll wear contacts. They're annoying because they get dry, but I can wear contacts. Just so I can see people from afar, especially at the beginning of the night. Because, like, I kind of have resting bitch face. And if I don't wear my contacts and, like, somebody I know sees me from afar and I don't, like, react and say hi, they're gonna think I'm mad at them. So that's problematic. I only really have glasses because, like I can even, like, drive without glasses, but I prefer to drive with my glasses on. But I don't really drive. I mean, I learned last year how to drive. I mean, I think I only have glasses because, like, for college and grad school. certified. I heard that somewhere. I don't know.
Yes, absolutely. And this is how
Here
it
we
goes
go.
in Arizona.
Here we
They
go.
get to that 10 o'clock Eastern hour, and suddenly what you get out of,
Here we
remember
go.
here, Maricopa County, that's
It's
what you're
time.
looking at right here where Phoenix is. More than 60% of the vote in the entire state is in here, and Maricopa County all at once releases this, more than half of its vote. Now, let me tell you what you're looking at here, because if you remember from 2020, the
What if
story
she
in
wins
Maricopa and
Arizona?
in Arizona is very distinct buckets of votes that come in at different times
Shaq,
and
oh
then
my
have
God, I
very
remember
different
early
looks in terms of
streams.
which party they
Their
favor.
process is like
What you get first and what you're
switching
looking at
and
in
staring at
Maricopa
chat.
County,
Wait 5
this
seconds
is
before.
all of the in-person early vote, and this is all of the the mail-in vote that was received by last Friday. So that is what you get first here. That's what you're looking at. What will then happen in Maricopa County over the next few hours is they will count up the same day vote, the folks who went and voted today. That's typically a Republican-friendly batch of voters. So you'll see in the next few hours, these numbers change, and then you will have the majority of the vote in Maricopa County will be in, and then we will wait. Because every night now, going through the week, they're going to work through the rest of that vote by mail, the stuff that came in on Saturday, on Sunday, but stuff that was dropped off today. There's still a lot of that to come, but as a starting point, if you compare this to 2020, when this number came out in 2020, Joe Biden had a high single-digit advantage over Harris in that initial batch in Maricopa County. If you remember, the story in 2020 all week was Trump trying to play comeback in Arizona. This is his starting point now in Maricopa. Also, the other big population center in Arizona, this is Pima County, where Tucson is. This is the more Democratic of the two big counties here. Again, basically the same deal. You've got this initial batch here that's half the vote. Again, Biden, you can see where he ran here in 2020. You can see what Harris is getting right now. But what will still be coming out later tonight in Pima will be that same day vote. So we'll see how that affects the count. And again, in Arizona, if we get through tonight and this thing is still very, very close, you're kind of locked in probably for a few days of results just because of that pace where once a night you'll kind of get updates from these counties. So the question here obviously is if somebody gets a clear advantage, this is the statewide number right now, half the vote has been counted out. We'll see in the coming hours if there's clear separation between these candidates at all. Otherwise, it could take some time there in Arizona. I want to return to Pennsylvania because I think we've got a pretty big development here in part of the story we've been following all night. We have been flagging Lackawanna County, big one where Scranton is, heart of Northeast Pennsylvania, a very contested region here politically. And the question has been, what would this land at? And you're now basically looking at it. This is probably it in Lackawanna County. And Kamala Harris is going to, this is where Scranton is. Kamala Harris, you see, winning this by 3 points over Donald Trump. But remember, we were using this as a gauge because in 2020, Joe Biden won this by 8.5 points, won the state. In 2016, Donald Trump lost this only by about 3.5 points, 3.4 points. This was a winning combination for Donald Trump. He won the state. This was a losing combination for Donald Trump. Tonight, at 3.1 points, his loss here in Lackawanna County is actually a little bit less than the 2016 margin. This was one of our key questions in Pennsylvania tonight. Would Donald Trump get back to his 2016 level in a big blue-collar county like this? Because there are a lot of big blue-collar counties like this throughout the contested northern tier of the battleground. This I'm flagging for you because we said it at the start of the night. We'd use this as a bellwether also because this is now the complete one. We've been looking for complete counties. We've got a complete county here. So that's what it lands at right there. That was the question we asked. We now have an answer. Luzerne County, another biggie. Again, this is all big blue-collar counties, northeast Pennsylvania, slowly getting that same day, that election day vote counted up. Trump's lead now is 11 points.
Arizona
this is where Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania
but
is.
Fuck that.
He needs
We're
to
not
hit
following
this number
AP,
and probably surpass
we
it.
talked about
So keep an eye as this remaining
AP
vote comes in.
right
But like Lackawanna, that's what we're looking at. One other thing to note here. Now, look, half the vote is in. Philadelphia County is the same thing as Philadelphia City. They're the exact same thing. So that's what you're looking at here. We got half the vote in. And you see, Harris is going to win this thing in an absolute landslide. The question in Philadelphia has been the margin. Because what we saw in 2020 was ever so slightly, even as Democrats won the state and improved on 2016, Joe Biden actually lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia. And the reason he lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia was Donald Trump performed a little bit better in some heavily Hispanic parts of the city. So the question, another key question tonight has been, do Democrats win that back? Do they win back the ground they lost? Do they lose further ground? Now, you can see Biden won Philadelphia 81-18, essentially, in 2020. And right now, it's 79-20. The key is this, as they count up, I keep saying the same day vote. I'm saying that because we know the same day vote is favoring the Republicans a bit. So when I say they're tallying up the same day, there's an expectation there that it's the best numbers for Trump that are still being tabulated right now. The twist in Philadelphia, though, is they still have tens of thousands of vote-by-mail ballots. And we expect at about midnight that they're going to release that second batch of vote-by-mail ballots. So as we get closer there, we're going to follow this and see if Trump can maintain this 20%, maybe even he grows it. That would be fantastic news for him if he does that. But at about midnight, a very big batch of what are going to be very Democratic-friendly votes are going to come in. And so that may answer or really get us close to an answer on this other key question we're asking in Pennsylvania. Are the Democrats able to hold what they have in Philadelphia and maybe even win back the lost ground from 2020, or does Trump make further inroads? Because again, this is a county where the Democrats won by about 470,000 votes in 2020. They want to hit that margin. They want to go higher on that margin tonight. So that's the drama in Philadelphia as this other half of the vote comes in. And we could just zoom right out.
I really hope we don't have to wait until
Ohio
midnight
for some reason. There you go. A little bit more than half statewide. That is Trump's lead statewide, but it's very spotty in terms of where you're seeing votes. Oh, there is one more I did want to flag for you. This is Cumberland County, because we do have about 3/4 of the vote in here. Why Cumberland County? Because we don't talk much about it, but there's a lot of population in this region of Pennsylvania. You got Lancaster County, you got York County. Here you got Cumberland County, Carlisle, Pennsylvania is in here. This is actually, you see red right now, this has been a growth area for Democrats. There's a lot of fast-growing suburbs in here. Again, demographically very conducive to the Democratic coalition. Right outside, right across the river from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So Democrats made gains here in 2020. This was actually a very good performance for Joe Biden. Now you see with almost 3/4 of the vote in, Trump's a little bit short of that number. That was a bad number for him, and he's a little bit short of it now, but this is the thing to look for. With all of this remaining election day vote still to be counted, we just saw this happen in Lackawanna County. Is that going to happen in Cumberland County? Is Trump going to gain enough that he hits that number and surpasses that 2020 number? This is the kind of place where his campaign needs to win back ground that they lost in 2020. This is a big part of why, or a significant part of why Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020. So we're going to follow that as it continues to come in. And I can also note Butler County. This is red. Obviously, it was heavily in the news this summer with that Trump rally. Believe it or not, Butler County in the Trump era, which started in 2016, while it's still deeply red, has actually gotten less red. This has been a bit of a growth area. Suburbs right outside Pittsburgh, some rural areas too. The Democrats actually, I'll just show you, put it up on the screen here. This was actually a bit disappointing for Trump in 2020. Just go back here and you take a look. He won it by 37 points in 2016, only 32 in 2020. This is a place where Democrats would like to make more gains. Right now, it's basically exactly where it landed in 2020. And again, there's not a ton, but there's more of that same-day vote to come. And this is, again, the kind of place where the Trump campaign's goal coming into tonight would be to stop those losses that they were suffering, to stop that decline, and maybe gain some ground back. So with most, not all the vote in Butler County, it doesn't look like they're going to fall back any farther. Just check in, too, on Allegheny County. There's more than 1 million people in Allegheny County. You think of the city of Pittsburgh, there's also just a ton of interior suburbs there, inner suburbs there. 3/4 of the vote in Allegheny. We'll just show you where this landed in 2020. And again, this is one of the few counties in Pennsylvania that's gotten more Democratic in the Trump era. But, it's huge, as we just say. So 60% is basically where Biden landed in Allegheny County in 2020, with about 3/4 of the vote in. And if you remember at the start of the night, we had all of that mail that was dropped in Allegheny County. Trump's been trying to chip away at that sense.
We got to see with this remaining 25% of the vote if he can get back to that 2020 level here. Democrats really want to grow this. The other question we're going to try to get an answer on here too is if there is remaining vote by mail in Allegheny County, because we say that's the wild card in Philadelphia now. We're going to check on that in Allegheny County and in Pittsburgh. But these are places, you know, where Democrats just depend on big margins, and where Harris is going to need even bigger margins, you know, by a few points to offset potentially, like, for instance, what Trump just did in Allegheny County, in Lackawanna County, excuse me.
Bro, I don't even know if I should check Instagram. I need to listen to some Taylor Swift. No, I mean Instagram. My personal Instagram. Not my public Instagram that I never update. Sorry. You never read Twitter? Yeah, your cortisol levels are probably way lower than mine. I try to stay off of Twitter, but like because of my hobby and like my friends as well, I just, you know. New York, 28 electoral votes. Oh my god, Trump is at 208. Kamala's at 91 electoral votes, guys. But to be fair, a lot of the states are still gray. But that is totally copium. Okay, certified. You're getting food, I'm jealous. I hate this shit. We should have uniform rules for all states, but the federal government does not run the election. It's still by state. It's just that they all have the same rules, so we don't have to wait until 12 o'clock for PA. X o'clock for California. X o'clock for Nevada. Like, this is stupid. Like, we're watching this, like, as if it's, like, a fucking TV show. Like, it should not be. AP's got Harris at 112 and Trump at 198. I got Wisconsin and PA leaning red, but Arizona and New Mexico leaning blue. That's still wild, though. Arizona going blue? That would be the most unexpected. Nah. I don't believe that. Yo, Hassan almost has 300k people watching him. I wonder what he's saying. Should we tune in? Should we fucking tune in? Let's see.
Possible. And I think that there's a major crisis there that no one seems to want to address.
It's going to be extreme lag because
so in the absence
we're
of
streaming,
that, I think a lot of reactionary
watching
sentiment
another streamer
reaches
apologies.
to these vulnerable young men in particular, and causes them to choose a right-wing slant. And we're kind of seeing that right now in at least the exit polls coming out of Michigan, where the majority of the young male voters in the state of Michigan are saying that they're actually in favor of Donald Trump in the 18 to 35 demographic. This is really dangerous for the future of not only this country, but for most other countries as well.
And Hassan, I introduced you as a left-leaning Twitch streamer, so I only say that because I want to ask you this question: is what are the issues, the people you're hearing from on your stream, what are the issues that they care a lot about?
Yeah, can you hear me well, by the way? I might have changed my microphone.
I can. I think you just switched over microphones. You sound great.
I did. Okay, so the question was, what are the issues that young people...
What are you hearing from the people who follow you in terms of issues that they care about?
I would say that obviously abortion rights are a major problem here in the country. Our Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade and abortion protections that we all took for granted. And beyond that, I think another very important issue is America's foreign policy, specifically as it pertains to Israel and Palestine. A lot of young people do care about that quite a bit. But outside of that, in terms of domestic issues, I think that healthcare is a major problem here in this country. Young people face the exact same problems that older generations face. In terms of access to medical care, there's a massive divide in terms of like rural health care. For example, we have a lot of hospital closures happening in rural areas. And beyond that, we obviously still have an insane thing called medical debt in this country. And I think that's all because of private interests. And this is something that young people definitely care about. We have a crisis in terms of inflation. We have an affordability crisis, and more importantly than anything else, housing is a major problem.
All right, Hassan, we'll have to leave it there. Appreciate you so much for taking part in this tonight.
All right, thank you for having me.
That's Hassan Piker, a left-leaning Twitch streamer with 300,000 people watching that Twitch stream. You ever been on Twitch?
I'm still in here, but I'm muted.
Answer that question? Well, I wouldn't even know how to go on Rob Russo.
No. All right, I'm out. They ended it. That was short,
I think the country's not ready yet for Hassan.
Thank you, Hassan, for doing this for
and
my
I don't
country.
think he would ever want to
Yeah, you know, I try my best. All right, let's get
he
back
has Kornacki Cam on too. Fucking, we all got Kornacki Cam.
Devastating consequences of running an objectively bad campaign.
This is what I'm saying. I concur. She should not have run center right. We're both on Kornacki Cam. Look at this shit. I have Kornacki Cam on a separate tab. We've been watching Kornacki Cam all night.
Yeah, let's check in, Rachel. We'll start here on North Carolina. Look, again, 83% of the vote statewide now counted, and Trump with a 3-point advantage here. It's about 135,000 votes.
No.
Yeah, again, I think we're seeing some clear things we've taken you through, and they're being reinforced the more we look at here. We talked about the rural counties with large black populations where Democrats wanted to run up turnout and make some gains. That has not happened. You take a look at some of these big, well-populated, still Republican suburbs where Trump has had some slippage, where Democrats would need further slippage. We've singled out Union County before. Trump has actually gained ground in Union County. This is a gigantic one just outside of Charlotte. He's actually gained ground there relative to 2020 when this was a big reason the state got as close as it did. Another county that fits the bill here is Johnston County. Again, just very similar to Union County, just outside of Wake County. And again, it's not massive, but Trump doing a point better than he did. Harris doing a point worse than she did. Look, North Carolina is a state that is typically decided within the margins here. You know, the Republicans have been winning it since 2008, not in landslide margins. So when you have a 1-point swing towards Trump and a 1-point swing away from the Democrats, and you keep seeing that all over the place, boy, that really does start to add up. Even in a place here, 3/4 of the vote in Guilford County, where Greensboro is. This is part of the triad. This is one of the big Democratic vote-producing counties. But again, Biden was over 60% of the vote here, at nearly 61% of the vote in 2020. What's still to come in Guilford County is that Republican favoring same-day vote. So you're really starting to see this lead that Trump has right here. The ingredients that are going into it are the ingredients he needed coming into the night. We'll just check in there. Coming into the night to have a good night in North Carolina. Take a trip down to Georgia. 86% of the vote counted now. Trump's margin over 153,000 votes. Remember, he lost this by about 12,000 last time around. We've been keeping an eye on Fulton County. Democrats need gains there. They can't afford any slippage. The same-day votes counted up here, being counted up here. And now you can see it. Harris has fallen more than a point below where Biden finished in 2020. Trump's improved by more than a point here. A county this size, well over 1 million people here. That is a significant shift there. And with more same day to come, that may get even worse for Democrats right there. You could take a look at Douglas County. We have Cobb County. Again, we still have vote to come in here. But Harris now basically falling back to Biden's level. The potential to slip even further there. Up here, again, I won't take you through the individual counties, but in North Georgia, this is just the overwhelming Republican part of the state. And this story is being repeated in county after county. Trump is performing better. He won these things by 75 points or so in 2020. He's performing even better in these counties. So look, just zoom out here and look at the implications of this potentially. If this continues with the votes that are still to come in Georgia, North Carolina, I say this as a very, very big if here, but if you just play this out to let you know about the implications here. If Trump gets Georgia, and if Trump gets North Carolina, okay, and there's no other surprises outside of the battlegrounds, and we already saw Iowa called. That was one of the potential surprises people were thinking about. With those two states, Trump would move probably to 251 expected electoral votes. And how many electoral votes are in Pennsylvania? The answer is 19. So if in the remaining votes in North Carolina and Georgia, Donald Trump is able to lock down victories in those states, I say if, but based on what I'm showing you, there's reason for hope for the Trump folks that that could happen. If Trump wins those two states, he'd be at probably 251, and likely in that scenario, if he could get Pennsylvania, that would get him to 270. Now, Pennsylvania, still a scramble here. 57% of the vote is in. Just check in here on Luzerne County. We continue to get more vote out of here. This is one of the key bellwethers
bellwethers we're using because this is Northeast Pennsylvania. Boy, there's a ton of vote in here, and this is the area the Trump campaign said they're going to improve on 2020 here. Again, 2/3 of the vote in now. Trump is ticking up closer to that 2020 level here, so keep an eye on that and the rest of the state. But Pennsylvania, just given what we're seeing in Georgia and North Carolina, increasingly taking center stage right here as one that the Harris campaign has always wanted, felt they needed. If Trump gets Georgia and Trump gets North Carolina, then Pennsylvania becomes an absolute must for Democrats.
No, Shark, no. No, we can't have another Trump presidency. Project 2025. Women are going to lose our reproductive rights even more so than now. And I don't even... What else is on Project 2025? I have been drinking on an empty stomach, so off the top of my dome, I can't pull that out, but it's wild. And fucking foreign policy too! I'm losing it. I can't. My phone is blowing up. I apologize, guys. But this is not looking good, and my phone is fucking blowing up. Shark, can you order food or something, or do you plan to pass out right after you stream on an empty stomach? Dude, I don't fucking know. I haven't thought that far ahead. And, like, Atlanta, you can't order food this late. Like, if I was in New York, fuck yeah. First of all, if I was in New York, I'd be out at a bar. If I wasn't out at a bar, I would be able to order food up into the wee hours of the night. Easy peasy. But not in Atlanta. I need to move back, man. Especially if we have another Trump presidency. Fucking no shot am I staying in the South. I heard if you eat Kamala's odds of winning go higher. I wish you were correct. I wish you were correct. Well, I have pretzels. I was looking for a granola bar, but I don't have any. Like, I have one that's open, but it's been open for so long, it's stale. If I don't stream till midnight, I'm still gonna be up until midnight. You know what I mean? Wait, why not? Well, I'm not gonna finish an entire bottle of wine. I'm gonna smoke before I do that. Not trying to be hungover and lose the election. Well, I think I have some pork roast somewhere. I had that for lunch because my roomie cooked it. But that's too hard. It's too hard to get it out right now. And I gotta season it and shit. No, it's too hard. Okay. This is like, okay. We need, okay. I can't watch MSNBC. That is just gonna fucking kill me.
Rooms to Go holiday sale, and we're celebrating in
Okay.
style. Choose
So there's an ad
like
playing,
this stylish
but
reclining leather
I
living
have
room,
CNN
just
on.
$14.95
We're
or
gonna watch
$31 a
CNN,
month, interest
see what
free.
they're
Save
saying.
on beautiful rooms like this. On sale
They're
for only
tad
$11.88. Shop our
less
incredible selection room by room and
partisan.
bring home dining sets like this or this. Just in time for the holidays. At Rooms to Go, you get both great sale prices and
Oh
50
my
months
fuck.
interest-free financing. Now during the Rooms to Go holiday sale.
Tonight on 360, new polling, some of the last before the election on where the race stands and how it might change over the next 4 days. Also, Liz Cheney and Vice President Harris respond to what the former president
What
said
the
about
fuck
Cheney
are they
last
talking
night,
about?
and the former president's follow-up.
Why are
to
they not
CNN's
talking
question
about polls?
it today. Plus, Trump says vaccine falsehood promoter Robert F.
We're
Kennedy
talking
Jr.
about-
would have a, quote, big role in health care if he's elected.
I'm
What role
so
would that
shook
be?
right now.
And apparently, it may include vaccines. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. With just 4 days to go, the two candidates are both in Wisconsin tonight. Vice President Harris just wrapped up her second of 3 events in the state today in the town of Little Chute, just outside Appleton. She's heading to a Milwaukee suburb shortly. The former president due in Milwaukee at the top of the next hour, the same venue where he accepted the Republican nomination this
Okay,
summer.
I'll check
Wisconsin,
Discord.
the other so-called blue wall states, critical for both campaigns, which is why we're starting out with new polling from Marist and CNN's John King to walk us through it. So, John, what does the new polling from the blue wall states show?
Anderson, remember those blue wall states? Trump won them in 2016. He was president. Joe Biden flipped him back in 2020. He's president. So let's look at the new polling. And I'm going to do it in the context of our map that shows the path to 270 electoral votes. Let's look first at the new Marist polls you just mentioned. And if you're a Democrat tonight, you're looking at this and you're happy. I'll add the caveat, it's just one poll, so be careful. But look at this in the end. Harris at 50 to 48 in Pennsylvania, 51 to 48 in Michigan, 50 to 48 in Wisconsin. No clear leader within the margin of error, but significantly, Harris at 50% or more in all of those polls. Donald Trump about where he was in 2016 and 2020. He is consistent across these states and over the campaign. So just one poll, but if you're a Democrat, you think maybe we're closing strong. So let's average them out. Let's be safe. This is the best way to do it. Is you take, as we do in our CNN poll of polls, the last 5 reputable polls in each of these states, and you have no clear leader, a dead heat in Pennsylvania, maybe a slight Harris edge, but again, 49 to 46, and then 49 to 46 in Wisconsin. So if you're Kamala Harris, nothing is easy, Anderson, but you're seeing these polls. Our CNN polls this week had her ahead with Pennsylvania tie ahead in the other 2. Marist has her ahead in those other 2, Wisconsin, Michigan, and a tie here. If you're the vice president and you hold that lead you've had in Wisconsin for some time, even though it's narrow, you hold that lead you've had in Michigan for some time, even though it's narrow, and you can somehow win here where I am, which is very close in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, those 3 states alone, with all the other likely and solid Democratic states, would get the Vice President of the United States to 270, and she would be the next president. Not easy, not done, but that is her easiest path, and this recent polling does show it's more than a viable possibility.
And if the blue wall states go to Trump?
That's not where mine takes me.
Well, let's flip them, right? If you imagine 2016, again, they're that close. They are that close. The Democrats are happy in the end, but it is just as conceivable, looking at those numbers, that Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania go back to Donald Trump. Now, in our current map, that would only get him to 263. It wouldn't get him all the way to 270, but let's be real about this and realistic about this. If Donald Trump is winning all three of those, it is a very safe bet that he's winning at least one, if not two or more, of the remaining states. Now, Nevada would not be enough electoral votes to get Trump over the top. You see, it would just get him to 269. But again, if he's winning the blue wall states again like he did in 2016, he's going to be the president, without a doubt.
As we mentioned, you've been in 5 swing states in 5 days. Have voters said anything that's surprised you? Because you've been following up with a lot of these same people over the year.
There's one common theme that comes up with Democrats and Republicans. Both think there's a secret vote out there. Republicans tell you that there are people who voted for Biden, who voted Democratic. They're mad about inflation. They don't think Harris is ready to be president. And they're not telling anybody, but they're going to vote Trump. And then you meet other people, and some have walked up to me and even said this is happening in their own family, where they're in Republican families, but the woman, the partner, is going to, at least the woman, is going to vote for Kamala Harris because of the Dobbs decision, because of reproductive rights, because of Donald Trump's toxic character sometimes. So both sides think there's a secret vote out here. I'll tell you, here in Swarthmore, this is a very liberal community. This is one of the suburbs where the vice president has to run it up. One thing you do find here, and you find this among a lot of Democrats, is a little bit of anxiety. Is this 2020? Where you run it up in the suburbs and you win the close races, or is it 2016? A lot of people have raised this question where a little bit of sexism and maybe a little bit of racism now in Harris's case kicks in and costs her just a little bit of the vote. So Democrats are both more optimistic and more anxious all at the same time.
All right, John King, we'll see you a little bit later talking to Pennsylvania voters in your All Over the Map series. Right now, though, the back and forth over what the former president said last night to Tucker Carlson about former Republican Congresswoman, current Harris supporter Liz Cheney.
Dude, fucking New York Times said Kamala Harris should have gone on Joe Rogan's show. I've been fucking talking about that shit.
She feels about it. You know, when
now New York Times comes out with it because it looks like she's
they're all walk-offs
losing.
when they're sitting in Washington in a nice building saying, "Oh, gee, let's send 10,000 troops right into the mouth of the enemy."
Well, Cheney posted her reaction on social media, quoting her now, "This is how dictators destroy free nations. They threaten those who speak against them with death." Vice President Harris also weighed in.
Anyone who wants to be president of the United States who uses that kind of violent rhetoric is clearly disqualified and unqualified to be president.
Now, later today, when asked by CNN's Kate Sullivan about Cheney interpreting his remarks as a threat in her life, the former president said this.
I think that Liz Cheney is a disaster. All she wants to do is blow people up. She's a war hawk and a dumb one at that. And if you ever put her into the field of battle, she'd be the first one to chicken out. She wouldn't fight. She'd chicken out so fast. And that's all I say.
Well, joining us now, CNN political analyst, New York Times senior political correspondent Maggie Haberman, also CNN political commentators Adam Kinzinger and David Urban, and Ashley Etienne, former communications director for Vice President Harris. Maggie, earlier today, the former president said more about Cheney on Truth Social, saying in part she wouldn't have the guts to fight herself. It's easy for her to talk sitting far from where the death scenes take place, but put a gun in her hand and let her go fight, and she'll see no thanks, end quote. Obviously, coming from a guy who avoided the draft in Vietnam, alleging bone spurs, that's one data point in all of this. How do you see this back and forth today?
I don't think it's helpful to the Trump campaign. I mean, they're spending the entire day talking about this. He's had to clean it up. His aides have been talking to reporters about it at least one of his stops in Michigan. He posted on Truth Social. The clip is playing over and over again. You know, he appeared to be talking about the long-standing criticism of people who send others into war that they wouldn't go themselves. And, you know, Liz Cheney has been called a hawk before, but he did it in a particularly violent way. And so, of course, this is going to get attention in the final days, and it shouldn't really be a surprise. I will say, Anderson, you know, he has also reposted or retruthed or whatever you call it on his website. Another user saying that she was guilty of treason and calling for a military tribunal. So this is, you know, in keeping with the kind of rhetoric he's been using for a while.
Right. I mean, he's also talked about, you know, Mark Milley and you know, what would happen in past days about the death penalty for treason. Congressman, you're a veteran of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, conservative former House Republican like Liz Cheney, who endorsed Kamala Harris. What's your reaction?
Yeah, and Anderson, I've also lived threats like this. Maybe not directly from him, but I get them every day. This isn't a joke. This isn't something that we can, sit around and somebody try to excuse as he really meant she'd die on the battlefield. A couple of big points here. First off, we get told we can't call Trump a fascist, and we can't say he's a threat to democracy because, oh my God, that's going to create violence. But he can say Liz Cheney on a battlefield, or he didn't say battlefield, with 9 guns pointed at her face. It's an oddly specific number, by the way. And you can tell in his mind, he may have been thinking about battle, but then he's visualizing 9 guns pointing at Liz Cheney's face. So look, I've lived this stuff. We're talking about people's lives here, why we can't just have a grown-up that for once doesn't have to go that route. And lastly, let me say this. If Donald Trump is saying that anybody who is scared of battle somehow can't have an opinion or can't do anything regarding national defense, then what the hell is he doing running for president? Because there is nobody watching this show right now that believes that Donald Trump wouldn't be scared to death if he was on the field of battle. So now he's saying since he would be scared to death, he can't send people into war. He is not qualified to be president for any number of reasons, but just add this to the list now, too.
David, you're a graduate of West Point, I should point out, awarded the Bronze Star for your service during a Desert Storm. What do you make of the congressman's perspective?
So which congressman? so listen, Anderson, I am glad that you played the entire clip, right? A lot of people weren't playing the clip, and I think that's how this got spun up. Congressman knows, he's a veteran, he knows, and he knows this well. The biggest responsibility you have as a member of Congress or in the government are the young men and women in our armed forces, right? Putting those people in harm's way. And that's what the president is talking about, whether or not we should put young men and women in harm's way. And it's easy. Liz Cheney's father, who by all accounts lied to the American public, lied to the world about the first AUMF that was enacted in 2002, and which stood in place until just a few years ago, which was used over and over and over again.
Authorized use of military
to put our young men.
Yeah.
So it was used over and over again, and the congressman knows this. There's big debates about this. Congressman put forth his own AUMF to take up arms against Ukraine if needed. But these are things that should be debated full-throatedly amongst our Congress and leaders. And Donald Trump's making that point. Listen, if we're going to spend our most precious resource, we need to make sure that people have a full-throated discussion, and it's not just kick that can down the road for 20 years like we did in Afghanistan. We had 21-year wars in Afghanistan, and that's why people are weary today about further entanglement and getting caught up in more wars. And I think that's why, unfortunately, like I support Congressman Kinzinger, and I feel the same way about Ukraine. But unfortunately, the American people, lots of them don't because they've been misled in the past.
Right. He said none of that. Go ahead, Congressman.
Well, what does pointing 9 guns at
Guys,
her face
I'm sorry, I
have to
can't
do with
like
the fact
put
that
this on
Congress
stream.
should debate
Sling will
stuff
not
that-
let
yeah,
me.
Congress should debate that.
So you're
Congress,
stuck with
unfortunately,
audio.
with Donald Trump, he never came
And
to
the
Congress.
Kornacki
Donald
can.
Trump made decisions, as he does under Article 2 of the Constitution. But to say 9 guns pointed at her face, she doesn't have a right to. All she wants to do is get people killed. And this guy is scared to death of the battlefield too, and yet he wants to be president. He's scared to stand up and use the military, evidently, because if you'd be frightened on a battlefield, you're unqualified. It's a garbage thing, and to defend it makes no sense to me. This is people's lives we're playing with, and cheap political points.
I just think that he's greeted grieving families at Dover. I haven't. I don't know if you stood there. I've not done that. I've not made those phone calls. I think that's a pretty big responsibility that every president has, and I think that changes you and it changes the way you look at things.
Ashley, how much do you expect the Harris campaign to emphasize these comments moving forward, or do you think today was it?
No, I mean, absolutely they're going to continue to sort of seize on this opportunity because,
it just serves as an example of the corrosive nature that Donald Trump has had on not just our nation, but our nation's politics. He knows exactly what he's doing. His words have repeatedly led to violence. And, there's no question left about who Donald Trump is. So from my perspective, I think the campaign is going to lean into the point that there's a choice here in this election. And, if Donald Trump wins, it really says more about the character of this nation than it does about Donald Trump, that people are going to go into the booth and affirm that this is the person that they want representing them in the world. They're going to condone this type of action and corrosive, violent, dangerous actions from the president. I mean, actions I wouldn't even condone from my 9-year-old. So for me, it really begs this question of the 48% that's holding firm behind Donald Trump. What is beyond the pale anymore? If it's not, inciting insurrection, violent rhetoric toward members of Congress, the worst economy in modern history. What is beyond the pale anymore, if not this kind of stuff?
Maggie,
Pennsylvania, 66% in. She is behind more than 2%.
Do you have any sense of is he confident? How does his advisors feel?
No, I did not
he's
have
very
champagne
confident,
ready.
And most of his advisors are very confident.
I was not that sure.
Campaign, not necessarily
B,
directly in it, who are a little more anxious. They're not quite
fucking
certain what to make
California's
of what they're
already
seeing in terms of some
closing.
of the data, and they're not quite certain what to make in terms of what they're seeing of Trump's upcoming schedule. He's going to North Carolina apparently several times in the next couple of days. These were late adds to his schedule. You don't normally go to a battleground state 4 times in 3 days if you're not at least somewhat concerned about shoring it up. So, all of these states are within margins of error. And again, the Trump team has felt very good about it based on their read of early vote data. But the two campaigns have very different models that they're using of what the turnout looks like and who is voting for whom. And one of them will be right and one won't. Can I make just one more point, Anderson, though, as we're having this conversation about Donald Trump and things he says
Anybody
and
else
so forth?
drinking
Donald Trump has been...
to cope?
This is not some new version of Donald Trump. This is not a new person who's running this cycle. He is the same person he has always been. He is a person with much less of a filter than he had before. The language is much darker. It is often more rambling and more incoherent, but he is somebody who has often glorified violence. He has been saying things like this since the 2016 campaign. It's not like, he might be at a 60 now and he was at a 30 before, but he certainly was never at a 0. And so the degree to which people who were around him and supported him and tolerated it throughout the presidency or throughout the 2016 campaign, I understand that what happened in the aftermath of the 2020 election was unlike anything we have seen before, and that was a breaking point for a lot of people, although not
You're
by any
drinking
means
tea and
most
smoking
Republicans.
cigarettes like
But he's
a
not
locomotive.
significantly different
That's
than who he was
hilarious.
before that.
We're going to pick up this conversation shortly.
I feel
We'll have
like
more
that's
from,
not enough,
The team.
like-
Next, breaking news from the Supreme Court on voting in Pennsylvania.
Oh.
And it's important what the court just said about mail-in ballots and what it could mean in one of the most hotly contested
what?
states of the campaign.
Supreme Court rules on Pennsylvania voting
John
rules.
King about their choice this election.
Wait, what?
As well as echoes of 2016 when Hillary Clinton tried and failed to win Pennsylvania. More on that ahead.
Oh my god, we're so fucked. We're cooked. We're cooked. We're so cooked. What the fuck? We're so cooked. We're so cooked. I don't even know what to say, guys. Alcohol lowers my IQ, so I can't cope with it. Oh yeah, absolutely. Since I started drinking on an empty stomach, my recollection of facts and my order skills and grammar has gone will be like, I see red, and it's not even a threat anymore. What? What are you talking about? Are you mad? Don't be mad. Hi, Ra! That was unexpected. Watch Call go red and Idaho blue. Oh, Shark, I got you. Cali is not gonna go red. It's gonna go blue, for sure. Like, it's like New York. It's gonna go blue. But they've already factored that in regards to, like, the chances of winning. Like, the people who are saying, like, the probability of who's gonna win the presidency, like, they've already factored that in. How have you been, Raw? I'm totally losing it. You tuned in at the time where I'm losing it and not providing my best political analysis. That was like 3 hours ago. I mean, I could totally just get off stream, drink, smoke, and let's stay up until like past 12. But I'm like, I'm on stream anyway. I might as well be on stream if I'm gonna be up. So, whatever. Hi, Certified. Welcome back. Did you go get more alcohol? Because I would totally understand. Raw. Drunk, married, best married. I'm good. How are you doing? It's been a minute. And also, like, I haven't streamed in a while, so it's also been a minute for me. You took a shower? Yo. That's funny. It's so unfair. Boys can, like, it's so much easier and faster for boys to shower. Have to take the dog to the vet in the morning and it's an hour away. Yo, fuck. There's no closer vet. Certified, I can't drink here. I live with my brother. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. Do you mind if I ask how long he's been sober for, Certified? Thanks, Raw. Always nice to see you too. Ugh. Let's see what Breaking Points is talking about.
Someone that either had.
Dylan Newsom?
I'll tell you why.
Logan's rationale makes sense to me, though.
You're not wrong, but Newsom, a huge narrative about this is all these Dems, they're, by the way, this was actually good for us. All these politicians, maybe they're going to stop ignoring our emails because I'll be like, hey, I have a lot of people watch this fucking show, you know, just so you know. And the Rogan and all that. I think the thing is, watching Newsom and his skill in that debate with DeSantis, his love of the game, which you can't teach. Yeah. His love of the game with Hannity, of sitting there going back and forth, and his command of the facts. And then, frankly, he's a tall, handsome, white guy, you know, sitting to what Crystal is saying in terms of what the Dem electorate is going to absorb. Also, Newsom has said this in the past. I remember him warning. He goes, my son listens to Joe Rogan. We should take Joe Rogan seriously. I'd love to tell Joe about why he should move back to California. I could see him going into the Lions Den, and look, I think Joe is a skilled interviewer. I think Newsom would come out victorious. I absolutely do. Like, he would come, he's a charming guy. He has a command of the facts. He loves to go toe-to-toe. I remember he would go toe-to-toe with Texas. He'd be like, that's not true. Like, never bet against California. We have the GDP of a G7 nation. We're beating you for Fortune 500 companies. I mean, I'll tell you, in terms of his comms team, I once tweeted about how Texas had overcome, you know, the California. Instantly, my phone is ringing from the guy. I don't even know how these people got my phone number. And they're like, hey, just so you know, that's totally wrong about... I was like, holy shit.
That's like, impressive.
I was like, this is wild. I was like, how did you even do this?
I don't know. I just feel like Newsom's moment actually was this time.
Yeah.
Like he should have had the balls to challenge Biden in the primary.
He'd be
Democrats
up right now.
were super high on him. He's got the, California funders, whatever. And I do think that
He would have beaten Joe Biden in the primary.
because also, what do you think?
He would have. You're right.
He would absolutely.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
and
Gavin
the party
Newsom
isn't
would have
smart
beat
enough to
Joe
actually have a
Biden.
Primary, like the first primary Democratic debate, and it's over for Biden. And Newsom probably is the nominee, and I think he probably, would have had a better shot than Kamala ended
Because
up having.
he wouldn't be held responsible for the genocide in Gaza.
Right.
And he wouldn't be asked, how are you going to be different than Biden? Because he'd be like, I beat Biden.
Right. He would have laid that
Harris
out in an
worked for Biden.
adversarial contest.
Right.
How he would be different from Joe Biden. Yeah. I mean, that's,
And those two things combined killed her. Besides her,
Oh
like,
my God, Trump is so close to 270. I know.
When is
Fucking shit.
When is his term up in California?
2 years.
What is happening?
Yeah, so, I mean, he won't even be in office anymore by the time we get to 2028.
no, he has to run.
So I think,
He would die if he didn't run.
True.
I think you guys are making a
Shrivel
good
up.
case for for Newsom to be in the mix, and being potent. Yeah, he could break through in message. I think that's valuable.
Certified, you are
I'm kind of
right.
leaning with Crystal though. If I had to choose someone,
Oh my God, I can't.
Mayor Pete was in a field of 20 candidates.
Oh, no, do not talk about Mayor Pete.
That's you. But
No,
I'm going back to 2020,
absolutely
2019.
fucking no. He is worse than Kamala. Absolutely not.
Podcast election, he can handle himself there.
So what? Were there like 22 candidates? And out of the 22 or 23, the only one who was less known than Pete Buttigieg, other than people
He
that
can't
read
even
that
say
one
his
New York
name
Times
right.
article where Obama said he could be a future president. People like me, I guess. No one else had heard of him. Like Wayne Messam was the only guy people had heard of last. Some mayor in Florida.
I remember that.
And he won the Iowa caucus.
Wow.
He ended up, I would say, finishing third, basically, next to Bernie and Biden.
Yeah.
The guy could do it with literally nothing.
The other thing is, he has kind of, there were the people like me who loved Bernie Sanders, absolutely hated Mayor Pete in the primary. He has healed a lot of those rifts because he actually has ended up being a pretty good transportation secretary and being pretty good.
What the fuck did I just hear?
Airlines in particular. And so that was impressive. And then the other thing
What
is,
did I
people
just
love that he's
hear
willing to go
come
on
out of
Jubilee
Crystal's
and
mouth?
go into Fox
Praising-
News. And he's
praising
consistently very effective
Pete
in those
Buttigieg
settings.
as the transportation
And so I think he has
secretary.
kind of like united a
He
lot of
has
parts of
not
the
been a
Democratic,
good transportation
coalition.
secretary.
And he has the, Midwestern story, Indiana, that he can sell for whatever that's worth. So I could see him being a strong contender, but 2028 is also a long time away. So, who knows?
Oh
who
my
may
God,
emerge.
2028. That's
maybe
the
Sean
next
Fain.
Prezi election.
Maybe Dan Osborne.
Honestly,
if he wins the
Sean
race.
Fain he didn't come through for PA or for any of the blue wall states. I mean, at least so far, caveats.
But is that-
etc.
is
By the
that-
way, Logan, it's 11:06. Can we check in with the data? It's been a while. 'Cause I think polls-
sure. So
polls just
here's
closed in
one.
California.
No one wants to check.
House is in play, my friends.
No one wants to
that's
check.
That's what Decision Desk is saying.
Really?
My models are saying the same thing. That mine's a little slower. I need to get a little bit of these races to be 100% counted for my model to adjust to like, what's going on in each race. But Decision Desk is saying 57% chance. So.
Oh wow!
Oh, shit.
What are we talking about?
For Democrats.
Dem House.
For Dem House.
Holy shit!
Look at
Yeah.
that.
Because here's
Well,
what
at least they won't have
By the way,
all
everything I
three.
just said about power, just take all that away.
That doesn't Wow.
If Harris comes back, we got all our talking points out that we would have used. So
Yeah.
We would know the alternate universe. In which I wonder what that is, like where they're seeing strength in the House. I will say Nancy Pelosi did call that it would be a Democratic House, and she is usually correct about these things. But then again, Ann Selzer is usually right about Iowa.
True.
And Alan Lichtman is
she
usually right about the
whiffed that,
keys.
though.
We're still waiting to see if our other prognosticator, Ralston.
John Mannion, Democrat, is upsetting Brandon Williams in New York's 22 up there.
What about Lawler? How's that one looking?
Marcus Molinaro.
Oh,
Lawler's
I
winning.
forgot about Lawler.
This is wild.
Lawler's
I
winning.
actually
That's
cannot.
Vermont
Consistent
Jones.
with the Trump
Certified.
overperformance
It's
thesis,
USA
though, right?
ready
Also,
for
he's gonna blow it out
women
in New
for
York.
Prez or no?
Solzhenitsyn
Hillary was a
winning.
no-go back
Yeah.
then. But Hillary
Staten
was
Island
not
looks
just a
like,
woman, but she had way more
pretty good for
baggage and she was
Democrats here.
way less
District
likable.
4, Staten Island, Des Esposito.
Kamala has her own
losing.
issues.
Yeah, here we go.
She has no
See, I
risk
think Lawler was
either,
the toughest
and
of
she
these
ran a
guys to
dog
beat
shit
because
campaign.
every single time the GOP did something
But she's
wild,
also a woman.
Lawler was on
Literally,
CNN,
literally,
No one- he's the
America
Joe
is
Manchin of
not
Republicans.
ready
That's a
for a
good
female
in that
president.
he has, I mean, Manchin.
Like,
can
I've
keep it going
seen
forever, but
women
he has
be
been
like,
the voice of,
yeah, I
"These
just
guys are
don't
too
want a
extreme, I'm
woman to
moderate
be
here,
president."
I'm going to be the adult in the room. So
What the
every
fuck?
you know, the Northeast Democrats.
Wait, hold up,
boy,
hold up,
do
hold
they
up,
love
hold
the
up, hold
moderate-
up, hold up. Okay, just pause CNN. Oh, it says the gender gap among likely voters. Okay, I thought it had like the poll up in regards to like percentage up wise. Sorry.
Republicans that see the same problems with the party that they see.
Oh, absolutely. District whatsoever.
cannot stand it.
I mean, my
Tulsi
my
would
county
bring
where I live,
Republicans
it was
back.
like 67% for Trump.
Matt,
so.
Matt Cartwright is winning again in Scranton. He's
Tulsi,
a Democrat. He's a
pre-sellout,
populist lawyer.
I think would have a
sports
better
medic overall.
chance.
He's in the Progressive Caucus. Trump has won his district
I don't know,
every
man.
single time.
And he hangs on.
And he always hangs on.
How
and he
about-
hangs on doing
I don't know
just the
how we're gonna
populist
have a
thing that we
one
say you should
prezi.
do, and he's going to win again.
You know,
It's
who
gonna
looks like
happen
they're
in
gonna
my
lose.
lifetime.
Well, let's see
But like, I don't know what
I saw someone
confluence of
Jared Golden
factors
is
has
not
to
looking so hot,
happen
though, in his race, and he's another
before
one who
Oh, yes.
Trump
that
district,
would become
he
a
really tries to
reality.
separate
Oh,
himself.
20% in.
So maybe.
Yeah,
So-
she's a veteran.
Maybe he
too,
hangs
but-
on.
I think Golden's
But
hangs
that's,
on.
Oh,
you think
absolutely.
so? That's a tough.
Yeah,
that's
but
a tough
also like
district.
Tim
Logan, can you
Walz
pull
is a
up
gun
Sherrod
owner.
Brown?
So
I
is
just saw somebody say that it's
Kamala.
been
Like,
called.
there's all this like shit that they ran to the
Curious
center.
to see if they called it here at Decision Desk. Wow, whoa, that's it, Crystal. They called it.
Called it
Bernie.
for Moreno. That's
Sherrod,
sad.
brother.
Jared is a good.
Jared's a great
Well,
senator.
this is a lot like, I mean, if Tester goes down now too, this is the end of the swing state Democrats, isn't it?
The red
Manchin
state.
gone.
Yeah.
Or sorry, the red state
The red
blues.
state.
The red state anomalies. We would have Manchin is gone. Sherrod Brown now gone.
Yeah, the rest of
I mean, Sherrod Brown is as good as it was going to ever get, right? This
Yeah.
guy literally wrote the book on trade, fought the Obama administration tooth and nail
Had
on
so
TPP.
much credibility
He was a
with-
union guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he was as good at. I mean, look. To be fair, the guy only lost here by what 3-4 points, but I mean, yeah, actually,
You know, Sagar, you might be back.
yeah.
You might be back. I mean, the one hardest race to ever win is the one that's like 1 month into your.
Oh, he can run for J.D. Vance's seat.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah.
So America might be out a few months
All
about
right,
Sherrod
Sherrod Brown will be back, baby.
All right.
You think so?
I'm not predicting that, but
do
I'm
you
saying
think
let's
he
just.
could win that?
You think
What
him
does
and
the
his-
needle say,
possible.
Logan?
Do you think him and his wife want to go through all this shit again? I mean, this is your perfect exit. You're like, look,
Sherrod?
Why does he
I've
want to
been in-
leave? These
It's
guys
either
don't want
Sherrod
to
or
leave.
Tim Ryan.
You don't think so?
No,
I think
no.
Tim Ryan will go for it if he doesn't.
Oh shit.
But it depends on the
Sherrod is a
conditions.
million times better candidate than Tim Ryan.
Yeah, I agree
Tim
with
Ryan
that.
is like
Yeah.
a dollar store.
They will
Brown.
force Sherrod Brown
Walt
to run.
seems very
Chuck
cool,
Schumer
funny
will
guy.
camp
She has a
outside
better
his front
chance than
porch.
Kamala.
Threaten him and
He
his
has a
wife.
better
Do
better
whatever
chance
they
than
want.
Kamala
day.
for sure.
That's his wife. My
I
father
mean,
used to-
it's just because Biden
The
dropped
other one
out
I was
way
taking a
too
look
late,
at, maybe you could
so
pull up
that
for us, Logan, is
we couldn't have an
Arizona,
open convention.
Ruben Gallego, to see how
We
he's
just
doing
didn't have
against
time.
Carrie
Yeah,
Lake.
you know, in a red wave like the one we currently are, we appeared to be in. I guess late
I
winning
am,
is
like,
not out of the
shook.
question, which would be
Well,
probably the
he's
most
up by
extreme.
7. He's up by
Okay.
7 who
I
have to
don't
vote
think
in.
this is a red wave. I think this is.
I think it's a red bump. Maybe.
I would call this.
If Donald Trump wins a
This
popular vote,
country
it's
never
not a red wave.
ceases
If
to
he wins every
amaze
single swing
me
state,
because it was
a popular vote.
No,
on
if
its
he wins
level
it by
of
a
like
hair, that's not a wave.
internalized
That's a
sexism.
hair.
I mean, we're in an electoral college disadvantage.
Even
This is
if
a candidate
they're
who-
Not that
consciously
electoral-
allies,
college disadvantage
there
doesn't really exist
is
anymore.
still
call it
an
a red
inherent
wave, man.
unconscious
If the Democrats win the
bias
House, though,
against
That's not a red wave.
That's
if you don't
not
win
a
the
red
the
House.
feminine,
I think
gotta
I'm
win
never
two
against
chambers.
Samantha. It's a Trump wave.
especially in regards
Okay,
to
all right.
politics.
You gotta win.
Okay,
You gotta win.
we'll compromise.
Yeah.
And
you
it's
get
sad.
more than just a chamber that's stacked in your face.
Yeah.
So,
All right,
so I'm
Logan,
going
go
to
for it.
jerry rig the needle
It's
backwards
very
right
sad.
here, right?
Okay.
So right now, Ruben Gallego is up by 6.
This is why nobody likes to watch
And
like women
Trump is
talking
up
about about
by
politics, especially women who
0.1.
have very strong
so that's a
opinions.
6.8 gap, right?
We can't
the New York
even
Times
have
is currently
a female
projecting
president,
Donald Trump to
and we've
win
had
by 4.6.
two
That's a 4.5
running.
improvement. So that would put,
Two
if that's
who ran.
true,
Sorry,
Gallego would
my
end up
fucking
winning by about
grammar.
2.3 if those continue to line
And
up.
Decision Desk, I'm taking my mic off, so I don't know if you guys can hear me, but
I can repeat what you said.
has Gallego with the 78% win probability. So it does look like Carrie Lake They still hate.
Also, Henry Cuellar under indictment is up.
Is winning.
Get out of here. Are you serious?
By 2,000 votes with 66%.
Is Kornacki talking?
Fourth of the Joe Biden number from 2020. They're on the Joe Biden number in Delaware County right now. Take a look out in Chester County. Again, this is where Democrats, I said at the start of the night, they want to land over 60% in Chester County. 59.8 for Harris right now, but the wild card is waiting on a lot of same-day vote. Is that going to affect? That number for Harris right now? And move up to Montgomery County. You know, you got cities here on the towns on the main line here, old school. 26 points for Joe Biden. It's 30 right now. Again, 30 would be where Democrats want this to land. The danger for them, though, is there's still a significant amount of same-day vote there. But Democrats need Philadelphia to come through on the mail. They need massive margins to hold in these counties, and they're also going to need that. Just check quickly in Allegheny County. We're getting close, by the way. Pittsburgh suburbs, we're getting close to 90% of the vote here. And again, that Harris number here right now is under, small, but it is slightly under the Biden number. The Trump number, 0.4 of a point better than 4 years ago. If this is basically a push with 2020, the Trump folks, if you offered them that at the start of the night, I think they would have taken it. We'll see what that remaining vote does.
What is happening? Even Hassan is losing viewers. Like, they've literally given up because they're so, like, disappointed and shook and shocked that they've just gone to sleep. Certified, yeah. I mean, I'm fucking borderline, man. Okay, I have to go to the bathroom. Please don't leave right now. I think I will. I need people to be shook with me, okay? I'm gonna be real right now. I can't be shook alone. Hi, T-Bird. Staying to get shook. This annoying song. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm listening to music right now. But I don't know if you guys like it. I feel like it's girl music. Like the vibes. Like there's like happier vibes music, but right now I am not feeling the happier vibes. You thought I might have fallen into the toilet? Oh no. I mean, I can't play it loud for you guys because isn't that gonna like do something to the stream? Happy birthday! Well, happy early birthday. Wait, no. We're gonna celebrate your birthday when it comes in. When it turns 12. Not banned. Okay, I'm drunk, so I'm trying to think of the right word. It's gonna not block my stream. What's the word that I'm looking for, guys? It's gonna... What is the word I'm looking for? Certified. Yeah, DMCA, exactly. I don't know if you can hear it though. I think it's quiet enough that I can speak over it that I don't get DMCA'd. Yeah. Or like it'll like mute certain parts of the stream if I'm lucky, or it's just gonna stop the whole this particular stream. Almost like YMCA. Is it his favorite song? He plays it at his rallies, doesn't he? You're not old, certified. You're not even middle-aged. Like, the technical life expectancy is like, what, over 80? So, like, until you're, like, in your mid-40s, then you're middle-aged. Oh, I thought you said 36. Oh, no, raw. Okay. Yeah, no, it's not over for quarter of the other bottle that I opened that I really didn't like. I don't like this one either, but it's less bad than the other one. Yes, but you will have a killer hangover. You know what? I don't even care right now about my hangover because we're about to lose to fucking Trump, or we're going to have another Trump presidency, and I'm going to lose so many rights as a woman. What is happening to America? I chose America. I could have emigrated to London, to Sydney, Melbourne. I could have gone to Vancouver, Toronto. But no, I picked America because I believed in the Constitution and freedom, etc. But what is happening? And CNN isn't helping either. Fuck. Okay. Harris camp chair acknowledges razor-thin race. Let's see what she's saying.
Probably a baseline of the path and is a core to the path, and they see it that way. The last thing I'll just say, the thing that becomes hard on campaigns is as the path narrows, right? Because part of the objective of this email.
What is happening?
Is to
214 is almost at 270.
Hang in there, guys. Like, it's not over. We're still getting votes in. We still need to keep talking to people, keep people in lines, tell your grandma it's going to be okay. That's part of the objective.
That is copium.
We do have a couple of calls to make while we have been discussing
She was his press secretary.
Projections from NBC News in the presidential race in Connecticut. NBC News can project that the winner of that presidential race will be Vice President Kamala Harris. NBC News can also project that we have a winner in the presidential contest in Washington State.
Do I advise
the winner
doing
there
that?
Also Kamala Harris. NBC News can also make a projection in the Senate race in Washington State. In that Senate race, we've got an incumbent Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell. She will be returning to the United States Senate.
2:30. Hold on, I'm drunk.
Washington
Hold on.
State.
2:30.
Steve, over to you.
2:30
A few more
a.m.
things we're getting in.
Or
first of all, I want to point this out. This is what the
he's
national
at
popular
2:30
vote
right
is
now,
right now.
electoral
Now,
votes
customarily,
wise.
we've seen this the last two elections, 20 and 16, that Trump has led in the tally of the national popular vote, well into the night. And typically what you see certainly is California comes in late, and it takes a while to get all the vote counted there. And that's just a millions of vote margin for Democrats. So certainly this is going to change, and we're just
According
starting
to
to get
which
California in.
organization?
But outside of the core battleground, there are a couple things that I want to flag. A couple states that it's awfully late in the night and we don't have
AP
calls
or
on yet
what?
that I think
Fox?
a lot of folks might have expected we would. Let me start in Virginia, where 80% of the vote is now in. And Kamala Harris, you see, is ahead here by about 2.5 points in the count. But again, in 2020, this was a 10-point state for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. What's changed tonight? Where has Trump made progress in Virginia? Take a look here. Loudoun County. This is one, if you remember that governor's race in Virginia in 2021 when Glenn Youngkin won, we talked an awful lot about Loudoun County.
AP.
Suburbs, exurbs of
And
Washington,
Axios
D.C.
too?
Just lightning fast growth here. Biden won this thing by 25 points. It's been getting leaps and bounds more Democratic. Look what happened in Loudoun County tonight. What had been a 25-point win for Joe Biden comes down to a 16-point win. And again,
Dude, Joe Biden, Joe Biden's going to be like, see, you shouldn't have pushed me out. I would have won again.
Very close to it there in Loudoun County. Take a look.
We all
Prince
know
William
he
County. This is a
wouldn't
very
have. Would have been worse
densely
than
populated and a very diverse county. Again, significant Hispanic population. Biden won this by 27, down to 18 points tonight. Just about all in there in Prince William County. Virginia Beach, we still have a lot of vote to come in Virginia Beach. And this is one, this is where Joe Biden won by 5. This is one when Glenn Youngkin became governor. He flipped and won. And Trump right now
I'm
leading
not
this by
following
6
AP
points.
right
Again,
now.
that
I'm
would be
following
an
MSNBC.
11-point
I'm
shift here.
following
There's a lot of
Cornette
areas here,
okay?
that Trump would still need to do even better in if you were actually
Trump
going to
wins
overtake
North
Harris
Carolina,
here. But
according
the
to
fact that it's this
SCMP.
late at night and Trump has made gains that have held this so
Claiming
much
the
so
first
far,
key swing
it's
state
significant.
in the
It's part
US
of why that
election.
popular vote
They haven't
is
called
it's
Georgia.
maybe a bigger lead this hour than you thought Trump would have. Bigger reason, though, is this. This is why I raised
haven't
it.
called
New York, look,
Georgia?
it's been called. Harris is going to win New York. The margin is
Alcohol
12
brings out the
points. Check
stats.
this out.
I'm here for
In
it.
2020, it was 23 points for Joe Biden. With
I don't
nearly
think I'm being
90% of the vote in, Harris is only winning this by 12 points. Now, first of all, from a national popular vote perspective, Biden won this state by 2 million votes in 2020. The margin isn't yet 1 million, and we're getting close to all the vote in New York. And I want to zoom in a little bit closer here because I think this is significant. Let's look at New York City itself. The 5 boroughs of New York City, they're each their own individual county. And let me just show you what's happened here. Overwhelming Democratic city. Manhattan, the most liberal county in New York.
She lost 6 points.
86-12, a 74-point Biden win, down to 63. Trump's made double-digit gains in Manhattan.
Even New York, because it's fucking Gaza. I'm fucking telling you it's Gaza.
Down to 24.
Queens?
A 20-point net gain so
Look
far
at
for Donald Trump.
Queens. Okay, let's look at Brooklyn.
New York. Take a look over at Brooklyn. 55
Yo.
has come down to 43. Staten Island's very small population.
Are you serious?
It is the Republican borough of New York City, and you can see even there, though, Trump has gained a net of about 20 points with just about all the vote in there. And again, I flag that because we are seeing it in New York. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters, working class Hispanic voters, you're seeing it in New York City. It's being reflected in that statewide vote here, which has come down significantly. And even if you go across the Hudson River into New Jersey has 85% of the vote tallied. We have not yet called it. Now, Kamala Harris is ahead here by nearly 200,000 votes. But again, contrast this to New Jersey in 2020. This was a 16-point state. Tonight, it is a 5-point race with 85% of the vote tallied. The margin here in 2020 was about 800,000 votes for Joe Biden. Tonight, it hasn't yet cracked 200,000. Again, that has potential national popular vote implications for those who are tracking that. But I wanted to point out New Jersey. Again, we see Harris is in pretty good shape to win the state. But take a look at Hudson County. Hudson County, just across there, this is where Union City, New Jersey is, for instance. It's 80% Hispanic. A lot of small, densely populated cities in Hudson County with large Hispanic populations. Joe Biden won here by 46 points. Tonight, it's 28 points. This is basically it in Hudson County, from 46 to 28. This is one of those giant core Democratic counties in New Jersey the Democratic Party relies on. That's a massive, massive shift. And again, that speaks to Trump's gains, it really would seem, with Hispanic voters. So again, those are some of the states here that have bearing on the national popular vote. We saw the polls nationally much tighter than before.
Sabrina
we
Carpenter?
wondered if Trump was going to narrow the margin in some of those big
What
states.
The fuck?
That
New York
is what we're
weird?
seeing. I did want to
Why
follow
is New York
up on
weird?
On Wisconsin, too. Now getting close to 70% of the vote in.
Bruh, this is what happens when Dems don't have a primary and put it the least like DB. Fucking agree. And she ran a dog shit campaign.
Okay, well, here we go. Now we're up to 95%. So we just, since I checked in a few minutes ago, we got more. We're getting close to all of the vote in Dane County. 163,000. That's the Harris margin in Dane County, 163,000. In 2020, that was about 182,000. 182, 163. We'll see if there's any more votes to come, but when that hits 95%, there usually aren't. So again, if anything like that holds, boy, Democrats want to be at that number. This is where they've improved their performance every time for 4 years. Where Democrats have improved tonight, where Harris has improved, or it looks like she will, not much to come in Waukesha. Big county, 400,000 people live here. One of those wow counties right outside Milwaukee. And here again, Trump got, basically 60%,
Wait,
60 to
whose
39.
birthday is it
Trump
again?
falling a point
Certified
here so
is
far.
it your birthday?
Harris rising a point over Biden, so that is progress for Democrats in a very big county. And take a look here at Ozaukee County. And again, this one, now we got about 3/4 of the vote in. And Trump is running a bit above, not much. It's basically level with his 2020 number. Again, this is one where Democrats want to get a couple points better, see what happens with that remaining vote. And we talked at the start of the night about, we say the wow counties and the bow counties here. Brown County, Outagamie County, Winnebago County, mid-sized cities along sort of the Fox River, Lake Winnebago. These are all counties Donald Trump won in 2020, but with reduced margins. Is he returning to 2016 levels, or is he back at 2020 levels? So Outagamie County here, again, this is where the city of Appleton is. In 2016, when Trump won Wisconsin,
he won
this county by about 13 points. In 2020, when he lost Wisconsin, a 10-point margin, and tonight, as you can see, 67%. It's back at that 13-point spread right now. Now, again, votes still to come in Outagamie County.
Because we're such a
because we are seeing it in an awful lot of places tonight where Trump is returning to 2016 levels. These aren't always dramatic
also not
shifts,
just
but
that.
Wisconsin's a state. When Trump won it, it was by 20,000 votes. When Biden won it, it was by 20,000 votes. So these kinds of differences can make all the difference. See
she's
what
not like
happens with the
Gavin
remaining
Newsom.
vote there. But
You
that's
know what I
something we've
mean?
been seeing
When she gets
in other
interviewed and
this northern
shit.
tier of the battleground
She
all through the
can't
night.
orate
Again, now up near
like
70%. It's very close here,
Doesn't
about
have the
67,000 votes.
Or Riz.
More to come out of those WOW counties, and we'll see if there's anything left there in Dane. But if that number doesn't move, that's a little bit below, I think, where Democrats
Wisconsin
want it to be there.
statewide.
All right, Steve, thank you. We've got a call to make in a Senate race. NBC News can project
She's
that in the
almost
Senate
losing by
race in the great state of
3%.
Minnesota.
And the
We have
polls
that
have
projection.
already
There
been
we go. The Senate
heavily
race in the great
weighted
state of Minnesota,
towards Trump,
Democratic incumbent
and
Senator Amy
still,
Klobuchar will be
and
heading
still,
back to the United States Senate.
he is
Amy Klobuchar
outperforming the
reelected
polls.
in Minnesota.
What
We're going to take
the
a quick
fuck?
break right now. There's a bunch
These
of other Senate races
pollsters
right now.
have
We
one
haven't checked
job.
in,
They
for a
have
while.
one
Important
job
Senate races in
every
Pennsylvania,
fucking
Michigan,
4
Wisconsin,
years,
Arizona, Nevada,
not
Montana,
counting
Nebraska.
the other
Lots of
fucking
interesting
House,
Senate races
whatever
still to come. We're gonna
races.
check in
Talking
on
about the
those on the
president.
other side of this break. Stay
They
with us.
have one job every 4 years. They can't fucking do it. And I betcha they all went to fucking Harvard and Yale. And I can say this shit because I went to Columbia.
No one
Okay,
wants
so
to
I
think
can
about
shit
HIV,
on
but there
other
are things
IVs.
that everyone can do to help prevent
Okay,
it.
so I bet
It
they all
starts
fucking
with
went to
getting
Harvard,
tested
actually.
regularly.
Not even Yale,
If you're
Harvard.
HIV negative,
You're
you
Harvard.
and your healthcare provider can decide
There are law
what may
firms
be right
that
for you.
only hire
PrEP
from
means
Harvard.
routinely taking prescription medicine before
Fucking
you're exposed to
overrated,
HIV
if
to
you
help
ask
reduce
me.
your chances of getting it. And it can be 99% effective when
IVs
taken as
in
prescribed.
general,
Talk to a healthcare provider.
they're
about all your
fucking
HIV
hard,
prevention options.
but like the
Our health is
hype
worth
around
protecting.
them, fucking overrated.
I would say to voters out there, your voice matters. Your vote
Like, actually,
matters.
though.
Every election is decided by the American people, and sometimes they're decided. Take Wisconsin, for example, by less than 1% of the vote in the last couple of presidential cycles. So anyone who thinks their voice doesn't
And you
matter,
know what?
their vote
Harvard
doesn't matter,
is so
it
fucked.
does. And
They
a year
always
like
brag
this,
about
it's
being the
especially
best.
important.
But I am so glad that I went to
TV
see
provider
you
let me choose what I pay for.
because
Sling let you do that. Hey, where are you going?
we are known as the protest
provider let me choose what I
Ivy.
pay for and
Like the Vietnam War, we were the protest. Just like with the Gaza
my
War.
TV provider let me choose what
So
I
I
pay
am
for
very
and pause
proud
my subscription when I want
to
and
be
have
an
hundreds of
alumni
free
of CU
channels.
and not another Ivy.
Choose and customize
That's
your
just what I'm
channel
saying.
or watch
But
for
like
free.
I said,
Sling
hard
lets you do
schools,
that.
great education, but the hype is overhyped. Over fucking hyped. Rod, don't want to brag. No, I'm actually being serious though. I'm actually being serious. Like, this is for grad school. For undergrad, I went to a liberal arts school that was like barely known by anyone. It was known for like acting. A lot of famous actors went to that school, but I didn't major in acting. So it's like I'm not like literally like I'm just saying that like all these Supreme Court justices are like, oh, bragging about being from all these Ivies, and then there are people who are like bragging about, oh, wasn't it Biden that said, oh, I'm the first president that didn't go to an Ivy? And I'm like,
here for the #1 hit maker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem.
wow, that message was for the previous
This
comment.
is me
Mary.
and just the bass.
Oh, I don't know.
Wow, so many
I'm
choices.
drunk.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get
I'm
full
trying to
service
cope.
management,
I'm trying to get
advice,
through.
invest
I'm
on
trying to
my
get to
own, and trade on
1201.
Thinkorswim.
I am
No
trying
problem,
to
the
get
only
to
front man you
1201,
need.
raw.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl.
And
Schwab.
oh my God, there is okay on Sling right now. There
Have a
is a
choice in how
Milwaukee
you
cam
invest
on
with Schwab.
Wisconsin.
I'll give you this
And
brand new
there is
electric
no
vehicle.
one
If you
there.
can prove to me you know
There
your
is
finances.
no
How
one
many
there.
subscriptions are you paying for? Just 3.
Why
You
are they
should.
doing
Just
this
download the
to
Rocket
us?
Money app right now and see if you're right. It's
Arizona's
actually
pretty tight
21
though.
subscriptions, which is costing
George
you
is
around
defo gonna
$170
go
a
Republican.
month.
The app is telling you all this.
I knew it. I
Rocket Money shows you all
fucking
your
called it.
expenses in
I'd
one
fucking
place. It
gut.
even helps you suggest
I
a
knew
budget
it.
based on your past spending. Don't worry about the 21 subscriptions.
Apologies
You can
about
cancel them
swearing.
right within the app. It'll
You
even
know,
try and get you some
people,
of your money back.
men and women in this country do not like
I
it
got
when
this
women
$1,000
swear,
camera
especially in the
for
South.
only $41 on Deal Dash.
DealDash.com.
I have a dirty
Online
mouth,
auctions
but
since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for
I've had to
only
censor
50 cents.
myself.
This iPad Pro sold for less than
In Georgia.
$34.
Because apparently women cannot swear.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer.
And because apparently 6 weeks is the cutoff for abortion in Georgia.
And shipping
it's
is
fucking
always
ridiculous.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
NBC News can project at this hour in the presidential race in the state of Virginia that there is a winner in Virginia. Democratic Vice President Kamala Harris has won the presidential contest in the state of Virginia. NBC News can
Nobody wants to know about those states.
A winner in the presidential contest in North Carolina.
They officially called it for North Carolina for Trump.
NBC News projects that the winner in the presidential race in the state of North Carolina is Donald Trump. This is our first projection of a result in any of the 7 big swing states. The first swing state to be projected by NBC News tonight is North Carolina, going to Donald Trump.
I mean, it makes sense. North Carolina historically does go
the presidential
red.
race in Minnesota. In Minnesota, this had previously been characterized as too early to call. Minnesota now characterized by NBC News as too close to call.
I wouldn't be surprised if she wins Minnesota.
Road to 270 right now. Donald
Pennsylvania,
Trump stands
Michigan are up in the
230
air.
electoral votes. Kamala Harris stands at 185. Again, of the 7 swing states that we and everybody else has been watching, we now have an NBC News call in the first one. Joy, North Carolina called for Donald Trump.
Yep, and so it was, it's a state that I think Democrats definitely were reaching for. There was a lot of work to try to turn out the college campuses, which were really thick and really packed, and try to turn out the suburbs. And I think there was a lot of hope because of just the insanity, can we say fairly, of the person who's running for governor in that state, and a thought that, defeating him would also carry Harris in. But in the end, if they didn't make their numbers and essentially exceed the numbers that Joe Biden had in the suburbs, and I think we have to be blunt about why. Black voters came through for Kamala Harris. White women voters did not. That is what it appears happened in that state, is that if you can't flip enough white women, and we've talked about this on this set numerous times, is that you have a state where you've got a 6-week abortion or a 12-week abortion. I think theirs might be 12 weeks. Yep. But it's a state where women lost their reproductive rights, where there was a very heavy push to get women to focus on not putting in place, re-electing, putting back into the White House the person who was responsible for taking those rights away and restoring them. But that message obviously was not enough to get enough white women to vote for Vice President Harris, a fellow woman. This will be the second opportunity that white women in this country have to change the way that they interact with the patriarchy. And, God bless Shannon Watts, who has tried to have that conversation. But if people aren't receptive to it, and if people vote more party line or more on race than on gender and on protecting their gender, there's really not much more that you can do but tell people what the risks are and leave it to them to do the right thing.
Steph.
People didn't have any surprises here. We do have to remember when it comes to North Carolina, they just went through the hurricane. We know that the state made tons of accommodations and people were able to get to the polls in an abbreviated form. But they also were victims to a huge amount of misinformation over the last 4 weeks. You cannot underestimate the impact that had. But to Joy's point, there's no surprises in this election. People knew exactly who they were voting for and what they were getting. So they get what they get.
I want to talk about Mark Robinson for a second, because I think it's sort of interesting. Mark Robinson is like running an experiment, which is like, what's the floor? What's the floor for someone who's a major party nominee?
Oh no, I saw something about Ted Cruz. Oh no, he won another term.
Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina running for governor.
Guys,
He's the one who
Ted
said
Cruz
he was
won another term.
Nazi at one point on the Nude Africa Forum, where he had a long set of exchanges in which he said basically every single offensive thing a person could do. He has a very, very long history of saying incredibly repellent, omnidirectionally offensive statements about just about every group imaginable. He is the opposite of what you would call like diplomatic or like political. He's gonna get his, he lost. He lost, right? So he lost by a lot. He got 40%. So like to me, I look at that 40%, I think, where does everyone start? in the structurally polarized America that we live in? And the answer is Mark Robinson at 40% North Carolina. Like, that guy ran about as bad a race. He was abandoned by the top of the ticket. He was abandoned by fellow Republicans.
Abandoned by his entire staff.
By the entire staff. He had just about the worst news cycles you've ever seen for any candidate. And in basically what has been a 50-50 state, more or less, so it's a good experiment, that is the floor, is 40. So the reason that matters is because there's two things happening in every election. There's the structural stuff that's happening, and then there's what happens in that campaign, what the candidates are, what's happening in the news. The structural stuff in this country is like the 40%.
Yeah.
That structural stuff is moving in all sorts of interesting directions, and Steve has been talking about them. The realignment we've seen of working class voters moving from parties to the left to parties to the right, that's happened in every single OECD developed democracy across the world over the last
Chris Hayes,
16
man.
years, 20, you can go back further. Because of how structurally polarized we are, everything's happening at the margins. And the margins are 3 points, 4 points, 5 points. In a room of 100 people with people wearing different colored shirts, that's like 3 people changing the color of their shirt. It's 4 people changing the color of their shirt. That's where everything happens in American politics right now.
Well, and I think it goes back to what David Plouffe said there, and said they built a campaign for Kamala Harris to try to defeat a Donald Trump that had a 48% ceiling. It looks like from some of what Steve Kornacki is telling us, that his ceiling might have been higher this time.
Well, we talked to David exactly about that this idea that his ceiling was 46.1 or 46.7, it had always been that. And so there'll be much more time to follow this. We are following the story and the facts, and the story's not over. But if Donald Trump did increase that margin over what had been a 8-year ceiling, right, there will be much to say and much to study about whether that was because of some newfound appreciation for him and his ideas, or whether this was an economy election. And we've had many of them. And there's many a politician who will say, oh, this happened, that means you like me more, I have a bigger mandate. And sometimes it's not that. It's that high prices and inflation after COVID disruptions was a body blow to many places. And you add what you just said.
But working class voters are actually mad at everyone. They're mad at the system. They're mad at the establishment. And Democrats have thought in the last few years, listen, look at all that we've done for unions. Look what we've done for labor in this country. But we forget, not all working class voters are members of unions, right? And so there's a huge portion that correct. And I think that gets overlooked. And while we can all say, but Donald Trump does absolutely nothing for them, that's true from a policy perspective. But they look around and somehow still they feel connected with his personality. They like the way he speaks. And he speaks to them and says, you are forgotten. You know what Joe Biden did? He forgave student loan debt for college-educated people who have all sorts of job opportunities. You continue to be forgotten. And so while they haven't found any policy solutions for him, and I can go through everything that Joe Biden has done from beyond what he's done with unions. We can talk about the Inflation Reduction Act. We can talk about infrastructure plans. We can talk about all the training programs in many of those rural communities, whether it's Georgia and Pennsylvania, but many of them aren't underway yet, and it takes time, right?
But just briefly, I'm not speaking to that. I'm just saying that when the economy is bad enough and that's front and center, people tend to vote against what they see as the incumbent party. In this case, you had an incumbent vice president, and all I'm saying, and we don't know yet.
205, 230. Wait, what? Seriously?
Everyone gave Donald Trump a bigger hug because he closed so well.
We
Again, talking about the total vote. We're not issuing any new calls other than the North Carolina call Rachel just made. But in the total vote trends, is it that, or is it something we've seen from time going back to the beginning of elections, that when people are mad about the economy, they vote against the incumbents?
Or they don't vote at all, because I think we also forget that we are a 60% on a good year turnout country. There are a lot of people, especially low wealth people, this is the Bishop Barber thing he talks about all the time on our shows, is that poor and low wealth people actually don't vote for the most part. They normally sit it out. And so there's a checking out of the system and saying, I'm not receiving economic benefits. College loan forgiveness doesn't impact me. And so people are actually, in some cases in this country, backing out of voting altogether. So I think there's a tendency to think it's poor people voting against their best interests, when in many cases, poor people aren't voting at all. And so they're just not a part of the system. And so what you have is higher net worth and higher education voters voting versus rural working class voters. But just remember, working class does not mean poor. You could be working class, meaning you're a non-college voter, but you actually have, a second home somewhere in, the Hamptons, and you work in a plumbing business, and you're not necessarily poor. So I think we have to be careful in characterizing it as necessarily low-wage people voting against their interest and figuring out how to get them in the system at all.
We have a call to make. NBC News can make a projection in the governor's race in the great state of Washington.
Thank fuck. Why do they do this to us?
You guys didn't know that's how I usually do it, right?
That's how you make it happen.
NBC News projects that the governor's race in Washington, the Democrat Bob Ferguson will be the next governor in Washington. Republican opponent Dave Reichert. But Democrat Bob Ferguson.
Certified, according to who?
I had mentioned that we were going to talk about some
according
of the
to who?
races that we've got right now. We are still going to
according
do that.
To who?
But I want to go first to Philadelphia.
Hi, Chester.
Jacob Soboroff
working class
is
does
at
not
the
mean
tabulation
poor.
center in Philly, which is kind of the center of the political universe right now.
Nobody said
Jacob,
that equals poor. They're not equivalent.
Rachel, last I spoke with you, we were at this door with Seth Bluestein, one of the 3 Philadelphia city election commissioners here responsible for the tabulation of the ballots and all election administration in Philadelphia. We expect another release of ballots around midnight Eastern time, and I have some specific numbers that may or may not be useful to Steve and you all there. He tells me that around 50,000 votes will be a part of that next release around midnight Eastern time, and that would leave a total universe, according to Mr. Bluestein, of 37,000 votes left, but that would include ballots that won't be counted, like unsigned ballots, undated ballots, no secrecy envelopes, and other ballots that, for whatever reason, don't meet the standard of being counted. So again, 50,000 ballots to be released in the next 9 minutes, and then 37,000 tomorrow. I want to just quickly show you, it looks like actually maybe there's some ballots or something coming in right now. We see a police car escort with 2 different
Can you
vans,
imagine putting 1K right now on Kamala?
Dude,
I think
this is the one angle you can
people
see
who bet more than
election workers
1K
here
on
in
her win.
Philadelphia that is not their camera processing the ballots, and they're all in there now going through the process.
Certified? No, you are going to stay up for 7 more minutes until your birthday.
9 minutes time, we expect,
you are staying up for 7 minutes until your birthday.
And again, just underscore, tomorrow
you are not allowed.
Another release here in Philadelphia.
It's your birthday.
I'll just let you know, Jacob.
7 minutes will not make a difference.
Go ahead, Rachel.
I was just going to say, just to let you know, in case you couldn't see, when you were poking your nose into that window, looking through that window, there was a security officer and/or cop inside.
Well, just
who
like
was
7
very
minutes.
displeased about the fact that you were doing that. Just so you know, in case there's an
Because
unfriendly
Eastern.
I'll give you one more peek. Just one quick peek. I think they left. Take a look.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. When you get the tap on your shoulder momentarily, don't tell them that you know us, Jacob.
It's coming. It's coming.
We will always have your back. I'm kidding.
Yeah, better to ask for forgiveness and permission, Soboroff.
Honestly, I mean, if you're Jacob Soboroff, you just turn on the charm and you're like, oh, did I do something wrong?
Did I?
But how, me?
My camera?
But me? How could I be held accountable for any of these things? All right, let us go back to some of those Senate boards, which I think we had one of them up there first, looking first at the Pennsylvania Senate race. We're going to look at some of the Senate races that are not yet called. NBC News projecting in the Senate race in Pennsylvania that this is a too close to call race between Democratic incumbent Senator Bob Casey and
Does it count in California,
Dave McCormick. This is over 80% of the vote in Pennsylvania. Here in Michigan, also too close to call. This is
he is
Alyssa
both
Slotkin, the
winning the
Democrat,
popular
Mike
vote
Rogers,
and the
Republican
electoral
with
college.
Just over 40%
like that is
of the vote
wild.
in. Here's Wisconsin. Wisconsin Senate rate. We've got a Democratic incumbent, Tammy Baldwin, facing
New
a
world
Republican
tomorrow.
challenger,
New
Eric
world.
Hubsey. This is with just over 70% of
I
the vote
know,
in. This is where
right?
things
Certified.
stand in Wisconsin
And
Here's
Pennsylvania.
Arizona, just over half the vote in Arizona.
What is
This
the blue
too
wall
early to
doing?
call.
Not
You
even
see
one of the
Congressman
states,
Ruben
according
Gallego
to the
there,
AP,
with just
the
over
blue wall
52%
is
of the
going
vote. Carrie Lake
blue.
Just under 46% of the vote.
What
That's
the
with just
actual
over half
fuck?
the vote counted too early
At
to
least
call in
one of
Arizona.
them has to go blue.
Nebraska, this is a very interesting one.
Right, if he won the pop vote, that would be amazing. Dude, he's winning the pop vote right now. He has 60 million. She has 56 million.
Caucus with either party. We don't know exactly what that would mean if he won, but the status between them here you can see on your screen.
I'm telling you, it's because she's a woman and because Gaza.
Also looking at
those two are the biggest factors. There are other factors, obviously, and of course.
This is incumbent
but
Democratic
those two
Senator
are the biggest
John
factors.
Tester,
I
and
am
Republican challenger
Gaza,
Tim Sheehy.
and
This
the
is
fact
too
that
early
she's
to
a
call
woman.
just about 14% of the vote in that
Right,
Montana
Callie's
Senate
still
race.
counting.
I think
Nah,
if,
they factored. Well, according to the
their
AP,
pie
they're
in the sky
factoring
view
in
of these Senate
Callie.
races
That's why
was
she's
that,
at
like,
205.
Florida was within reach against Rick Scott with Debbie Mucarsel-Powell, and maybe Texas
certified.
was
I really
within
hope the
reach
Middle
with
East
Ted
is doing
Cruz
better.
versus Colin Allred. Now I think that we're down to figuring out what the Republican margin is likely to be, honestly.
Yes, and one of the things that we're seeing in those key races that we have not called, Michigan and Wisconsin, for instance, we saw, going all the way back to the spring, a delta, a gap between the polling for the Senate statewide incumbent Democrat and the top of the ticket when it was Biden, and that persisted when it was Kamala Harris, which is to say the Senate top of the ticket candidate running ahead of the national ticket. And there was always a question about whether that was an artifact in the measurement and they were converge or there's something picking up there. What we're seeing tonight looks like convergence. It looks like, with the exception of Arizona, in which Ruben Gallego, it looks like, is going to outperform the top of the ticket because I think Kari Lake is such an especially poor candidate after her loss 2 years ago. With those other kind of, I would call them kind of generic
I don't know, man.
R's.
The Middle East,
They're sort of
the
classic Mitch
presidential
McConnell recruits
battleground,
in both Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. These are
MSNBC,
extremely wealthy guys who
they just
self-funded,
switched
which
up
is like
to
Mitch
the
McConnell's
Senate.
favorite because it
But
takes
when
some,
I saw
some money off the balance sheet
president,
for his Senate leadership
presidential
fund.
list
Honestly, it's like you
for
guys
the
do that.
battleground
That's less
states,
checks we have
it
to
was
cut
all
for the
red.
Senate leadership
It
fund.
was all plus
These are very
Trump.
classic McConnell recruit generic R guys.
That's Dave McCormick.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And they're running, they're converging with the top of the ticket.
This is a Greenwich, Connecticut guy, right? A hedge fund manager who's the president of Bridgewater, one of the biggest, most successful hedge funds in the world, who had some heritage from Pennsylvania. He's married to Dina Powell, who, of course, was a senior advisor to Donald Trump. And he absolutely was in a position to self-fund. But it's noteworthy because Bob Casey is sort of expected to win that race and be in line with Kamala Harris. So if, in fact, Dave McCormick does win, does prevail in Pennsylvania, what could that mean for Kamala Harris in her potential strength in Pennsylvania?
And Trump doing well in certain places has helped Republicans. When we look at Ohio, where you say, oh, what would a populist senator look like? The Democrats had one with a strong record, even against tailwinds that go, a long ways. However you want to say it, Sherrod Brown was doing 5 points better than the Harris finish, or Moreno was doing 5 points worse than Trump. Either way you cut it, there's some edge there of incumbency and populism, but he's running in an area where the Republican
2 minutes
is
certified.
up 10, and
2
so he's got to
minutes
deal with
Eastern
that.
time,
Yeah, and
and
I
you're
just
fucking, it's your fucking
to speak
birthday.
about Sherrod Brown, his board we're showing right now, we have the call that race for the challenger Bernie Moreno. I mean, here's an example of the river, the motion of the river of the realignment that's happening across all of these democracies that everyone is swimming in. No one swam against that
Kornacki is
more
scribbling.
than Sherrod Brown, who I first profiled in 2006 when he was running for the Senate. He wrote a book railing
You got
against
60
NAFTA
bucks
when it
for
was
my
the least
dad.
popular
Why?
thing in the world to do as a first or
Why
second term
certified?
congressman. All of the stuff you hear from Trump and J.D. Vance about trade and about building America, this has been Sherrod Brown's brand, his core belief, his principles, the things he's fought for and voted for his entire life in that state. And so far, he has been successful in managing to swing
What are you going to
against
do with that money?
And tonight, a Mercedes-Benz dealer really, like beat him, and that's where
not just a Mercedes-Benz dealer, a man who's made a tremendous amount of money in cryptocurrency.
Yes.
So Bernie Moreno's first target is going to be the SEC chair, Gary.
Let me also say there was about a $40 million spend from the outside crypto super PAC against Sherrod Brown, precisely because of his role in regulating finance. Another thing I know that
another Trump
Should we just also
presidency,
note that I wonder if Ohio Democrats will rethink putting that abortion ballot measure off of the November election, right? Because this was a candidate, Bernie Moreno, who just openly insulted women in the state of Ohio. And yet, I think we have something happening.
We do have something happening. We are closing.
Next poll's closing in 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
NBC News
1.
As the polls close in
Happy
Hawaii,
birthday,
NBC News can project
certified.
that in the presidential race in Hawaii.
Happy
there is
birthday.
a projected winner, Kamala Harris, projected to be the winner in the
Happy
presidential
fucking
race
birthday.
in the state of Hawaii.
Hopefully
Right?
tomorrow
Yes,
will be a
there
good
it is.
day. Or
In terms of
today
the
is
road
going to
to
be a good
270,
day.
Those 4 electoral
Good
votes
luck with
from
your
Hawaii
pet.
with the road to 270
I
look
think
like
you
this.
said
Trump
you
right
had
now
to take
standing
your
at
pet to
230
the
electoral votes.
dentist.
Harris
I'm
standing
not
at
sure.
189. Again, the only
But
swing state
that's what I
that has
recall.
been called thus far by NBC News is North Carolina, which has been
I
called
hope you're surrounded by your
Trump.
loved
But here's a look at the other
ones
battleground
and you're
states. In
having
Georgia,
the
it's too close to
best
call. A
time
difference
of your
under
life,
120,000
even
votes between them, with
despite
93%
whatever
of the vote in
the
Georgia.
results of
In
the election
Pennsylvania, too
is,
close to call.
that
84% of the
you
vote is in.
are
Just over
happy
200,000
on your
votes
birthday.
between the two candidates in Pennsylvania. In Michigan, it's too close to call. 44% of the vote in. Difference of about 100,000 votes
Did I
between
mix
them.
up someone's
in
birthday?
Wisconsin, it is too close to call. We've got 3/4 of the vote
How
in,
is
just
Georgia
under
too close to
90,000
call?
votes
It's
between
gonna
the two
go
candidates.
freaking
And
Republican.
in Arizona, it's not too close to call. It is too early to call. You see just over half the vote in.
I'm shocked about
It is
Arizona
too early
though.
to call. We've
Like
got
actually,
2% of
I
the vote
thought
in
Arizona
Nevada.
would be
All right,
closer
let's,
than Nevada.
Go over to. Let's look at where the Senate stands
Like,
right now.
actually.
Forgive
Wait,
me.
no
In
dog
the Senate
or
race
cat,
in
I wish,
Hawaii,
and your
where
dog
polls
is
just
a better.
closed at midnight
Oh,
Eastern
it's for
time.
you.
NBC
Sorry.
News projects the Senate race in Hawaii at this point as too early to call. This is Democratic incumbent Mazie Hirono. Sorry for my confusion there for a moment. I thought we were going right to this slide. This is where the Senate stands at this hour. There are still 10 uncalled Senate seats, which is a lot. Republicans have a net gain of 2 already. That's in Ohio, Sherrod Brown's seat. They flipped to Bernie Moreno, and that is in West Virginia, where Jim Justice picked up the seat that was previously held by independent Joe Manchin. Steve, what are we seeing at this hour?
Okay, let's take a look at Pennsylvania, where you had Jacob there a few minutes ago setting up what probably any minute now we're going to see out of Philadelphia, and that is, he says, about 50,000 vote by mails. The results going to be released in Philadelphia. Of course, that is the most Democratic-friendly, overwhelmingly Democratic vote. So when that gets reported, we want to see what it does. This margin for Harris right now in Philadelphia sits at 305,000.
Bye, certified.
Remember,
Good night.
ultimately,
Happy
Democrats are hoping
birthday.
tonight to get that in the neighborhood of 500,000 votes. Got a long way to go with a little bit more than 2/3 of the vote in. And again, the context for this is where things stand in Philadelphia right now is that Trump is running so far 4 points above where he finished in 2020. Again, let's see. This mail update is going to be huge because how much do these numbers change? Democrats want to be above and need to be above this Biden level and be getting that plurality close to 500,000 because of what else we're seeing right now and what's coming even in the last few minutes in Pennsylvania. And let me just show you what that is. A couple things. We said Quinton in Luzerne County, where Wilkes-Barre is, where Hazleton is. That's a majority.
But I agree.
70% Hispanic
I concur
city. We now have
that
all
it's
the
going
vote
to
in
come down to
Luzerne
the
County.
wire.
Donald Trump is
But
gonna
I have
win
a
this
bad
by
feeling.
a little
I
bit
think
more
it's
than
going to be
21
Trump.
points. Compare this to 4 years ago, it was 14. Theme, but it's important. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters. You're absolutely seeing it here in Luzerne County. He's going to win this by more than 20 votes. That's a significant jump for him. His campaign said he was going to do that. They did do that here. We also saw him make those gains in Lackawanna County right next door earlier tonight. Also, where we're getting some clarity in Pennsylvania, South Central Pennsylvania, Lancaster County. This is one of the counties where you can see in 2020, Trump got 57-41. It's 57, 58 if you round it, 41 now. This is a place where Trump slipped in 2020, where Democrats wanted him to slip further. That's not happening. This is a big region population-wise. It doesn't get the same attention as Philadelphia. Lebanon County here, too. All the vote is in. Again, Democrats wanted more of a Trump drop-off here. They don't get it in Lebanon County tonight. And we showed you Cumberland County, I believe, earlier, but also in this region, also a place Democrats wanted gains, also a place where really they're not getting it tonight. Look inside the Collar Counties here, just outside outside Philadelphia. These are huge population-dense counties. And
Vice presidents do not have decision-making powers.
Of these core collar
it's
counties,
the president. She was not president.
It's the most diverse,
Biden
most
makes
the
final
three, of
decision.
Delaware, of Chester,
Even if
of
she's
Montgomery.
like
Now,
disagree
in
with foreign
2020,
policy
Joe Biden
and
won here by
Gaza,
essentially 27
if he
points.
disagrees with
Getting
her,
close to all
he'll
the vote in
listen
here right now, and it sits
to
at
her
about
being the last
24.5.
person in the room.
Not Harris, not at the
But
Biden
Biden's
level.
going to
And
make the
keep in
final
mind, again,
decision.
this is very clear
Technically,
in
in
Pennsylvania
the
right now. Generally in these
Constitution,
counties, the vote
the
by mail
VP
is
almost
all
like
reported out
symbolic.
early, and what remains is this same-day vote that's Republican-leaning. So in all these counties, you just see
But
Trump
a lot
incrementally
blame
improving with
Kamala
each
for
update,
Joe
and Harris is
Biden.
now
Okay,
almost
I don't
2 points
understand.
under
Can you
where Joe
rephrase
Biden
that?
got in this core Democratic county
Because
4 years
how
ago.
much-
Next door in Chester
Rephrase,
County. Now
rephrase.
there is
I
this
can't
is
understand.
more significant drop-off for Harris from Biden, but Chester County, unlike just about every other county in Pennsylvania, they are waiting until the end of the night, they say, to
I
release
think
their
he'd
vote by mail.
lose
So
more.
let's see when the vote by mail
I think
comes
he's
in
going to
Chester
claim
County,
that
if
that
Harris can
he
get back
won
and surpass
against
that
Trump
58,
once
but
and he
there
could
is
have done
also
it again,
same-day
but he
vote
was
coming in
forced
that is
out.
helping Trump here.
But
Next door in Montgomery
he's
County, this is just an
senile.
enormous suburban county. And
I feel
again,
bad for him.
We've got the vote by mail. We're waiting on the same day,
But-
and already Harris is now running a point behind where Joe Biden finished in this
I
county
gotta get out of
in
the South.
2020. Go up to Bucks. Bucks here, it's a little bit different. It's more blue collar, certainly, than Chester and Montgomery. It's more of a swing county. And again, now about half the vote is in here. Biden won this by 4.5 points in 2020. Trump has now taken the lead in Bucks County. It's tiny, but he's taken the lead. And again, this theme in counties like Bucks County and these more blue-collar counties throughout the northern tier of the battleground, you're seeing it. This was such a close race in 2016. Democrats made a
You think
significant
a lot of
jump
Joe
here in
Biden's
2020,
supporters
and Trump
voted
is sort of
Trump?
rolling back
Why
the
is
clock to
that?
2016. So far, you're seeing that in
Why do
Bucks
you think
County
that?
as well. We also
Why?
said in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, and those inner suburbs, huge Democratic
I'm gonna check
area.
out Hassan.
We're coming close to all the vote in 94%. We are
She's
super
lost
close right now.
some
and again,
viewers,
let me just
not
show
as
you.
much as
in
I
2020,
thought.
Biden essentially got 60%. And your Harris is
But
very close
still
to that, but she's not
270K.
quite at that level. And Democrats won her over
I mean,
60%
it's
here. Given
Christmas,
everything
but-
I'm showing you about these Trump gains, especially in these counties with
Because the
significant
push
Hispanic
out,
populations,
yeah, they
it
didn't
becomes
push him
essential
out
for
early
Democrats
enough
that
to
Harris
have
in
an
these
open
areas
convention.
overperform where Joe
So that's
Biden
why
did in
I think a
2020.
lot
Now,
of
there may
criticism
be
is going to
some
happen
vote by
in
mail
regards
ballots
to
left, we're
hindsight
told, in Allegheny
2020.
County, but we're talking about maybe
But that's one of the
1,000,
things that
something like
people
that.
are
Very
gonna
small amount,
harp
nothing on the
about.
order of what you've got there in Philadelphia. So again, this is a place
I
where
just
Democrats
don't think
want
we're
big
ready
gains, and
for a
frankly, the
female
way this is playing
president.
out tonight, need big
But
gains.
that's
Given
not
everything
all
else I
the
just showed you,
reason.
reset
It's
it.
because she didn't
85% of the
run
vote now in Pennsylvania, about 170,000
left enough
vote
and
difference.
distinguish
Seeing
herself
as if Casey
more
came in
from
there, it
Biden
did.
in
There you
regards
go.
to foreign
That vote
policy.
by mail update, it looks like, came in Philadelphia as we were going through this.
We
And
could
you
have
can
had
see,
Tim
look at
Walz
that
as
Harris
VP.
margin, how much that jumped, basically up to 350,000. And there is, as Jacob said, another
she
batch
did
of
start
mail
late.
that's going to be reported out tomorrow morning. So another jump like this expected to come that did knock Trump's number down, that did knock his percentage down to 20.8. It was at about 22 before, but again, he is still running 3 points north of where he was in Philadelphia back in 2020. So let's see that final. It's going to be a while till that final vote by mail update. But this one took Trump down a notch, but it didn't take him back to the level Democrats want him at there. And we can just take a trip down quickly to Georgia because we've got some more counties that have basically filled in Georgia now. 93% of the vote, and you do see that margin for Trump has come down a little bit. It's just under 120,000 votes. His lead statewide. Not a lot of
That's
votes
a
left.
lot.
Here. One place we finally got clarity in here is Gwinnett County. This is a giant one. More than 1 million people in that core Atlanta metro area. Not all, but almost all the votes here right now. And again, let me just show you. It was
How have they
18
not
points
called
for
Georgia?
Joe Biden in 2020.
I
Right
don't
now,
understand.
About 16.5 for Harris. This has been
Yes,
the trajectory.
absolutely
Clinton
agree
won
in
this thing
regards
by
to
only
Gaza.
about 6. Margin exploded for Democrats in 20, and they wanted it to take that next step forward in 2024. Again, to offset what has been one of the stories tonight. We don't really show it because these counties are all so individually small, but I could just take you through dozens of counties that you see in red here
here where it's a Trump gain of 2 points, of 3 points, of 2 points, of 3 points, and you add those all together and put them together, that's a big reason why Trump has amassed this lead statewide. We've also got a little bit more in now out of DeKalb County. You know, some of this county here is inside the perimeter, large black population, large population of college-educated white voters. Not quite, Harris, hitting that number that Biden hit here in 2020. Massive win for here, but not quite hitting it. Still some votes to come, though. Democrats want to get more, desperately need more out of there. They would desperately need more out of, you know, this is this is as core Democratic a county as you get. And again, Harris basically level, but a tick under where Joe Biden was in 2020. Not much to come. Democrats need every vote they could possibly get out of there. So again, you reset it statewide, seeing if anything changed. 118,000 votes. That's the Trump margin right now. And I'll just check to see if anything changed dramatically in Pennsylvania. 166,000, 85%. And you see what the lay of the land looks like there right now.
Guys, I think I might sign off. Like, honestly, like, I'm going to keep drinking and shit.
About a few house races that we have been watching.
But, like,
this is
I don't think we're going to get calls
and there have been very few seats
for the swing states anytime soon.
To the other tonight, but that has happened.
We're probably
going to
get it like 2:30, maybe 3.
There was a whole passel
I'm not
of
staying up
Republicans
that
who were
late.
elected in more or less blue districts in New York in 2022. One of them was Republican Brandon Williams.
Thank you for watching. It's been a fucking 7-hour stream. It's the longest stream I've ever had. But this was the nature of things. You know, I fucking, like, good thing I started late, guys. Like, if I had started at 1:30 like I usually do, I'd be at like 12 hours.
The only other flip that I know about at this point,
all right, guys, take
Alabama's
care.
2nd district, which is
appreciate you
a gain
guys,
for the Democrats. This is
especially because this was my first stream back. I didn't expect anyone to tune in, to be honest.
Caroline Dodson. So this is a race that is in a district
did.
that was created because of a big redistricting fight that went all the way up.
Although a lot
to
of
the
people
very
have
top
given
of the
up
system.
because they probably have work tomorrow.
Figures will be
They went
joining
to bed.
The Alabama congressional
there's still a few
delegation
of you here,
from that
and I
second
appreciate
congressional
that
district.
a lot more
One other race to
than
update
you
you on, and this is a
ever know.
ballot measure in Missouri.
I do this as a hobby.
This is interesting. Missouri called very
I'm
early
really
on for Donald Trump
upset
today, and Missouri's Republican incumbent U.S. Senator
worried
will also be
when I wake up
returning
tomorrow,
to the U.S. Senate, Josh Hawley. But on
you
that
know,
same ballot, Missouri
what can we
voters.
do? Good night. Peace. Stay safe wherever you are. And I will see you next stream.